Welcome back as we continue Riyadh Masters and look forward to the upper bracket semi-final today as our second series.
أول مباراة نصف نهائي أعزائنا المشاهدين في رياض ماستر راح تبدأ الآن. الفائز في هذه المباراة راح يضمن التوب 3 معنا في البطولة بشكل مباشر. كل شيء الآن صار هاي ستيك، ما حد بيقدر يكون عنده فرصة ثانية.
Fancy, what's the most you've ever had on the line on like gaming?
Well, I did participate in a tournament before.
Really?
And I was able to get to the finals.
Okay.
Get this. So the prize pool for that tournament was 5,000 Riyadh. Okay, and we were able to get second place. Unfortunately, we lost the finals. So my cut was $250, I would say. Yeah, that's a lot of money, man.
That is a lot of money. These guys are playing a match that will get them a minimum of $1.7 million.
Oh my God, أعزائنا المشاهدين اللي ما يدري الفائز في هذه المباراة راح يحصل على $900,000 فقط من جيم واحد، لأنه بيكون ضامن التوب 3. أوريدي هم أصلاً جايبين أكثر من $500,000 فقط في وصولهم إلى هذه المرحلة اللي قاعد يصيرهم طبيعي.
Now both these teams have already proved themselves as exceptional. And today also seems to be well, not necessarily today, but the tournament as a whole seems to be teams conquering their demons. And TALON has oftentimes had pretty rough matchups against Team Liquid.
Not sure if they can do it this time, لأنه زي ما احنا عارفين أعزائنا المشاهدين في كل مرة تيم ليكويد واجه فريق تالون، دائما تالون يكون عنده الأفضلية، لكن لا ننسى أن تيم ليكويد أيضا في السنة هذه دائما يكونون السكند بليس in all the majors اللي صارت في هذه السنة، سواء كان في بالي ميجر، سواء كان في ليما أو حتى في برلين، فما ندري إذا بيسوونها مرة ثانية ولا لا.
Pride, money, and glory on the line. Let's get it started. TALON! They have had an unpredictable journey in this tournament so far. Things were looking a little bit down for them at the end of DPC Tour number 3. They took time off during the Bali Major, and you know all that, but them coming into the upper bracket, taking their first series, and now facing off against Team Liquid.
ما حد يقدر يعرف وش نتيجة المباراة هذه، لأن فريق تالون في الفترة الأخيرة في كل مرة يتواجهون فيها أجامهم مرة unpredictable. ما تقدر إنك تعرف النتيجة، ودائما في البطولة هذه في الجروب ستيج نشوف إنه عندهم الأفضلية يخسرون، ما عندهم الأفضلية يفوزون، فما حد يقدر يعرف. لكن خصمهم معروف وشفناهم في المسرح أكثر من مرة، خلونا نرحب فيهم. رحبوا معنا بتيم ليكويد. سمعنا المدرب حق الفريق قبل قليل في مقابلة قاعد يقول إنه كل مرة واجهنا فيها التيم التالون دائما ما يكون عندنا الأفضلية الكبيرة، حتى في دريم ليج في آخر بطولة للأسف الشديد فازوا علينا، وصراحة فازوا علينا فوزة قوية، لكن جايين يعوضون النتيجة هذه. ولا ننسى إنه هذا الفريق الحاصل على المركز الثاني دائما، وهم زي ما احنا عارفين اللي قدروا يفوزون على جيمنج جلاديترز، الفريق الوحيد اللي فاز عليه في الأبر براكت من سنة كاملة، فإذا سووها ضد هذا الفريق ممكن يسوونها ضد تالون.
They finally conquered their demons of Game and Gladiators earlier in this tournament. But maybe that was the juice. Maybe that was what was keeping them going. Now, is there a danger of them getting complacent? Or is this going to keep the magic rolling? Sky's the limit now.
Nobody knows what's going to happen in this game. لأن أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح يدخلون على طول في الجيم. تالون ممكن زي ما قال تسونامي they conquer their demons ولا لا، لأن ليكويد بيكون عندهم الفرصة إنهم يكونون في التوب 3 على طول من فوزهم في هذا الجيم.
Now we'll see if it's Talon's opportunity to return the favor and return it in the game of Dota. Gentlemen, to your stations, to your booths. Let's get this second series underway.
أول نصف نهائي في رياض ماسترز راح يبدأ الآن على طول مع المعلقين.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy. Indeed, we are about to get this match started to determine our first team to enter the top 3 of the Riyadh Masters. Fly, one of the intriguing things I find about these two teams is the contrast. One team has the third widest hero pool in the form of Team Liquid, Talon the third shallowest hero pool. But more intriguingly for me, Radiant side has been the preferred thing for Team Liquid with first pick. That's when they win the most. Talon, Dire side with second pick is when they win the most. Are we going to be sticking to this coming into this matchup?
I think both teams are pretty confident in their playstyles right now because it's been working for them, especially Liquid. They've been on this crazy momentum ever since that group stage. You know, they were like 3-5, and then they woke up and they're like, okay, time to beat everybody, I guess. So I wouldn't be surprised if it'll just be a battle of ideas. Like, we think this is better. We think Radiant first pick is better. And on the flip side, we have Dire second pick, and that's just what we believe in. And that's usually fun when two teams have different ideas of what's good. You're going to have a battle of concepts.
One of the also interesting things about this matchup, BSJ, is that Team Liquid, the only team that was not directly qualified for the group stages that find themselves in the upper bracket right now. Everyone else got directly the group stage seeds. Half the teams, though, have already been eliminated from the tournament. Sad Fly, feels bad, fam. But talk to me about this. Why does Team Liquid always look so much better when they have that long ramp up, when they're allowed to play all those additional games?
I really think it's the coach. I've had the privilege of getting to work out with Blitz at the gym, and this guy, he just brings out the best in you. He's just motivational. He, like, when you're like having a bad day and you don't want to go that extra rep, he's the guy that's, you know, just cheering you on and telling you exactly what you need to hear in that moment. And it applies the same with this team. I'm like 100% sure. Whenever they're down and you wonder like why this team bounces back so much, it's because of him and them being able to rally around him. They trust him, he trusts them. It's just, there's just such a bond there that I feel like very few teams have, and I can attribute it to their perseverance throughout the course of a tournament.
Yeah, they know how to keep it PMA.
Hey,
BSJ.
that's what we like to hear.
It was fun because actually before the major, we were at the Liquid facility, like we were boot camping as Shopify, and I did get to work out with him as well. We went one day together.
What was your impression?
It was fun because I think we both pushed each other because usually he's used to training with people who are less experienced.
He told me this.
Yeah, so it was fun. We both pushed each other and it ended up being a lot of fun. I think we spent like 2 hours at the gym, which is like way too much, but it was a good time.
So I got his side of this. He was like, dude, that guy's freaking strong. Because Blitz is always like, yeah, it's okay, Brian. You know, I'll cheer you on as long as you're doing less weight than me.
Well, we're going to be seeing these two teams push each other to the limit here between Talon Esports and Team Liquid as we open up our draft here. The interesting thing for me here, Faith Beyond, is that Talon did not ban the IO. This is the 6th game they're going to be playing with IO. Team Liquid undefeated with this. They have IO Storm, they have IO Lesh, they have IO Razor. Why do you think Talon Esports let the Wisp through?
I don't know what they exactly talking about. I think they maybe have some solution. Maybe they want to play. Yeah, that's the solution. They take off the Storm Spirit, and this is one of the Mikoto's best hero in this tournament.
Yep, it absolutely is. His Storm Spirit is undefeated, 3 games, 0 losses. On the flip side though, Fly, this Silencer hero has not been looking so hot. It looks good for Talon. They are 3-2 with the hero so far, but the hero overall is at a 31% win rate across 32 games.
Yeah, I think Silencer is a bit lackluster right now because a lot of the heroes that are in the meta are pretty good against Silencer. These are like heroes of summons that generally just take your towers because Silencer is all about like this team fight, mass spells. You pick it against IO because you know you can cancel a reload, but then do you really care if you're Liquid and you're just running around together? You don't even need to play on reload some games. And the interesting thing for me is that I think this is the first time Talon actually plays against IO in this entire tournament. And choosing to do it right now versus a team that's very good at the hero is very bold.
Bold indeed. BSJ undefeated on the IO Lesh, undefeated with both of these heroes, in fact, Team Liquid, but they're the ones, even better than Gaiman, obviously, at this tournament. They've sort of made this particular strategy honestly look unbeatable.
Yeah, absolutely. I find it interesting in the sense that what Talon, I think, thought was maybe we don't want the pressure to be on our side lanes. We want the emphasis to be on the mid lane. So in the other games, you saw Mikoto on like a Snapfire TA type hero that's kind of stable, hard to pressure in the early game. Just let it get its farm. But in this case, like I think both teams, all eyes on mid, right? You're going to have the Snowball-y Storm Spirit. You're going to have the Lesh with the 2 supports from Liquid rotating there. So I think the Talon's basically saying we'd rather play against this than what you presented to us in the group stage. Will it work? I'm curious.
they do take out the Monkey King that they lost against Team Liquid with. So Mickey not going to be allowed to play that particular hero again. But Liquid, you know, you never really know what they're going to pick. They have a bajillion heroes, so can't necessarily predict in advance. What do you think about this, Faith Beyond? They're removing just pure carries in the second phase of banning from Team Liquid. Are they that afraid of the scaling potential that we've talked about from TALON?
They ban out TB and Medusa. This is two hero like counter Lashrak a lot, and it's a very like reasonable ban. And for TALON, I think TALON prepared really well. Like they ban out Lycan in first phase, and now Monkey King. These two heroes is like a core of strategy of Team Liquid, and now they pick Silencer plus Storm. This Silencer will play much comfortable without Lycan. And so I think this first phase TALON did pretty good.
I think both teams are pretty happy with what they got. It's always interesting when you're doing draft preparation. You can choose different routes. You can go, we ban what they're comfortable at, and we just play, you know, against something else, or we're going to give them this hero that we know they're going to take, and then plan against it. So this time they chose to play against the IO, and then, you know, it sort of like becomes this battle where Liquid's like, okay, we're happy anyways because we got our IO. We don't really care what you have in store. And their bans are pretty good as well, I think, because they're banning Heroes by Scotty, right? That's very popular against Lesh and IO. And then they're just banning a Naga, maybe preparing for their second phase, what they're going to have to pick, because they're going to have to pick something blind. And that's always the tricky part about first pick.
That's almost certainly Brood then, right? Because you have Lesh, so banning out Naga is not at all to protect the Lesh. It has to be to protect the 6th, 7th pick of the draft for Team Liquid. So I'd imagine Talon is looking at that, and, you know, 23 Savage is like, I wasn't going to pick Naga into Lesh, but maybe he would want to pick Naga into whatever he sees in the second round. So then they have to consider, you know, is the Brood worth the ban? Did they have something else in mind that's just higher priority? Because they do tend to have a summons hero on Zai. Not always, but some sort of aura builder that pressures the lane that allows for those rotations we saw through the Twin Gate. Darkseer was a perfect example of a hero that enables that as well, but they've already taken that out.
I like that. I think the idea about the Brood Mother is a good one, and they're probably thinking about it now because, like you said, this Naga ban doesn't scream anything for Lesh. It's for something that Liquid is preparing.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Faith, like what you would think they're going to pick here in the second phase.
I'm also looking for Brood right now. I think you both are on the correct point.
What if they just take it? You know, we've seen some kind of like, I'd say Giga Chad moves where people just take a pure on 15 that the other team wasn't expecting. We saw it yesterday where we thought that, I don't remember who it was trying to set it up, but 9 Pandas took the Darkseer on 15.
Asta took the Darkseer.
Or yeah, Aster took the Darkseer on 15. Okay, yeah, I was totally wrong about that, but yeah. They took Darkseer on 15 and we all like, and Mira said that they just threw the entire draft out of whack because the other team had been setting up for that hero on 6-7.
I would be surprised if they just took Brood, because I don't even know if they played it this tournament.
They played it twice.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Yeah, they played it twice. It's 1-1 for them right now. Well, there's some vision against the Brood Mother in case it does come out, so they are kind of setting up for it. And in the event that it doesn't get picked up by Team Liquid, with this LC ban, they could just yoink it themselves on 18.
Now, that's interesting. I wonder if that is preemptive or it's something completely unrelated and they have a different line of thought. We'll see if Liquid still wants to take it for Brood, or maybe there's a different hero of summons that's left in the pool.
What are their offlaners, Faith Beyond, struggle against Naga?
Struggle against Naga? Lycan, but no Lycan here. And also Brood. Brood, I think they maybe will pick Brood because Naga versus Brood is like auto win.
He has played Visage, which I don't think he cares that much about Spirit Breaker or Silencer. Maybe that's something they're going to look into, which is not a Brood Mother, but it's also a hero that gets countered by Naga somewhat.
For Team Liquid, how do we feel about Timbersaw that is still in the pool right now?
Well, I'm not sure if there's something that screams Timber to me, because both Silencer and Storm are decent heroes against Timbersaw. It could be just to sort of deny Talon to pick the Timber, because Talon does play Timber as well. But I can see the Visage coming out. It's a good lane with Clock. Otherwise, I can still see Brood Mother. This is kind of like the hardest pick for Liquid, because they know they're going to counter pick whatever they're going to pick here. So they're taking longer to think about this one. I think
Wow. They
it's
go
the
for the
Visage.
Visage, yeah. So if you're going to go melee 4, you'll more likely go for a range 3. That's probably what they were thinking with, like, in regards to the Spear Breaker. I think that's the only hero that Clockwork was really targeting here in regards to setting up reloads and also just making it hard for Spear Breaker to get follow-up. At this point, what Clockwork does is he just fractures fights, right? Like the Spear Breaker and Storm are going to be able to go deep, and unless 23 Savage also picks like a mobile hero that can jump like Slark, something of the like, then they're not going to be able to get past these Clockwork cogs that's meant to disrupt the fight. So I do like what Liquid's doing here, but I also think Talon like has options.
I actually don't like this Visage pick here because I feel it's quite hard to kill Spirit Breaker at the team fight, and also a little bit afraid of Silencer. But I can see why they pick this here, because they want some like team fight and push. Like they want to play as a ball, and yeah, and also I can see like Talon, the best option is Void Spirit, Faceless Void, because you want to play as a ball, you want team fight. Okay, I have more team fight right now, so I think for me, I don't like this Visage pick right here.
I think this is going to be, in some ways, both teams are going back to their identity, where Liquid wants to play fast, they want to play tempo, like we said, and Talon is usually going to play more for the late game with a hero like Faceless Void. So we kind of see it how it pans out in the draft as well, not just that we're talking that this guy plays, this team plays slow and this team play fast. So now I think Talon is in a sort of the situation where they can get ran over, which is the one thing about Visage. However, if Liquid mis-executes, which is usually how their drafts go anyways, they might just lose the game. You know, it's going to go to 40 minutes and 23 Savage is going to carry.
I just want to mention like momentum on lanes. Earlier we saw 9 Pandas elect to go for the last pick TV. Like in those type of spots, you can choose to pick a hero that scales better, or you can choose to pick a hero that's meant to win its lane. And my issue with the Void here, when you have a Storm mid, is I'm already eyeing a lot of pressure coming out from Liquid around the Lesh, a lot of attention there. So if there's pressure on mid, then Visage will, once he gets 6, will also pressure Void. Like Void just doesn't do anything to defend his safe lane tower. That it's now going to fall all in the hands of Jabs pretty much, whatever his hero is, to be more of like a wall to stop this Liquid push, because also Spear Breaker and Silencer offer virtually nothing for tower push defense either. So big concern for me.
One of my concerns here is the fact that Talon Esports, with the draft they have right now, I don't see that much additional damage into the bubble. So once the Chronosphere does come out, we're reliant on 23 Savage scaling super hard into the late game at this point. So we definitely need some additional damage inside the Chronosphere. And for Team Liquid, I just want a hero, a safe laner with a stun. Any kind of stun or just like fighting carry, I'd be very happy with.
I think they should be concerned about Phoenix. I'm actually surprised Liquid didn't ban it, because Phoenix Void's a sick combo and Jabs has already picked it. You also have a 4-position melee hero, Spear Breaker, so you want him range 3. I think that should be on their radar at the very least.
Yeah, I really like this Phoenix idea. I think Phoenix is perfect because for Visage game, you can like you have to win the team fight. You have to play as a ball, and if Talon pick Phoenix here, and it's like we can kill you in team fight anyway. We have so many like team fight skills.
I'm a huge Phoenix lover in general, so you just have to say the hero and I'll say yes.
Phoenix.
Yeah, so Phoenix sounds great. For Liquid, I'm thinking about something. I'm trying to think what he'll pick here that combos with IO, and it doesn't necessarily even have to combo with IO, but he knows he's going to get counterpicked, so he needs something that can be strong or be left alone.
One of the things they've done in this tournament is they've run IO Lesh with the Razor in the same draft. I believe they've done this twice so far. Okay, they go for the Luna.
Ah, the Luna Visage, of course.
Right.
How did we not see that coming?
Luna Visage, a little bit of a classic. Another new hero for Mickey. Yay, more stuff coming in from Team Liquid. What do we make of this carry player? BSJ, what do you feel about this match?
They're probably the best Luna team in the world at the current moment, Liquid. They always pair it with either like a DK mid or a summons offlaner like Visage. Visage is definitely the best one because the aura benefits the birds, and it's also a global aura at nighttime, so that level 6 timing for Visage is even more potent. This Luna is all about enabling his team to like win its lane. Like Luna's a pretty reliable laner to pick on 9, and then just leave her alone while she jungles top half of the map for 5 to 10 minutes, and that aura is buffing them up while they're doing their thing elsewhere.
I think Talon might look for an aura hero, something that just buys team items to help them kind of survive the game. Even the Tidehunter, I know like Luna is sometimes picked into Tidehunter, but I can see a hero like Tide who just buys pipe and stands in front of his team is going to be good. But
Oh,
okay,
wow.
we got a different bird, not the firebird.
Ice bird. Also pretty cool.
Now, what do you like about this ice bird here for Faith Beyond?
Because Viz is very afraid of Winter Wyvern's ultimate, and obviously they don't have catch. Like the only thing they can win for Liquid is they win the lane and they doing Rosh and they push tower. They play fast, and Wind Wyvern can slow their speed.
Okay. Fly, what do you think about this Winter Wyvern being deployed in the off lane for Jabs? Yet another new hero for him. I think he's now third in terms of hero diversity at this tournament.
It's very exotic, and with these kinds of picks, I feel like it's going to go one way or another. It's going to look terrible or it's going to look amazing.
Yeah.
I definitely generally prefer to play the tempo side, so I'm going to go with Liquid on this one. But I can see it work in a very extreme situation where they're going to win 1 or 2 team fights and slow the game down, and then it's just going to be too much for Liquid to handle.
Very quickly, BSJ?
Yeah, I'd just say that this is exactly what we expected. I think the Winter Wyvern makes the early game even harder, but the late game even stronger. So if they get there, but I think Liquid's got this.
Well, my panel has a lot of faith in the Team Liquid draft of things. Let's find out if Team Liquid feel the same, as before we get into the game, we have a final word from Jenkins and Blitz on the stage.
Hey, Big B. Good to see you again. Is Talon a bunch of Giga Chads for letting you guys have the IO Lesh? Did you expect that in the draft?
No, not really. But I mean, they're really good. I mean, this draft feels really scary, so who knows what'll happen.
How do you feel about the Wyvern last pick coming out? Was that also a surprise?
Yeah, I don't think they've played it here. Although I don't think they've probably played many IOs, so maybe it's like a surprise thing for them. But it was really smart. I mean, these guys are really, really talented, and Sunbee's a really smart guy, so it was probably cooked up, and they probably knew that we were going to get IO, and they probably had this in the back of their minds.
So we will see if the counter to the IO Lesh works in this game with Kezu and Suns fan.
Thank you so much, Jenkins. Really appreciate that intro, as always. As we're getting in to Talon versus Team Liquid, game 1 of this best of 3. Some juicy picks. I have to say, this tournament has been extremely satisfying to not only cast, but watch, because we've just been seeing so many more picks. I think this last letter patch has really kind of rounded this patch to a degree that we're seeing so much more versatility.
I mean, we just had all the kind of quote-unquote broken heroes get nerfed down, so you're going to have some other heroes rise up, as Talon going for a last pick Winter Wyvern, which I think the panel touched on it pretty nicely. It's going to make their late game way better, but Liquid's tempo is really damn strong. You've got the IO Luna, IO Lash, you have auras from your Visage, and I feel like generally from what I know, Winter Wyvern isn't the best laner, especially when it comes to going up against healers. Like IO sustains you very well, which is kind of what you want against Winter Wyvern, so we'll have to see how Talon and Jams can kind of cook their way through these lanes.
Yeah, that's the hero I want to focus on a bit, because it's the one that we haven't... Well, have we seen it at all this tournament for anybody?
Not as an
we definitely haven't cast it, at least. But Cold Embrace, not particularly good here, especially against the magic damage of Lesh and Luna. Curse, though, that's an old school counter to IO. Right? Like back in the day, you'd have Disruptor Glimpse would be a good counter because of the relocate. You'd have Lich, Witch Doctor, things that like to, bounce left and right, and then the Curse that forces you to attack the IO.
I mean, Curse...
Does it still have the same type of impact, would you say? Or I feel like the tether is now longer than it used to be. I could be making that up, but we'll just pretend that I'm correct.
We're just going to pretend. Just going to pretend you're correct. Yeah. The only thing when you play Winter Wyvern into these heroes, like Liquid's draft is they're very quick around the map. Like Winter Wyvern isn't like the most mobile hero, so that's something that Liquid can try to abuse. Of course, you always have the global against the relocate if that's how Liquid are going to play, but what if they just run at you together? As both teams going to get some of their early mid observers out in the smoke. Just chilling.
So looking at both sides, which team would you rather be?
Liquid.
That was quick.
Yeah.
More straightforward strategy?
I think Tal said it also on the panel. I would say generally when you have tempo lineups play against lineups that need to get to the late game, if you execute as the tempo team, you're generally going to win. Because right now for Talon, they definitely need to get to this late game. I mean, their late game is disgusting. Like Winter Wyvern throughout the game, it's not just going to be the curse. Once he gets to like 2-3 items with an Aghanim Scepter, Leshrac and Luna are very susceptible to being outranged, which is why generally range heroes that get to just stand their ground eventually like Medusa are very good against them.
Yeah, it does feel like Liquid have quite the push lineup. They can definitely dive towers. And the side for Talon, can they just hold on long enough for these cores to just outscale the likes of Liquid? And the bounty rune. Battle is upon us. Boxy not going to be able to get this bounty rune.
No, 3-for-1 trade. By the looks of it, for Liquid, as Liquid are very good at these early bounty runes. I've seen it in like most of their games. Boxy is always very aggressive on specific spots where even just here, he shows his team 2 heroes so they can aggress in the top area. And also to touch on the drafts, like just one more last time, Talon are no strangers to taking games into the late game and kind of just beating out their enemies there.
Yeah. We'll be seeing Nisha on the Lesh versus Makoto Storm Spirit. I want to talk about Nisha just briefly. Secret last year, obviously he was by many considered to be the best player in the entire world.
Absolutely.
And he comes to Liquid, starts off really hot. I mean, they do quite well, but he has been losing lanes more often this year than we're used to seeing. But at this tournament, he's back to whatever form you want to call it.
TI form.
And he is feeling like he's unbeatable in lane.
Yeah, he's kind of dumpstering people, I think, once again here at the Riyadh Masters. I agree. Like, a little bit of the last couple of weeks maybe. Taking some time off, taking a bit more chill. But Liquid, again, they're really dominant in these games that I see them play. And I really like their setup with a lot of these lanes, the early tempo, the rotations that also Brian touched on in the pre-show with where Insania, might make his way down bottom later on. We'll see if that will come out again in this game.
Yeah, what was that, like the 5-minute mark or something like that?
The solo.
Is taken out.
It's the solo play. 5-minute twin gate, blood grenade, and get in there.
Yeah, but like he mentioned, Talon have obviously been looking through the replays since they did get 2-0'd in that series, and that was a few days ago. So they'll be aware of that as being a possibility.
That's also something else that Talon did very well in their bans. Like they took out these heroes like the Faceless Void. Well, they didn't take out the Void, but they took out the Monkey King, then they took the Void themselves, which these are heroes that also allow your support to like move away real quick. And mid lane, this is just definitely a Lesh favorite lane, not by a big margin, but I think this is like some 60-40. Very skill-heavy lane as well.
I mean, now that I mentioned it, Insania, if he goes through the gate as an IO, maybe not the most helpful in ganking. It's not like a CM.
Yeah, it's like you overpower if your lane is already going to be good at it, as up top Mickey.
Mickey, is that going to be first blood? Indeed it is. Jabs on his Winter Wyvern off lane. Will get a nice money injection into his pocket. And we'll see how that ends up playing out long term, especially in this lane.
Let him cook. This is not the lane where I would expect them to be able to get the first blood, but perhaps myself and other people underestimating just this Winter Wyvern SB combo. I don't know if Q got a couple lucky bashes or what, but just getting the harass and chipping in the kill.
Yeah, knowing that Jabs has only a little bit of mana, a little bit of harassment coming out from Liquid, but they have a whole wave under the tower here that Mickey really needs to grab for himself before he falls too far behind. You can see in the CS, obviously not off to the greatest of starts, but mid lane, Nisha, Makoto. Nisha is favored a bit in terms of the CS right now. Would you say hero-to-hero matchup that this is Lesh favored?
Yeah, like a little bit, right? 60-40, and perhaps also later you can have Boxy kind of come over and try and help out the lane. Sure, on the other side you have Q, who's playing the Spirit Breaker, who can also try and help, but generally it's a lot easier for the 4 to rotate when your mid is winning, and before Storm is 6, you don't have too many plays here as the SB.
And then for the off lane, Zai on the Visage. A hero that we've been seeing more and more in this tournament, and obviously coupled up with the likes.
Oh, Mickey taking a lot of damage again.
Here. Yeah, Mickey. I mean, the Arctic Burn is no joke. Gets off a Lucen's Beam on the Q to slow him down. Looks like that's going to be enough. Insania continue to inject some HP and mana to him. Ollie takes the Soul Assumption. Boxy continuing with the battery song onto the tower. He's going to get the kill, but if Zai goes down, this will be Talon favorite. For sure. Gets the bash, and 23 Savage. Actually, Ollie technically gets the kill from the grave.
That's 23 Savage. He's going to be happy about that. You want to get all the gold injection and XP as fast as possible on especially Faceless Void. The faster you get some of these items, maybe a chrono. Because the longer you delay Zai getting his birds here, it's going to be harder for him to then take over the lane later. As I feel like Visage nowadays is just a way better laner with all the universal stuff. It's Insania up top goes down again.
Yep, Io is down for the count, so Mickey in a 1v2. So far, Talon in this lane definitely keeping the pressure on. You can see even the Spirit Breaker having a decent amount of CS considering he's the 4 in this lane. It's supposed to just be harassing, but
I mean, this Talon top lane is already creating a big difference to how I envisioned the early game to go. I thought Io Luna are kind of supposed to win this lane, but here, good charge into the bash.
Good bashes.
Easy kill. Very high skill. Well played, Ollie.
When you get that 17%, things go your way. McKay is going to be spotted here by Q in just a moment. That's going to lead to the charge. See if he can get some lucky bashes. It is not to be.
Still pretty annoying for him. He's got no regen on the Luna. Easy bash again, as Insania will have to come over. Does have Tango and a Salve as well to make sure Mickey can stay topped off.
I mean, if it gets bad enough, at what point can Luna go to the jungle? Or is this a hero you even want in the jungle at any point?
I mean, you can jungle fairly early. He's also holding a skill point right now where he could like go Glaives level 4 and level 5, but right now that's not when you want to jungle. Like, you want to farm the lane, then fall back to the jungle and kind of like ping pong back and forward. So they want to make sure that they kind of get to damage control this lane, as Talon are the ones that are going to do the move on them. But good.
That's right.
I think that's a scan from Dire, so Liquid do know what is going on. It did clip him.
Yep, Ollie trying to give Liquid a taste of their own medicine, but they're too quick. They understand. 23 Savage right now, in terms of his net worth, just a little bit ahead of the Luna. So effectively a wash for all things considered. Is the 6-minute illusion rune spawn, and Q's gonna snag that. As the electric vortex in the mid lane onto Nisha with the charge coming from Q is gonna be canceled, but does force a little bit of rotation from the side of Liquid. Of course, this is pretty typical for the 6-minute power, and to see so many supports straggling to this mid lane.
I mean, honestly, pretty impressed with Talon's laning stage here. The fact that Mikoto does get level 6 before Liquid can make any move on him, I would consider that a small win. And Jam's just having this, being top of the net worth as Winter Wyvern minute 6. This is not, honestly, this is not normal. So they've done some very good stuff here in the top lane.
Yeah, already pressuring the tower now with this siege. Q hiding in the trees. And it is technically a 2v1, but I don't think they have the vision that will... Actually, they do have a... No, that's the ward coming out from Liquid. So no vision up there from the side of Talon.
No, Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal. Boxy trying to snag this one.
He got it.
He'll get it. Might be able to get a kill on Ollie as well. Getting slowed by the Wyvern, though.
Run.
As Jab's trying to tank up that battery assault, and with the charge coming in, that will ensure that at least they get the kill onto Boxy.
I mean, Boxy will definitely take that trade. You steal the rune, you force Jabs to TP over, use his own TP there. And in the meantime, also, Zai got to take his own Wisdom Rune, so speeding up his level 6 is also great for him. And she'll be very close to getting one more creep after this.
I mean, that's as big of a power spike as you can get. The 7-minute mark is both Wisdom Runes.
Yeah.
That is a big deal.
Well, it's definitely a big win. Like, sure, maybe Talon are slightly ahead in the gold department right now, but this double boost of XP really gonna do a lot for Liquid in like these next couple minutes. And can't underestimate, we've got the Luna Aura with the familiars.
Yeah. An old school combo that, I mean, at what point do you think that, at what minute, let's say, would you say they're going to be comfortable pushing? I know it's still quite early, as Makoto's going to get an Invis rune. Now they're going to smoke up.
Yeah, like minute 8 to 10 is still like, people are a bit more free. Like, Zai would like to slowly, like, slow pressure bottom.
Oh, Mickey.
As
Mickey's going to get spotted. There's the charge and the zip.
He's
gone. It's
gone.
going to be an easy pickoff, trying to get the kill for Makoto, and he'll find it.
Talon just doing a very nice job, and unless Liquid bring their own heroes down bottom, I don't know if Zai will feel too good about just, hitting this tower. So it's good that Liquid are bringing over Nisha and Insania, because 23 Savage, he would love to just stick around with his Chrono, but he's gonna go top. He knows that they're fogging very likely down here, so instead, he's gonna take the top tier 1. Easy and nice rotation here for 23.
And the Makoto still has the Invis rune. See how they try to connect this. Always a scary proposition when you have a Spirit Breaker on your team, although obviously only level 4 right now. As we're going to see a charge start things up, but Makoto seems to be resigned to jungling a bit. But you can see the levels. Insania level 6, Boxy level 6, but Spirit Breaker for the side of Talon level 4, and a Silencer level 4. That's basically the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, and this is definitely something that Liquid would like to at least abuse a little bit. Like, if you can get 1 or 2 small plays out here before Ollie does get this global, like you just get some cheeky hookshot somewhere, or you get some relocate before a global comes out, I think they're going to be very happy with that, because like you're saying, you want to make use of this double Wisdom Rune timing that you did get earlier.
And Nisha still hooked up with Insania in this bot area. I would expect them to try to go for this tier 1 tower, considering the amount of push that they have. Familiars are doing a little bit of damage. Ollie, the only member, actually he is shadowed a bit by Jabs, who does have his Winter's Curse.
Rushing his Solar Crest actually on the Winter Wyvern. Interesting as we have a hook
shot
on
to
mid.
start things out, but a nice charge from Q, buying enough space for Makoto to be able to zip on away. So nothing will come from that for the Liquid side, but a lot of that is because they wanted to get this rune, which is secured by Nisha.
That's a very big rune as well. The shield rune. I think for Liquid in these next 2 to 3 minutes, they would love to take this safe lane tower from Talon and then also rotate it into a mid-tier one, as these birds are just kind of going ham a little bit on Ollie behind enemy lines.
Yeah, but now they're going to scout out the fact that Jabs is here. Stoneform getting the stun initially onto Jabs.
Well, he's got the Arctic burn, so you can probably just skirt on out of there. As Talon, they know that they don't really want to fight into this. All of Liquid's heroes are here, so they're just going mid. We have Q and Makoto there, ready to slap down on the mid tower.
I mean, based on how this game is going, do you think either side is content with the state of affairs? I mean, Liquid only have 1 kill, but the network lead's not really that much in favor of Talon.
I would say Talon are pretty content. I wouldn't say Liquid feel too bad about the state of the game either, but I would say within the next couple minutes, Liquid would definitely like to do something.
Using the Horsey to set up a nice hook shot onto Q. Split Earth connects from Nisha as well. And that's going to be the Space Cow in the grave.
Okay, Zai. Now they will make their way over to mid lane. Only not 6 yet. Still 5.5, but Winter Wyvern just a very good hero at kind of stalling out this game, so perhaps not as... Ooh, Zai.
Zai
gets off the resummon.
Makoto doesn't really have much mana, but there's a Winter's Curse from the high ground.
Him too.
As Boxy doing a little bit of damage to his teammate as the relocate comes out. But Boxy puts himself in a horrible position, but there are still familiars to get some CC onto Makoto, so nobody from Liquid actually dies. But still, this tower being pressured by the Storm Spirit, but feels like Talon are just wasting Liquid's time to some degree.
Yeah, I kind of like how Jabs is playing this Winter Wyvern. I envision it as more of a potentially greedy hero, right? You help with the scaling, but with how he's playing it now, he's got the Solar Crest later for his Faceless Void, buff up 23 Savage, and just to slow down these pushes and the early tempo from Liquid, because we've touched on it before, but Liquid, they want to look to speed up this game.
Another rune for Nisha.
He's just the king of the mid lane right now.
Every rune at this point. And now that shield rune is... The fact that lasts 75 seconds, I'm not sure why, but it does.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Still technically was active there.
I mean, it's not that easy for them to stop 23 from farming up here. You need to connect like a hookshot cog into follow-up spells, but if there's a global up, I think 23 feels very safe about continuing to farm, and I mean, Talon's late game and overall just Void scaling is very, very damn dangerous in this game.
Yeah, he's getting close to having both Mask of Madness and that Maelstrom to catapult his farm. So as long as he doesn't die in the next couple minutes, we'll be able to have the items needed to catapult him to the highest of net worths. But right now, the highest net worth is reserved for Mr. Mickey on the Luna. And I would assume this is going to be a Yasha. We'll see if he goes Manta. We've been seeing some people skip that for... Well, we've only seen 5 games of Luna, so could be a Scotty, a Butterfly, who knows?
Yeah, probably Yasha.
It does feel like a really good Manta game.
Yeah, I think it's either a Manta or a BKB game. It's going to depend a little bit on what he thinks. Does he feel like they need a bit more help on map push? Maybe then you go the Manta if you feel like you need the BKB more to like push the game forward. I think he's going to do that, as both teams kind of dodging each other from these smoke gangs, as Liquid also have some stacks in their triangle later that maybe, you know, Mickey could fall back to. Overall, Mickey's net worth definitely skyrocketing up right now.
Yeah, both him and Nisha are very happy with the game right now. So it looks like it will be that eventual Manta style for him. And Nisha has his Yules, which will help set up his Split Earths, and obviously could dispel against the likes of the Global Silence and whatnot. And we'll be going for the Bloodstone afterwards.
I mean, one good thing with the smoke earlier, even though Talon's smoke didn't land anything in particular, but they did get off this very aggressive ward, which is scouting out the Dire Triangle with all the stacks. So potentially this is where you can talk about, okay, the moment we see anyone show up there, we want to be ready for a smoke and we want to go there as Jabs. He wants to join Q in this game. I thought they both had Shadow Blades queued up, but it's only Jabs, so he wants to be an invisible dragon later on. Very hype.
That's always hype.
Oh, charged through.
Yeah, Boxy, not able to get the cogs off. Hook shot onto the creeps, but he still finds the connection he needs, but Makoto's there to help out. ends up getting this kill onto the Clockwork eventually as the Global Silence first usage of the game. But now Talon on the run as Nisha trying to make a connection as well as Mickey slowing them down with the Lucent
23
Beam.
is TPing.
Maelstrom is online now for 23 Savage. Makoto completely out of mana though. The full Eclipse now basically reserved for Jabs, but he gets off the curse just in time. And that means Mickey is beating the ever-living crap out of Obi. Gets saved though. Nice job from Insania, but the Chronosphere coming out onto Mickey because Insania can't link up to the Luna any further. Flipping a 2-for-1 to start as Q's gonna drop next. Nisha getting extremely low and is brought down by 23 Savage. Finishing that Maelstrom just in time, a double kill for him. Boxy back into the fight again. Gets 23 Savage inside the cog. The time walk towards the fountain. By the fountain, I mean the Lotus Pool. Basically the same thing, of course. I mean, 23 Savage. The fact that a Void can participate this early, get 2 kills, and live is insane.
I mean, this is the best type of setup if you are playing Faceless Void. You come in late, you get off a... I mean, even though it's just a one-man chrono, because that was a clutch relocate from Insania, still pretty good fight for Talon as they take out 2 of the highest... Yeah, the 2 highest net worth cores from Team Liquid, and it all goes into 23 Savage's bank.
Just like that, he's top net worth. Hook shot, though. Finding Jabs. He has the Arctic Burn to try to get to the high ground, but Nisha sets up his split arc. Has the pulse number from afar, but can't get to the other side. He'll be able to walk away with that Winter Wyvern. Meanwhile, Q assassinated by Zai, it seems, on the other side of the map.
It's not easy playing some of these supports against the Visage, who's level 11. Solar Crest, the birds buffed up as well by the Luna Aura. Basically, the birds have double damage here in this early game with the maxed out Luna Aura. So that's pretty dirty. As Zai also about to hit level 12. So something that Liquid should be looking at and talking about soon as well is the first Rosh of the game. You want to speed up the game, you've got all these auras, you take Rosh really quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Nisha, gotta be a bit careful.
Remember to have this ward.
Bit careful, young man. He's getting charged. And you can see Insania was looking like he might have wanted to link up to Nisha. He's getting charged still, and he will die. He gets most of the Ancients, but just like that, 2 dead for Liquid. Jabs, Golden bracing himself. The Global comes out. Zai also out of mana and surrounded by members of Talon. Jabs just going to go down to the Familiars, but it'll be a trade for Zai. So 3 dead for Liquid, and they find the offlane and support. Boxy able to TP out in the midst of danger.
As wards win you games, just Q picking up the freest kill of his life there on Nisha's basically 1 HP Leshrac. And
that was so greedy.
Yeah, 23 Savage, I would say, again, just a winner in this fight. Gets to click down the mid-tier 1, gets some more levels. Jabs also swapping up his item build into a Blink Dagger. I do like that. I think his adaptation of his item build with the Solar Crest, so he bought the Blink and he sold it, so he's not quite sure. I would like the Blink. Well, let's see. No, he does rebuy it.
Yeah, very important. It's better the second time around.
That's true. It's stronger now.
I mean, that tells the tale of how he wants to build it. Because back in the day when we were seeing more of Winter Wyvern, it was more right-clicky with like Orchid into Bloodthorn with Aghanim Scepter and whatnot. This is an initiator. This is a utility.
No, the way he's playing and the way he's itemizing is honestly game-winning. I think if you try to become this 3rd core of the game, you don't really help your team to get through the phase where, like, if Void gets to late game, you're already in a good spot. So help him get there by slowing down the game from Team Liquid here. I love it. It's Q. Even he's getting close to a BKB off of this.
We have been seeing some farm Spirit Breakers in this tournament. Shout out to Snake King.
Top net worth.
That was, I mean, he had 10,000 gold at the end of that game. Pretty absurd hero in the right hands.
I mean, in this game too, like, unless you get Yuled or like really chained down, this is a good SP game where you can try to just go in and out. You have the backup of Global, 23 Savage, getting close to this BKB. I think if you're Liquid, you definitely want to, I mean, I keep stressing it, but I think you want to take a tier 1 and then force Roche as well before some of these BKBs do come out here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, 19 minutes in, they're going to get their 3rd tower of the game, so all the tier 1's dead. Perhaps one have been pushing a little bit faster, but still not too shabby. And they are grouped up in that Roche area.
Talon are TPing over though. Looks like they kind of want to contest, yeah.
It is a scary lineup to fight into Roche. I mean, with the Curse being the main spell that can absolutely turn the fight in Talon's favor. Zai breaking the smoke. Q's going to be the first there. Hook shot into the cogs. Global Silence. The Cold Embrace saving him for the time being. As 23 Savage and company just have to look on as the Space Cow does drop. Is that enough for Liquid to feel secure in taking Roche?
I think that's honestly pretty good for them. Like, not committing to the Roche and just playing on this nice ward during the Lotus pool and killing SB. I think they should be pretty happy with that. As 23, he's going to be like, okay, give it up. Let me get my BKB. Let's play towards some of our next timings. As Liquid, this is exactly what they have to do in this game to try and keep it even, or even try to get ahead in this game.
And Nisha getting the Aegis. As always, Lesh, one of the best Aegis carriers in the game. Shield Rune is in the top for Makoto to take. We'll see how much leverage Liquid can create with this Aegis online, especially with the push potential of their lineup. You'd have to expect them to, at the very least, be able to get these tier 2 towers unless Talon wants to fully engage, which they could. They do have some scary spells to work with.
I mean, for Talon, it's more like you want to stay on the map, push out the lanes, and I think they will only defend if they like smoke around and try and get a catch. But Makoto in this next fight, like Kaya Sanj, Witchblade, Shield Rune with a backup of Global, I think he can be really annoying in this backline. Like maybe get on this IO, get on the Clockwork, and just make it very easy for 23 and Jabs to play the fight.
Should mention that. Oh, I thought. Okay, Mickey actually changed his item build. He was going for, or he opted for Linken's first, but has changed his mind to the BKB.
Yeah, I'm glad he did that. I don't think this is a particularly great Linken's game. Sure, there's like Charge and Curse are like the main
Curse,
aspects.
I feel like it's not going to be on him at any point, right? It's on the target next to him.
Most likely, yes. So him just going BKB here and allowing himself to, you know, just push forward, because Liquid, even though the game is quite even, with all these auras coming out and the Aegis, I think their fighting power is definitely stronger than Talon's. Like, Talon still need more time.
You say that. They're going to smoke up. Global Silence is back in 3 seconds.
They want to go for a wraparound. I mean, Liquid's map positioning is a little greedy. They are quite split, but if they can just dodge this move and farm, then they'll definitely be on the winning side of this play.
They have vision on Zai in the top lane, but they're still quite far away. So right now in the Liquid triangle, you can see pings out here. I mean, if they only find Boxy, that's not exactly the prized pickup that they would want. Perhaps they can just get some wards down in the meantime, though, as the smoke will dissipate.
I mean, Boxy got off a pretty nice ward here next to the where their mid-tier 1 used to be. Kind of expecting Talon to play around in the like top half a little bit, so if they do move there, they'll see them. But what's the timing on this Aegis? Got 2.5 minutes left. I don't know if they want to like use it to just get a double BKB timing, because Mika just got his, so I think with Luna BKB plus Aegis, I think Liquid should probably feel good enough to take over a little bit more of the map here.
Yeah, I would think so. And Zai drums, pipe, Solar Crest. He is very farmed, and already 1,500 into an eventual Hex. He is having a very good game from the offlane. We can see the discrepancy between him and Jabs. Jabs has had huge impact on the game, but not as much farm at this point. It looks like he will be transitioning more towards what we mentioned with that Aghanim set there. Makoto finding Boxy. Cogs there to keep Q in place. He's going to hook shot in a defensive measure, though.
Just good play from Talon, poking out a little bit in the mid lane, forcing some TPs, forcing the defensive hook shot as well. But yeah, Zai is having a very good game. Also the 15 talent, even more minus armor coming out. Solar Crest, you've got the orb as Jabs.
Yeah, blinks backwards. Does not want to take part in this fight. Zai with the familiars!
He found him.
Finds him in the trees. And with that, Solar Crest can just rip right through him. The Cold Embrace is going to save him for a little bit. But Jabs,
couldn't
know where you can go, my friend. Nice pick off there from Zai.
Very nicely done. Does find him up here, and yeah, I mean, I do like the Jabs going for the Ags later. So you've got these early items, help your team get through the early mid game, and now you can go for your scaling as Liquid. Getting lanes into a very good position here. Manta's pushed out top, they got the kill. Mid is pushing, now they can all go bottom together and try to go for this tier 2. As the Wisdom Rune is being left.
Yeah, Nisha. Oh. Forcing out the BKB from Q. The fact that he has that, we talked about it earlier, but just does not look right. That he can turn golden at this early of a time.
Well, he's also got the Philly Stone, so honestly, his scaling basically secured as well. As Liquid do force out the BKB on the Spur Breaker. Probably want to aim for this bottom tier 2 while just being efficient here, farming out the jungle.
He left that Wisdom Rune.
Are they leaving it for 23 Savage? Like, are we just...
So 23 Savage got the 14-minute one. And I mean, do they just really want this 20 talent?
I
mean,
think so. I mean,
we've talked about it
not?
a lot. That 20 talent on Void is a pretty big power spike.
Yeah, it just synergizes so well as well. It's generally like your third, fourth item that is coming out. So when you get both then at the same time, you just go from not really killing heroes into killing whoever you go on and decide to like just chrono.
Poor supports though will pay the price.
Yep.
Well, I guess the silencer does get a little bit.
And Q is pretty happy, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Q's been getting a lot of farms, so kind of makes sense this game. Only a 2K lead for Liquid. This is a super close game number 1, which we were hoping / expecting.
Well, it is nighttime. Nisha about to finish his BKB as Insania's got very good levels in this game, right? He's just continuously synced up here with Nisha, just getting all the creeps, all the XP as just a lot of key items still coming out for them. So I wonder when Liquid will... I don't know if they're content, because they are increasing their net worth lead, but I still think this Faceless Void is very scary throughout this game. Charge on mid, and the zip.
Yeah, Nisha gets off the Yules onto the Storm, pops the Bloodstone in anticipation of this upcoming fight. Makoto focusing completely on the IO. Global silence is there, but do they have the damage? No. Pipe from Zai basically saves Insania. And again, that'll break things up. It feels like this game is all about these little tiny engagements. It's not like these big fights. Even with the Aegis not getting any towers with it, by the way. We just assumed with this push lineup that they would just go for it, but Liquid kind of chilling.
Yeah, Liquid got a lot of gold out of the Aegis, but now that they did see that Talon are basically all 5 mid, and this is a good timing where you can punish as Liquid. If one guy lingers around alone, you can kill him. Yeah. It's very likely that they also want to swarm out to the side lane. So let's see if Liquid...
And they know that Global is down. That's a big one. Zai continuing to push the top lane, which will lead to a Tormentor, of course.
Of course.
Talk about all the time.
Shadowblade. Jam's very open on his itemization. First the Ags, goes back to the Shadowblade, so wants to help himself with some of this positioning.
And the tier 2 tower is going to start to take damage now for Talon. And they're not really... Do they want to defend this? Doesn't look like it.
They're a little late if they still want to do this. So it's just a free tier 2 as Makoto is TPing in.
Charge is coming. Bulldoze activated. Zai, the Yules is there from Nisha. Take off the Bulldoze, forcing out the BKB from Q. Now Makoto trying to go on top of Visage, but that is a really tanky target. 23 Savage is looking for a potential Chronosphere, but gets stunned mid-air. And now will be forced back by the Ancients, kind of in a weird spot.
Jabs is dying.
Just going down, but the Chronosphere comes out on 2. The Curse on top of Luna, not the greatest layering from Talon. It's a 1-for-1, but that's a core for support, and now they're gonna find the big bad Faceless Void. Down goes 23 Savage, and now
there it is,
we're gonna see the Tormentor. Who gets the shard? It's gonna be the Jetpack.
It's Jetpack Man. Oh damn, it's Liquid.
Just like that, 8K lead.
Yeah, this is about to be damn more. They're just gonna go hit your tier 3 tower as Talon, not the fight that they waited so long to then take this fight, and not the best manner as Liquid. Just gonna go straight up into the high ground. It's nighttime, you've got the Luna Aura, you've got the birds, drums, you have Edicts. This is a dead Rex.
My goodness, yeah, 40 seconds without Void. I don't think you can fight it. Even if he was up, no Chrono, no Curse. You do have Global though, but I think you're right. I think they have to give this up. And one good thing out of this for Talon is that they still have their tier 2s in the other lane, so Liquid will have to back away regardless. But that is an early Rax to give up, and it came out of nowhere, it feels like.
That is a lot of momentum for Liquid. You also now have the full sheep stick completed on Zai. You're getting a lot of like level and item timings. Level 18 on the Visage. You're going to have 18 on your Lash as well. And this is a super early Roshan respawn.
Stupendous. It's also a great opportunity to get the second Tormentor of the game. Who will get the shard? Will it be Io, which they actually would be good with
Io's
this game.
Or
Usually it's kind of meh. But it will be Zai instead.
I mean, he'll take that too. Like, unless they commit on him with a global or the chrono, like he can just drop himself in the ground, make it easy for his team to play. So, with your talent, this game just took a huge turn within just 1 minute.
Yeah, if it was, I mean, it was already hard enough to kill Zai.
We're getting an Aghanims on Mickey here.
Okay, sure. Why not?
All right, Boxy, you're getting the hell in there and you're killing them.
I mean, in some respects, it's a way to itemize against the Curse from Jabs because you're not right-clicking as hard. Not sure if that's even on their radar, but either way, Liquid into the pit they go. It will be uncontested. Aegis and Cheese. Now, is this a point where you give Mickey the Aegis so he can be the right clicker for the high ground. I mean, Lesh is still good at pushing, though.
I mean, maybe Mika just wants to play on range with the Axe. I think either way, they're going to be super happy. Getting Aegis, Cheese against a Void lineup, like, they kind of lag damage. You know, they might have enough to kill one, but I don't know if they can fight through an Aegis.
Yeah,
as
Talon
Liquid.
are too late. I don't know if they want to still go in here. Oh, 23 Savage is going to get the Chrono.
Okay.
This is on the Luna.
They'll
This
need
is
to global
no
the reload.
Aegis this time. Relocate, but the global silence is there. So they do get the successful kill onto the Luna. Now the charge onto Insania. Nisha left all alone for the time being. And his partner in crime will drop. Nisha still with that Aegis in tow. And the TP is actually canceled via the curse. So Zai's stuck in place as well. Very good fight for Talon, but 23 Savage taking a little bit too much damage. Boxy with the hook shot onto the BK beat Q, stuck inside the cogs. They'll be able to clean him up, but 23 Savage going in and out with that shard. It looks like Zai will eventually be brought down to his knees. If Visage does have knees, we'll never know. As Boxy
the bash
trees with Anisha trying to get off. The TP gets canceled. That is the Aegis, and he is going to be completely surrounded by Talon. Getting off the Bloodstone with that Pulse Nova as well, so they have to be a bit careful, but 23 Savage is there to try and finish him off in style. And from range they go. Q with another charge, and a huge fight for Talon despite giving up the Aegis and Cheese.
Damn, it's 23 Savage. He's just dancing on them in this fight. This is the best Faceless Void fight you could even ask for. 20 time walks. You just get in there. I think Liquid were not ready. They just find Mika with the Chrono, they global, they relocate, and there's no save on him. And then from there, there's just perfect like prioritization on who they're going on, and the fight is Talon. Just strike back.
I don't know if Liquid were anticipating them fighting into the Aegis.
I don't think so. As here, just perfect play. They're just around and they're ready. Global comes out against the Relo, and I think from this point onwards, they just make it look easy. Just start kiting them. They just get so separated here on Liquid. They need this Luna to be alive.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Q. I mean, a big part of the Spirit Breaker is to isolate heroes, and they did this several times in the fight. But yeah, that brings Talon kind of back in this game. It's a 7K lead for Liquid, so still in the driver's seat to a degree. Obviously, that lane of Rax will help. But this Talon lineup is very scary as we're getting into the later stages of the game now.
These are some bigger timings. Like suddenly 23 Savage, off of the back from this fight, he is top level now in this game. Level 21 on the Faceless Void, queuing up his next item already. So you gotta be careful here if you're Liquid. Easy creep wave for Q, as he's soon getting to the stage where he'll just one-shot everything.
That's right.
Already could if he uses the Shadow Blade, but gonna get some more gold.
He's going for the full Silver Edge. Actually, no, changes his mind. I was gonna say, is there anything that needs to be broken? I mean, I think the Agnum Scepter is just more consistent.
The Scepter just seems more chill. Gonna be fine with that. Lower your cooldown. You're happy with that.
I mean, it breaks Gravekeeper's Cloak, right?
Yes. As I mean, it looks like Jams just went for the Silver Edge. So if they can just go, if they Chrono the Visage and you get the Silver Edge hit off, which that's not a hard combo to get off at all. And you can always just secure the kill in the Chrono with the global.
Yeah, that's
true. I mean, I guess Insania does have Greaves now, but still, it's like he can wait to just see the relocate and then global. So even though you have this Dispel, not easy to play around.
Insania still has the Cheese, one of the more powerful heroes with the Cheese, of course. As Talon still have to worry about this top lane, so always a concern. 23 Savage, level 21 now. And going for a Linken's, it looks like, as the Radiant Bounty advantage in a game that they're behind. A very rare commodity.
Yeah, usually we just see Dire have like 5 times the bounties as little Talent, maybe Q lurking around on the Cowman.
We sure those stats are correct?
Yes. I mean, it seems like not as many bounty runes, but I think it's correct.
Just double checking there.
Yep.
Thank you.
14 to 11. Keep those in
greater. My NA math tells me so.
NA math, of course, very, very good.
That's right.
Best around the world.
Good math skills. That's what we're known for.
Certainly.
Makoto, he's halfway to his Agnum Scepter. And I mean, that is pretty scary though, because when you talk about like an AoE Electric Vortex into like a Curse or into a Chrono, something to that effect, there's a lot of way, even into a Spirit Breaker
Yeah,
charge.
Even just a charge, like these two spells alone can create a lot of chaos in the fight. It's 23 Savage. He's got the Lincolns completed. He just needs to make sure he does not get bursted. So the Lincolns to nullify Zai's Hex, I think, is a great choice here. The Talon gives you a lot of damage anyway. He's got the Mask of Madness as well, so it's really important for Liquid that they need vision in the fight, and I think they need to be the ones going in first. It is nighttime soon, so that will help them a lot with the Lunar Aura.
Yep, smoke broken. Q. We'll find Boxy to start. Turns on the jetpack. Makoto with the BKB. Trying to finish off this Clockwork, but that's a pretty hard kill to get. But Nisha all alone in the river. Insania is ready to go. Gets off his Greaves. They global, but it's really to no effect. But 23 Savage coming in with the Chronosphere. Insania has his relocate going, and that'll save Nisha. But Zai will get blown up inside the Chrono. Now these big spells are down.
Good curse.
Big curse onto 2, but it's only Nisha right-clicking Io. Ends up not having that much of an effect, and now Ollie on the run as Liquid trying to get something out of this fight other than the Wyvern. Ollie goes down to 1 Lucent Beam. Very nice.
So that looked a little miscommunicated by Talon. Like, I think 23 time walked in and Global came out because perhaps they thought you can just Chrono and commit, but then when the Chrono came out later, they could just relocate out Nisha, but they still ended up getting Zai here on the back of it. As Liquid gonna be happy with that, and now you've got a big cooldown, so they're just going straight onto your high ground on the tier 3 here.
Yep, and we saw how fast they can take buildings. There's a fortification out. Talon will have everybody up in 10 seconds.
If they can take this tier 3, that's a huge deal. We've seen Luna Glaives before.
Indeed. Yeah, but no Chrono, no Wyvern ult. How can they hold without it? 23 Savage with the time walk back in and out.
That's a big zip.
Electric Vortex,
cheese.
But the cheese from Insania saving his fellow Nisha. Mika getting bashed in the meantime. 23 Savage is doing as much as he can to try and delay, but this is going to be 2 sets of racks for Liquid. And Talon still jumping in. Mickey pops the BKB, has Insania linked up to him right now. 23 Savage barely gets out in time with a big time walk. And Liquid not looking to stop anytime soon.
That's a solo curse.
Solo curse not going to last that long, so another wasted ult it feels like. Now the Agam Scepter online for the Storm, but do they have the Wombo combo potential? 23 Savage in and out again, but these buildings are just melting in the face of Liquid. There's the initiation from Makoto into absolutely nothing because they have nothing, but Mickey still drops.
Oh, the racks.
Melee racks 1 hit away. Nisha going in for the last-ditch effort here. We'll be able to get that melee racks. The range, the only thing alive now for Talon between them and Mega Creeps. As Q gets bursted into the ground, it's a buyback down to the Spirit Breaker. But this is going to be Megas for Liquid. Despite losing their position 1, they get basically everything they signed up for. Q, this will be a dieback if he's not careful. Jabs getting bursted down by this Pulse Nova. There's the Chronosphere onto 2. It's going to be enough to take out Zai. Now see if Insania will be next. Nice fuels from Nisha.
Good cancel.
comes in with the Electric Vortex onto 2. Big charge coming in as well. They finally take down the IO. But even if they were to team wipe here, it's still Mega Creeps. Nisha TPing out, but the Nether Strike is there to cancel it. He's going to have to try to get back the old-fashioned way.
Good cogs.
Nice cogs from Boxy, keeping 23 Savage busy. But they have vision, so Q gets another charge onto Nisha on the back line as Boxy's going to go down to the right clicks. So the last remaining, adding insult to injury, Mega Creeps, they get the Wisdom Rune. Nisha will likely die as Q really wants to finish him off, and he'll do so. So a full team wipe, but Talon have no buildings.
Yeah, this is
and even if they were trying to push her, there's 4 buybacks for Liquid.
This is SEA's strongest power spike, Shannon. They grow the strongest when they're against Megas, as Liquid they just strike hard. Like this lineup from Talon, when you use your spells, you better be killing 2 to 3 heroes and get all the waves pushing until they respawn. Where Liquid, they just get to punish off of this previous fight.
And you got to give Liquid credit. Making it really difficult to get these big Chronos into any kind of combinations. Even the curses just haven't felt impact on the last 2 uses, just almost no impact on the game.
I think Jabs may feel like he wished he had an Aghanims, but gonna have to make use with what he's got for now. I mean, these buildings just drop so quickly. What a sick pull as well from Makoto to start it all out, where they do get Mickey, but at the end of all of it, they just get Megas.
I love this sound. Yeah, Talon. I mean, they're able to kill heroes if their spells are up, but the problem is they just got so many long cooldowns with the Global Sinus, the Chronosphere, even the Curse to some degree. feels like they are completely reliant on them to be able to fight. And if they're caught with their pants down, aka not having those ults, then Liquid just take those buildings quite easily.
Here we see the Wisdom Rune once again.
Yep.
I mean, at least for Talon, you've got some heroes that are okay at dealing with Megas. Obviously, it's not great playing against Megas, but you know, you've got some spells. You've got a Mjolnir on 23 Savage, but Liquid, I think they can just wait for the next Roche, gear up some buybacks, and if they use all their spells to defend, you know, you could just go for some cheeky buyback into GG play.
Timeless Relic for Nisha, as if he needed any more help. And Roche number 3 will go the way of Liquid, so Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, Shard.
Oh, I want to see a double Boom Boom Eclipse in this game.
Yes. That is...
double Eclipse on Boxing, he just jetpacks in there.
Yeah, sure,
baiting.
Why not? Now, wait, what happens if he dies? Does the Eclipse go away? I think it does. So that's the one risk you have.
I think if you cast it on the hero and the hero dies, yeah, it may go away.
I'm pretty sure
he ain't dying. That's where Insania then tethers in and cheeses his ass.
Yeah, IO just has to make sure the clock works.
Tormentor!
Nisha.
You barely squeezed that in.
Just had to get it in. That is a split earth.
That's actually an annoying shard. Like, for 23 Savage, the way you want to fight with Void is like you want to keep going in and out and like kind of kite around. You may just get caught by some stupid splitter if that Nisha casted like 7 seconds ago.
Yeah. And there's a double damage rune top as well if Liquid ends up seeing it. But this is looking pretty grim. But again, only game 1 for Talon. It's the fact that it's only an 11K lead for Liquid is actually kind of mind-boggling.
I mean, they have a 15% chance to win still against Megas. I don't really fault Dota Plus, Gaben, or whichever higher authority.
It's Gaben. They email him, and then he emails them back on his yacht.
Oh,
get
yeah.
the percentages every couple minutes.
That's actually pretty sick. So we'll look into an update in the next 4.5 minutes.
Yep.
See what Gaben thinks about the next stage of the game. So we have Wraith Bands being queued up by Ollie. Wants to turn into a carry, of course, on the Silencer.
Yep, it's time.
The classic 42-minute double Wraith Band.
Take what you can get.
Oh.
Zai basically fully loaded on items. I mean, most of Liquid in the same state.
I mean, Talon need to be ready. If you get caught off guard here without buyback on one of these lanes, the game might just end.
Yeah, that's one thing. Liquid don't really exactly, other than the hook shot, don't have a ton of jump. As the Diabolical Edict starting to go out here from Nisha. Charge to try to delay from the likes of Zai.
All no need to jump, you can just go into buildings.
Walks in, time walks out. Zip on in, zip on out. That's all they can do, but the buildings are still melting to the Familiars and the Moonglaves. Both tier 4s extremely low. Q forced to pop his BKB.
Eclipse.
There's the Eclipse coming out. There's the Chronosphere onto 4 heroes into absolutely nothing. That has been the problem for Talon all game long, but a nice charge. Keeping Nisha at bay. He's getting pretty low, but the Bloodstone keeping him nice and healthy. Another Eclipse comes out. Not enough to get an initial kill, though, but again, the Ancient exposed. There's the fortification, but Liquid will likely be able to take this out now as GGs are called. So Liquid take game number 1. I mean, you can see the ideas from Talon.
Yeah.
It's just they didn't get late enough into the game to be able to execute it
properly. In that last Foreman Chrono, they were cursed, actually. That's why he dealt no damage.
All right, that'll do it.
And then in some of the earlier fights, like I think Talon did so well in this early mid-game to hold on, but then Liquid, they just get one fight and their entire draft and the tempo, it will just go through the roof. Like, you just lose your entire map and all gold as well.
Yeah, this was somewhat clinical. I mean, the fact that Liquid were able to get basically, was it all 3 Roches going their way? I mean, that's a pretty big
It's
boost,
a big deal, especially against Faceless Void, as 23 Savage ends the game 7-2-6, Mikoto 6-0, but they just didn't really have the chance to fight back as Liquid now beating out Talon 3 games in a row. I think their tempo and their mid-game is just too strong for them to handle.
Yeah, so far Liquid off to a very good start today. And I mean, a lot of times when you play a team and you get 2-0'd, you learn a lot. You come back with new ideas. This one did not work out, but again, you can see the plan from Talon. Just a couple tweaks here and there, and I think the game gets a lot different. I mean, what did you think of the Wyvern as a concept here? I mean, obviously some of the curses towards the end, the game was probably already over at that point anyway, but difficult to execute.
No, I could see it play out. I think it was a little bit on execution and maybe him not going Ags, but overall, I think Liquid just looking damn clean.
Absolutely. So Liquid taking a 1-0 lead. Let's see what the panel has to say about this start.
Team Liquid finding themselves in a 1-0 position, yet again getting a W over and above Talon Esports. One thing that I found very intriguing about this game, BSJ, is that Team Talon Esports actually tried to change things up. They played with a faster tempo. 23 Savage moving around the map more often on this Faceless Void. They tried to make things not as late as they normally get. However, Team Liquid's dropped just a bit too fast when they get an advantage.
Yeah, I'd say 20 minutes in, Talon was really happy to be where they were. We saw what happened in their group stage series, that the games got out of hand before they even got the point of team fighting. And Talon, I think they executed insanely well in almost all of these team fights, but the lineups you're looking at, I remember Kyle, he would always say, how many team fights does a team have to win in order to win the game? And on the side of Liquid, you get one crucial kill, suddenly a Rax. On the side of Talon, you have to kill everybody and then kill them again in order to take any objectives. And it's just a tough game.
It's a very tough game, Faith Beyond, and we did see exactly what BSJ was mentioning, that Team Liquid, all they have to do is find one core kill every single time, 2-3 towers are gone, a lane of Rax. How hard is it to win this game for Talon Esports? Could they have fought a little bit better to take this a bit later?
Yeah, like PSG said, for Liquid, they only need win one team fight. And before, I thought Talon, they have more team fight skill. I thought team fight will be easier for them, but they have to win too much. So it's kind of like you can't fuck up one team fight. Then it's kind of hard for them. Yeah.
At the end of the day here, Fly, Talon Esports, this must be a heartbreaking kind of loss because you did nominally everything right. Only a couple of mistakes end up getting made. Is this going to affect their confidence in their drafting going into Game 2?
So I think if you look at it logically, they decided to play against IO, a hero they haven't played against at all. And they can look at it, they can go outside right now, chill for a few minutes and be like, hey, we tried to play against IO, it didn't work out. It's okay, we just go next, right? That's one path you can take. Or it can be like, oh, we had so many good team fights, we had so many good moments this game, we should have won this game, and go down the destructive path. So I hope they take the other route and just change it up for the next game, you know?
Yeah, just ban IO. Honestly, looking at it, as Fly is mentioning, they haven't played against IO. IO undefeated when Team Liquid are running it. The Leshrac also undefeated. They knew this was coming. There's 0% chance they weren't anticipating this happening, BSJ. Now that it's happened, probably time to just get it out of the pool.
Yeah, I'd say not only was I impressed that they, I thought it was courageous that they gave them IO, but I was also impressed that they clearly had a plan, and Ollie had some sick time globals to cancel the relocates, that one especially on Mickey top where they chronoed him right after they took Aegis on Liquid, and that led to the one major team fight that Talon took. But when you execute well, when you feel like you got exactly what you wanted out of the first 20 minutes, and then you still lose to it, like you said, you probably just ban it.
Well, Team Liquid able to get themselves a W here, which of course means that they will be the ones having the STC play of this game. This was an intriguing moment because up until this moment in time, Talon had taken a couple of team fights. Sure, they'd lost the lane of Rax, but Team Liquid did a very smart thing, buying this Aghanim Scepter on the Luna, realizing here, Faith Beyond, that all they need to do is just extend the fight past the Chronosphere, and you're probably just going to end up winning.
Yeah, they just need to make sure cores don't die in Chrono and Global Science, and then just keep fighting. After recover, keep fighting. And when they don't have ultimate, then it's done.
Speaking of ultimates, what did you make, Faith Beyond, about this off-lane Winter Wyvern? Did it impress you in this game with the Icebird?
I think it's a good pick, and he played really well on lane. He win the top lane, but maybe just team fight is sometimes it's a bad position for him. Yeah.
Well, one of the things I like that he did here in this game was buying the Silver Edge. You could clearly see, Fly, that they were thinking through, okay, given the draft that we have, we can't play this that direct game. They tried to outsmart pretty much the side of Team Liquid. But ultimately, when we go back, could they not have simplified their draft a little bit? Because it felt a little bit too cute at the end.
Yeah, like I said, it was an exotic pick, and I don't think, I was surprised they actually won the lane. They did really well in lane. But then the items the hero buys, he sort of became this kind of weird support somewhere in the middle. He bought Solar Crest into Blink, which are typically support items in this meta. He wasn't hitting that many creeps, he didn't deal that much damage, and there's so much pressure for him to actually hit a good curse to win these games. So it didn't work out. I thought he should go for a different route, whether it was like a Tident or just buys a simple pipe so they can play around together. But it felt like they just lacked damage at the end of it,
Damage ends up being a key to winning team fights very often in the game of Dota 2. It wasn't there for the side of Talon Esports. However, for Team Liquid, they now find themselves one up in this best-of-3 matchup that determines a top 3 placement and $1.7 million. Before we get ourselves into Game 2, we have our man on the ground, Jenkins, to give us an update from the arena about what's happening.
Gentlemen, Well, welcome to Riyadh Masters. Where are you guys from?
Pinoys.
Philippines. I don't know why I asked. I don't know why I put it in front of both of you for that, because you said you're both from there. Which team are you cheering for today?
Liquid, all the way liquid until the end.
Are you also Liquid?
Yeah, liquid.
Okay. How was that game, boys? You enjoyed that one?
First is the. I'm not sure if they gonna win, but Nisha is very good.
He's very good. He's very good.
Last year is here. I still idolize all the way.
Were you worried when they had Mega Creeps against them, but Talon was rushing down mid?
No,
We're not worried because we hate 23 Savage.
Okay, that is classic SEA Dota right there, dude. Okay, can I see the signs? I picked you guys because you had some beautiful signs. What do these signs say?
come to work. We didn't come to work for Nisha. Yeah, 2-0. 2-0, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, really hoping that their bosses aren't watching this interview, because there will be some firings after this. And speaking of firings, the panel's very fire. Back to the fire panel. Great segue.
23 might not have done it, but the panel were letting ourselves cook as much as humanly possible. Game 1 did not go the way of 23 Savage and the gang. Game 2, though, we can expect something better coming out of them, especially if they give Jabs a more traditional hero. To be fair, BSJ, one of the things that Jabs has always specialized in, and why I think the Winter Wyvern is so exotic, this is not a hero that necessarily scales with farm. And Jabs will get farm. He will take priority on the map. Do you want to see them maybe give him a hero that can actually scale in tandem with 23 Savage and Makoto?
Yeah, I think the issue was when you have Storm Void, you don't have a hero that confidently shows on waves and just creates pressure. Like, basically, if you have a hero that shows on waves, hard to gank, something like a Tide, a Timber Saw, then you can easily rotate to them. You also have objectives to go for of your own. And the Wyvern, while it worked well in fights, and we saw that he had utility items, it doesn't allow him to be that sort of hero. And it just means the lanes are constantly pushed into you. It feels like the map's slowly but surely collapsing on you. And that's a part of Dota that makes it very difficult conceptually to win if that's going against you all game.
One of the things that we did see in Game 1 is that we spoke earlier on Fly about Radiant versus Dire, and normally it's been Team Liquid playing on the Radiant side and the side of Talon Esports on the Dire. They both stuck to their first, second pick dynamic, but they did swap sides here. If you're Talon Esports, are you trying to maybe angle to go back to the Dire?
I'm not sure if it was so much about side or pick. I actually didn't see who got to choose what. I wonder if Liquid just chose first pick because they know they're going to get something that they like, whether it's the Snapfire, the IO, the Lycan, something like that. It feels pretty easy to make trades on first pick right now. Also looking at Liquid's draft. So I would be not too surprised if both teams just prefer first pick right now.
One thing we've also seen as this tournament has gone on, Faith Beyond has been priority over teams picking lineups that can very quickly take down the Roshan. Early on in the tournament, it wasn't that big of a deal, but the more and more we go into this run, the more importance, especially that first Aegis, seems to take. So do you want to see Team Talon Esports? They don't normally do it, right? But I want to see them maybe go for heroes that can take the Roshan earlier. Some more Lycans, or at least somebody that buys a Solar Crest earlier than maybe a Winter Wyvern. What do you think?
Talon, the hero they chose can do rush quick is like Beastmaster or TA, but in last game it's hard to pick. And I think actually Talon's strategy is not bad at last game. It's just maybe IO offer too much heal, or maybe they play some bad team fight. I think they don't have to like question themselves about strategy. They can just play better and ban IO.
Actually, a point that you mentioned, Faith Beyond, that I want your thoughts on here, BSJ. When we're in the green room, he was speaking about 23 Savage buying Skadi earlier than he got the Lincoln Sphere. And he also spoke about, in the draft, they banned out all the Skadi carriers, right? And one of the reasons I think they did this is that Insania at this tournament is second in terms of the most healing being done on average per game. So should they be prioritizing heroes that can deal with that healing? Maybe we see that Ancient Apparition that's been on the come-up being deployed by Talon Esports.
Yeah, absolutely, because as a carry, I can relate to having to delay that Skadi, because I mentioned all the damage issues they also had with Zai having so many aura items, and your supports are relatively lackluster in damage, Silencer and Spear Breaker, Wyvern's sitting mainly in the back as a curse utility, so you're having to balance, like, am I going to kill these people in Chrono? Like, it doesn't even matter if I'm reducing this heal if I don't hit hard enough, so that's why, like, if you can take that responsibility away from the carry. It's no longer on his shoulders to do that, like you said, with something like AA. It could be a more direct solution to something like that with the IO.
Fly as a 5 position, you mentioned that you felt that the Silencer heroes are a little bit lackluster. They are now 3-3 with it on the side of Talon Esports. The hero is still losing more and more games. Is it time at this point in the tournament for teams to start forgetting about the Silencer?
I think you never really need to forget about the hero completely, because there's going to be a condition where Silencer is going to be good again. But whether you're just going to first to it as a response to IO, I don't really believe in that as a response. Especially when you're drafting against a tier 1 team like Liquid, who is actually going to punish whatever you're doing. You're picking the Silencer, they're picking Visage. We thought about Broodmother as well as a response. Silencer has a very hard time playing against those heroes, right? So even though they did some cool moves where he canceled the reload, it was too much. There was a point in this game where Talon was comfortably ahead.
I do want to see them try and do some stuff that wins more often for the side of Talon Esports. We do not want this to be a clean 2-0. We want this to be as competitive as humanly possible. The interesting thing, as mentioned in the pre-show, Team Liquid, the only play-in team that finds themselves here in the upper bracket. Everybody else got a direct invite into the group stage. But also, Team Liquid is the final Western European team in the upper bracket. It's the first time that it's happened in 2023. Most of the time, it's been them completely rinsing the region. But now it's just Team Liquid left alone to carry the torch. Let's find out if they can keep things going and get the top 3 as we get into Game 2 of Talon Esports versus Team Liquid. Game 2, Talon Esports and Team Liquid. Talon Esports will be playing on the Dire side with the first pick, and Team Liquid will be occupying second pick with the Radiant. So we're going to be swapping sides, but we're also swapping pick order. One thing I like to see here is that the team chemistry seems to still be good for Talon. They probably understand what's been going on. And right now, I think this countdown is all about deciding, Fly, how quickly we're going to be banning out the Wisp.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Wisp ban this game. And a good thing you mentioned, actually, which is interesting to look at, as you look at their faces when you watch this, and they did actually look pretty okay. You can kind of get a feel of how a team is feeling when you look at them, especially on LAN. I remember playing on stage on big tournaments, for example, TI. You would just look at somebody and you kind of know what their mind state is at. And Talon looks pretty good, so I'm happy for them. And the start of the Darkseer, we'll see if the IOs gets banned this time.
Batrider gets removed by the side of Team Liquid. That's a hero that Talon have deployed across a variety of different roles. What else do we want to see banned here, Faith Beyond? If you're on the side of Talon, if you don't ban IO, right, is there any possibility of them picking the Wisp instead?
I don't think they played IO before in this tournament, so I think they maybe not try, like, in this series suddenly pick IO. I don't think so.
I think we've seen enough of teams like trying to deny pick Enigma or heroes of the like with IO where they don't play it, and it's very evident when we watch them in the game between like what their normal caliber of play is compared to on a hero they're slightly less comfortable on. So I think IO is a bit less potent on second pick because they have the immediate response pick. Like last game when they picked the Lesh, they get to protect it with 3 heroes in the ban section. But if Talon gets like a 4th overall pick Medusa or Terrorblade, like specifically Medusa as a hero they've picked the most this tournament for 23 Savage, then maybe you feel a bit more comfortable running it back against the IO with a completely different approach to how you wanted to win the game.
So this is interesting because they're actually taking time thinking about this, and I don't think any of the bans were surprising. It's just Bat, Snapfire, heroes that they love. So they're probably debating whether they want to pick this IO or, you know, like BSJ said, maybe they leave the IO and then they respond with the Terrorblade or Medusa. So they're still debating it, which is a little worrisome because I don't think they had a clear idea coming into this. But we'll see what they take
Why
here.
Clockwork, you think? Like, why would you ban? Is it like to protect a Timber? Or like
maybe they want response IO with AA.
Oh.
I'm not sure, because even if they plan to leave IO, it's not like you're going to take IO Clock. You're going to take IO Leshrac, right? Something like that.
Yeah, just...
So I'm not sure. Maybe it's like a throwaway ban for the second phase.
Yeah.
Okay. They're still relying on Storm Spirit for Makoto. It was his first defeat suffered at this tournament on the hero. Still his most successful overall, tied with his Snapfire. And the hero just in general has looked strong. And I don't think the Storm was the issue in Game 1. For the most part, Makoto did very, very well.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so you guys beat Liquid with Storm. I see that on the drafts here. But talk about like maybe how you feel like that worked. Like, because they're a pretty good Storm Spirit team, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mikoto, still, he played really well. And you know, like Snare said, I don't think it was about the Storm. It was about the supporting cast and the overall strategy. So I do like the idea of, okay, I'm not sure if I actually like this idea of giving them IO again, but this is a better situation to do that because you are going to get this Terrorblade or Duza if they want to go down that route, or you can actually go for the AA, which is, you know, kind of a more, it's a different approach, but it is a good response to IO Leshrac. So I would be surprised if Liquid just doesn't take Lesh here again. I think it's kind of free for them.
I mean, at the same time, though, Team Liquid are an incredibly versatile team, so they have other things in the bag. They don't necessarily have to pick it, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. So IO Lesh, yet again for Team Liquid, still continues to be undefeated. The strategy now has racked up in total 6 wins for the side of Team Liquid. It's looking very, very strong. For Talon, Faith Beyond, you were mentioning Ancient Apparition, there's Medusa, there's Terrorblades. So in your opinion, do you get the AA or do you get the Skadi buy right now?
AA. Give me AA.
Let's go.
Oh no.
That's the other one. Yeah. Terrorblade is, I'd say, a more reliable hero in lane. Medusa, oddly enough, I think the nerfs have racked up to the point where she's not unreliable in like the first 4 or 5 minutes, but we saw like from the previous series the clips of Insania just ganking him from behind when he's the Medusa, and Terrorblade's a lot less vulnerable to that sort of thing. He's much more independent at like level 4 or 5, and so allowing them to play around the mid lane a bit better with the Storm Spirit Lesh, similar dynamic to game 1, so I can see why they went for that Scotty buyer instead of the other.
I mean, it's still kind of crazy to me that they are still playing against IO, against a really good IO team. But like I said, I prefer this on first pick because they get this response. You saw last game, Liquid had really good bans. When they banned this TB, they banned the Medusa, and then they prepared for their, you know, Visage. Maybe they thought about Broodmother, who knows, with the Naga ban. So I think Liquid came really prepared, and now Talon has a better response because they're first pick. And now we'll see what they ban. They still go with this monkey ban just because of comfort, which is actually interesting because in theory this is not even a good monkey game because you have Storm and TB, who's a pretty decent carry matchup.
But I guess they're just afraid of how quickly Team Liquid tend to play whenever they have Mickey on this Monkey King, deny them that a massive amount of tempo. I think that's probably the name of the game, right, when playing against Team Liquid Faith Beyond. Try your best to slow them down as much as humanly possible.
And also I think you have to win team fights against Team Liquid. I think in last game, Liquid trying a different strategy that is very rush. But before Liquid actually, they very like focused on team fight. Like they like to pick Monkey King or Faceless Void for carry. So that's also a reason I think they still ban Monkey King.
I like the Legion ban. This is exactly what Liquid used against Gaimin when Gaimin had an 8th pick Terrorblade. So the Legion Sky was what they used as like a combo to burst this guy down. They also need a little bit of setup on the side of Liquid for the relocate, so it would have served multiple purposes. The question is, like, if you have the counter pick to Terrorblade in lane, you're likely thinking there's going to be something like an Undying, an Enchantress, some lane securer that's also going to roam on mid. What exactly can you pick here? Like, do you pick the 4 first? Do you pick the 3 first for Liquid? Because you're going to have 2 response picks to it.
I think Liquid might just pick something casual, like a Rubik, who's just a stable laner, and he's going to do fine no matter what.
Okay.
The other approach, like you said, you can take your position 3 right away. But no, they go with a Lion, which is a solid choice, honestly.
Oh. Okay. Lion, we've seen this being deployed very often against Spirit Heroes. You have the Insta-Hex, you have burst damage as well to help once you get the few stuns onto this Terrorblade. It's a hero that they also have not lost with 2 wins for Boxy at this tournament. You know, I feel like Lion always very good. Faith Beyond, you come from the region that has pioneered this Lion. How do you feel about it in this game?
It's definitely a counter pick for Storm, and also you can deal with Terrorblade's illusions. It's a very good pick.
Oh, they bust out the ET.
That's like the Undying substitute, I'd say, in the laning phase, right? But it's also better in team fights later, perhaps?
He's definitely you trade laning for team fight. But this looks like a pretty good Timbersaw pick, potentially, for Liquid.
Is there any space for Talon to take the Timbersaw themselves before that comes out?
I think typically you wouldn't pick Timbersaw into ILS. So actually they go with the Coddle for the Storm, so some sort of a combo together. enable the Storm. They have a lot of strong spells together when they get to hit them, right? Like the Storm jumps in with the ET Spirit, Coddle nukes. I think they have a pretty strong team fight again, which is kind of like a Talon standard. And then Liquid is probably going to try to punish them in the laning phase here. They go with the Timber.
Yeah. They kind of alley-ooped him into that one, right? Just because the ET aura reduction only works on base armor, and then you have a hero that's not going to get really bullied out by itself, frees up the Lion, so... Really nice pick by Liquid. I mean, I'm liking both drafts so far, but I would feel more comfortable with what Liquid's doing because they've just proven that this is like a winning formula for them, and nobody. It's kind of like what Gaimin was for every other tournament this year, where they had a formula and nobody had really beaten it yet. And I think the onus is on Talon to actually prove that they can take down like the polished strat that Liquid has been running.
Talon in this final phase now have to think about ways to deal with Mickey. His hero still remains to be picked from the side of Team Liquid. And they still need to try and figure out a hero for Jab, so that'll be the bans focused by the side of Team Liquid. As the off-lane getting the 9th pick here, Faith Beyond, if you were in the team of Talon Esports, what would you be calling for to bring this draft together?
I don't think about it yet. I'm thinking about what they should ban. They should ban Slark and Draw, maybe, I think.
That makes sense.
I think they will ban for whatever Jabs is asking for, because they will have to just pick his hero and give Mickey the counter pick anyways. I'm trying to think what he might like against Timber, but none of them look that good in the game. For example, he played this Doombringer, which is, you know, a decent answer for Timbersaw, but it's not particularly good against IO Lesh because they have so many heals. Right? It's a bit of a... There's a lot of hero disablers on Liquid in terms of what you want to pick off lane. So this is actually a pretty complicated spot to be in.
How about his Phoenix?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, I wouldn't hate Phoenix, but they also don't really have a necessarily, other than Stormags later, like a reliable way to keep them in the radius of the egg. What I will say is I know we've been trashing on Ursa all tournament, but I think Liquid has everything but Roshan and single target physical damage, and that's like all Ursa does for you. So I think with Ursa, he's traditionally struggled in the laning phase as a hero, and Coddle as a 4 is mainly all about like babysitting the lane for a bit, but then just stacking and playing for efficiency on his own side. So if they're going to pick something like the Doom, you know, usually the better options are Monkey King and Slark as safe lane carries to punish. When the melee offlaner's left alone, I think Ursa's, you know, the only one you got left.
No, BFJ, I already
yes.
told you.
With IO, you have sustained. I think they might actually pick it.
What is it about Ursa that you don't like so much, Faith Beyond?
They just lost lane every time, and they can buy Nullifier, just point to you.
Who buys Nullifier?
TP.
Ah, damn it. I've been thwarted.
I'll pass on the Ursa unless it looks way too juicy, and then they're probably going to lose. So that'll be, you know, the same thought process here. Calling this last pick is incredibly difficult, though. I actually do not know what he's going to pick, and that generally goes for Jabs anyways. Like, predicting this guy's picks are it's pretty hard. You know, he might just randomly pick a Meepo, and I have no idea why, right? So if anyone can call this, then hats off to you.
Mars? That'd be nice, right? Mars?
It's very stable.
It's good against the supports. Like, you can kind of force people to fight within your Metamorphosis. You also have the Fear you can purchase with the Ags on Terrorblade.
I mean, Mars ET is a bit of a classic combo as well, so could certainly see that.
Yeah, Faith Beyond's been emphasizing teamfight this whole time.
Yeah. Let's see.
Hey. Oh, there you go. If I had a hat.
And Ursa. No. I think this one was much more likely than my other prediction.
So lots of team fight now available for Talon. This is a way to keep heroes in position for the Terrorblade to hit them. Storm now is a bit of an easier game as well. And this is a way to actually jump the backlines, and if they ever find the IO, they can actually kill this little wisp. So now what? Mickey is going to have the 10th overall pick in this game. What carries this towards the very end here, Fly? If you're the captain of Team Liquid, if you're with Blitz right now, what are you calling for Mickey?
I'm thinking about Sven, which I know is not a good carry matchup against Terrorblade specifically, but it's very good against ET, because ET is sort of a carry disabler, right? Like, you don't really want to pick agi heroes against him. You can play it, but you're not going to want to. And they already have heroes that deal with Terrorblade. They have the Timbersaw, they have Lion, they have Leshrac. So I think something like a Sven would make a lot of sense for the lineup. It would make it easier for all their heroes to play.
They're really thinking about this. 45 seconds left of reserve time. At this tournament, he's played Sven, he played Luna last game. He has a DK in his inventory, he has a Muerta, he has a TA, he has a Razor still left in the pool as well, and of course a bevy of other heroes that he does play in the game.
I can also see the Razor, also very strong on lane, but
Wow,
Sven. Okay, nice calls, nice calls.
Alrighty.
Wow.
It's almost like we have
Not doing too
professionals
hot here, though. It is a Liquid staple. Like, it enables the rest of his team, and it also is a hero that, like, you can help in lane and then leave him to farm, similar to Luna last game. So it's like the same formula they used in game 1.
I mean, there's also a lot of additional armor versus the Terrorblade, which is always very nice. Faith Beyond, looking at these drafts, which team would you rather be a part of for game 2?
I think Liquid, they want to play like multi-core to win this game, but I still favor Talon's team fight. And also they have Storm Spirit. Is Mikoto very good hero. Last game he didn't die once, so I think Talon can win this.
Okay, Fly, in this situation, Team Liquid don't necessarily have the same explosive push potential that they had in game 1. Will that help Talon Esports in terms of being able to take the fights and delay things until later on in the game?
I mean, I think it's interesting to see because my brain is naturally going to be more inclined towards Liquid when I look at the heroes, right? Because that's just my mentality. I'm like, yeah, I want to play this tempo, want to play faster, push the advantage. And Faith Beyond is like coming from a different perspective. He's like, I like their team fight. I like how, you know, their spells are going to pan out together. So for me, I think Liquid, again, looks better.
All right, BSJ, forget who signs your checks for a moment and just think objectively about these drafts. Be a tiebreaker for us.
Oh, I've never biased, Jay. I would say that the Sven basically says they're not concerned about the Terrorblade, and that means that the Lion has a lot of weight on his shoulders on Boxy, but then you're dealing with a Storm and a Mars that will have easy times fighting you in the fights. And so I'm actually going to lean towards Talon for this draft slightly.
Slightly. Oh, okay. I like what I'm seeing right now from the side of Talon Esports. They have the tools that they need. We have 23 Savage on a proper hard carry. They have team fight around him, which is going to be very intriguing to watch. And crucially, like Faith Beyond mentioned, Makoto, yet again playing a Storm Spirit. He was not the issue. Put the team on his back in game 1. And they almost found themselves in a victorious position, only really falling apart because of some overwhelming speed and tempo coming in from Team Liquid. This time around, though, Team Liquid do not have as much cheese involved in their draft. So it's going to be intriguing to see exactly how they find themselves going in. To find out exactly what's going on, let's send it to Jenkins on the floor to get some opinions from our coach.
Hello, Big S. Good to see you. We've got some questions about the draft. You let Io Lesh through both games. This game, you didn't take the Silencer, you took the Terrorblade instead. Can you speak a little bit about that?
I think we just want to smash this Leshrac that's in the front with a big demon.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. And the ET in the draft, is that also a counter to the Io Lesh?
You know, I have no idea. I think at various times of the patch it is. Clearly just kind of gambling and see if it works. I think it's going to work out. It's a strong lane, it's a meta hero. Every time these big tournaments come around, ET comes into play, so let's see.
Okay. Thank you, Sunbi. And now, we're going to have casting from Kezu and Cinderin's co-commentator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that intro. I am Cinderin's co-commentator. Joining me is Kezu,
the main caster.
Talon versus Liquid, game number 2. Liquid taking game 1 in, I don't know, would you say that was convincing fashion or...
Somewhat.
It was within their window of what they wanted to do, and they executed pretty well.
Yeah.
And Talon they needed like 10 more minutes, it feels like. Nisha, yeah.
My friend.
23 Savage and Ollie
Don't do it.
Side of the tree.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Q's in the area. Oh, he feels he felt the tingling. I get that sometimes. You have to go to the doctor at times, but
you don't.
For them, they're young enough that they can just brush it off and just walk away. So as a result, we're going to see the bounties get traded.
Yeah.
So this time it is a 2 for 2.
It's going to be okay as Jams here. We do have the last pick Mars coming out for his team. So this time around it's a more solid and stable hero. But I think Liquid have a fairly similar draft as to the last game. So on Talon, this like 10-minute mark, it's very important they get to go together with their Storm, Kato, and ET, like Solar Bind into some combos to try and slow down the game, because Liquid, once again, their tempo and like their earlier mid-game team fighting is way superior compared to Talon's until they get items.
We are going to see the IO again. Linked up to Mickey on the Sven. A hero that we have not gotten to cast yet. A hero that has felt somewhat underwhelming after the old patch when Aghanim Scepter, the Superman Sven, was nerfed. I feel like ever since then, which feels like a millennia ago, which in Dota years probably is correct. Why is this hero good in this case? Is it because of the armor aspect coming out?
That's definitely
from the natural
one.
order.
Yeah, and Fly touched on it too, like the armor against the ET, I think against the TB as well, to like help out your Lesh. It's gonna counterbalance that matchup between the Lesh TB a little bit. And I think overall Sven is just a high tempo and high execution hero. You have Io, it's gonna go well as Q, taking a big beating here.
Yeah, he will live.
I think like Sven is just honestly a high execution hero. Like you need to go in with God Strength, you need to play all your timings. Hopefully you get a good initiation, 1 kill into more. So I think Sven just has a lot of execution issues. Good land.
Yeah, he has a lot of issues on top of that as well. But if anybody can make it work, it is Liquid.
Yeah.
This lane against the likes of a Mars, which is another hero that has kind of dropped off a bit. Feels like it's one of those, I mean, have to give credit to the panel. They did call the last 2 picks completely, as both heroes trying to deny this rune. But yeah, talk to me about Mars and how he fits in the meta. Because to me, as an idiot, of course.
Yes, idiot.
Idiot savant, as some would say, aka I would describe myself as. Mars feels like this offlaner that you pick when every other offlaner is banned. You know what I mean?
Kind of, but it just relies if your other cores just need them to be locked down and like tanky heroes that you want to keep in place, then Mars is really good. Like Mars TB have really good synergy because TB, he deals like just so much damage that he just needs them to be put in place. I think Mars does that. He can also buy a BKB in this game. So overall, I think it's just a very stable offlaner.
Okay. They have some good combo potential between the Mars and the ET, of course. And that was the biggest issue for Talon in the last game. Of course, they are playing Dire this time, but they gave up a lot of Roshans. And Elder Titan, maybe the best hero in the entire game to contest such a thing. As we're going to see the Impale onto 23 Savage, getting blocked by Zai as well. Blood Grenade comes out, Timber Chain to follow.
Fairy Fire.
He's going to have to use that Fairy Fire, but the Whirling Death is enough with the right click from Zai. And that is first blood for the universal Timber Saw.
Uh-oh, not the start that you're looking for here on Talon. You need 23 Savage to get off to a good game and kind of mimic what he got off to in the last game. Because I'll say it every time I think I cast this Liquid team. Their early game plus tempo, like they're just all these Liquid drafts and their gameplay, it just explodes in the mid game.
Yep, and looking at the CS for him, 13-3 versus the Sven on the side of Liquid. Mr. Mickey, 21-1.
Oh,
so
look at Boxy. This guy is so annoying. I swear, like, Makoto.
Impale is going to come eventually. Does he have the damage to finish him off? Another right click, but the Fairy Fire's there. Echo Stomp from Ollie, and they're going to actually turn this around onto Boxy. Gets off the 1 charge, but he will drop in the end. Good turnaround here from the side of Talon.
Well, Nisha still gets both the water runes, so sure, you get this kill on Makoto, but now you have to, 30 seconds later, still go back to the base. So I think, like during this time where Jarex coached Liquid, I think Boxy really transformed into like another player. He was already good before, but I feel like he's just this wild running dog. It just reminds me of Jarex. He's just so good around the map and super annoying to play against.
Jab's taking quite a beating here. Q's there to back him up. And I'm a big fan of the position for Caudles. It feels like they always get the farm.
Yeah.
The only downside is it's not exactly a hero that can gank that easily. Does have the move speed, but
yeah, Caudle is
and, you know,
he's more of the like you carry on to other people later. I like that he's going Earn, so like some Earn into Vessel in the mid game, and you're just gonna have to backpack on top of the Makoto Storm. Later you get your ult, you Solar Bind, you try to just get this one hero killed, but I think that's why Liquid love Lesh so much against Storm. Storm is this hero that needs to go in, you go on one guy and you hope to kill him, but Lesh just inherently incredibly tanky.
Yeah, it feels like these mana and HP batteries have been just super popular. Obviously the main culprit, the Pugna Butler.
Yep.
The slave, as some would call him, has been nerfed to the ground, so that leaves the likes of Io and Caudle left to kind of take his place. R.I.P. Pugna.
R.I.P. to the Butler. As with Liquid's draft and how the lanes are going right now, right? Boxy is just completely freed up to do whatever he wants to do. As you just have Zai offlane, he has a Vanguard, but Talon, on the other hand, once again, you have Ollie, who's ready to make his way down bottom, because he doesn't do shit top. So, just try to do something down here. Let's make it on the Sven.
He shows up. We can see that Liquid are going to be fine for the time being. And Zai is a hero you can definitely leave alone at this stage. Has 3 points in the Timber Chain, so despite the reactive armor being nerfed, still opting for the 1 level right now.
I see a lot of incoming pressure here on Talon. Your mid lane is getting pushed by 3 heroes and a potential siege creep here. Zai as well on top with the Vanguard, siege creep, and soon to be level 6. You're going to have more pressure coming out there as well, so answering all these moves is just not possible for you at this point.
Nice job from Nisha. Pulling the tower aggro for a bit so that his siege will survive, but a fortification there from Talon to try to counteract it a bit.
I want to go on Mickey here.
Mickey. Triple teamed. Echo Stomp is there. Jabs is going to get a nice spear.
Oh.
It's on a little bit too far. Actually hits the crystals. Then he teleports to the tree. This game is still in beta as Ollie getting pursued now as Insania shows up with the link up onto Mickey.
Zai is TPing here.
Indeed. Oh, they find a
Savage.
terror play. He's going to get hexed. 23 Savage trying to run away despite being in the meta form. He's all alone and dies for a second time this game. Completely isolated as Zai trying to focus down Jabs
Chakram.
now. The Chakram is there. He's level 6 versus Jabs is level 4. Just such a big difference in the laning stage. Again, coming from Liquid. And they're going to give the kill to Mickey. That's a double kill for a Sven. Man, oh man, even Insania gets out. Talon get nothing for this.
This is just the highest level of Dota gameplay. Like, you pressure them, they're forced to go somewhere else to try and do stuff here. Sneasha gonna try and steal some stacks from Makoto. Will be successful, but look at Zai. He already makes his way back up top with 23 Savages, and they still have the siege creep here.
Oh boy. And 23 Savage having a rough start to the game. And even Jabs on the Mars. You can see his net worth has struggled quite a bit.
I mean, they just make it look so easy. Like, Mickey stays here on his own. He's in a position where they're baited to go on him without him dying. So his team just reinforces because they have complete freedom. And now after the play, they just go back to their lanes and continue to do the same thing.
Yeah, big turnaround from Liquid. And you can see the frustration on 23 Savage's face. Because 2 deaths on a Terrorblade at the 8-minute mark, not exact. I mean, the fact that he's having to go for the Midas, that is not the greatest of signs.
It just speaks for it. This is gonna, you know, we could take a similar turn as in game 1, where Liquid just get to speed up the game with currently some just really nice map rotations. And yeah, you got a feel for 23. Even his skill build, 1-1-3. It's not how you want to be jungling right now. You need more levels in these images.
Yeah, that's true.
We've got the recovery Midas on the deck in a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be more than a couple minutes.
We have the glove soon.
Yeah, that's a rough one. And Zai, look at how much damage he does. 23 Savage, does he go? He does actually pick up Sunder.
If
a lot of
Boxy
times you hold on to this. Yeah, I can see they can turn this around. Boxy looking for the opening. The Impale is there. 23 Savage needs to get the Sunder off, and he does. Onto Boxy with the reflection to follow.
Okay.
That kill goes the way of Talon in the end. But you can see more are on the way. Reinforcements from Liquid. As Zai can just perpetually tank up this tower, it seems. Ollie shadowing the 23 Savage TB a bit. But Nisha and Insania showing up in the tree line, getting off the Pulse Nova. Nisha is getting a bit low, so have to be careful. The Chakram coming out, doing a good amount of damage, but now Zai completely out of mana. The Echo Stomp completely whiffs in the meantime. And if Liquid can just get out, this is actually pretty good for them because they forced a bunch of members of Talon to rotate.
I mean, they're just going to walk it off because Jabs isn't even level 6 yet. His counterpart in Mickey is level 8 on the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is a pretty large discrepancy to say the least.
Okay, where are we at with the Caudal levels? I think they need this level 6 on the Caudal. Connect him with the Storm, try to get like 1 or 2 kills, get closer to this vessel to like really get themselves back in this game. Arena is up now, so Talon are still very strong if they do get to combine their spells.
10-minute power rune. Talon hoping to Gaben that it is top, and it is.
That's a good Gaben rune right there. The Arcane for the Storm. Couldn't ask for a better one.
Very happy with Talon. He likes seeing Terrorblades die early, so he will reward them with an Arcane
Of course,
rune.
the Midas as well.
Mickey on the high ground.
There's
Doesn't
a
have
reload.
God's strength, but yeah, the relocate's coming. Stormhammer connects.
Good arena.
There's the arena from Jabs. Trying to get it open. A split Earth is there, and they can't get any further.
Nice try, nerds.
They don't have the access code to those doors as Jabs. He's still running away, but Nisha and Insania will opt to go back to where they came from here.
This is definitely one of the small problems when you do play Mars against IO lineups. Unless your team has a lot of damage. Like when you arena them later, I don't think Talon are gonna be equipped to get those kills as Mikoto. They wanna go for the smoke onto Zai.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this would be a pretty good kill. Second in net worth in the game. Zai, well, forcing Mikoto to use quite a bit of mana, but they should be able to get this, I would think.
Yeah.
I hope for Talon that they can, because this would have been a complete disaster. So they do get that. But in the meantime, Liquid able to damage this mid tower a bit. There's no siege though. And Nisha not having any levels in Diabolic Edict, so not exactly the biggest threat to towers yet.
It's just a very big move for Talon. They kind of need to do that to push back, get these kills with the Solar Bind is at least the combo that they're playing for. But Mickey just having a completely uncontested game. That's a Mask of Madness Echo Saber minute 12.
Yeah.
And this is not just a Sven, this is Io Sven later in the game.
And what kind of build does he go after the fact?
You might
I mean,
just
BKB,
split that
at some
into,
point.
yeah, I feel like you might just split that into a BKB Blink.
Okay.
Because it's going to be mainly on him and Boxy to initiate the fight. Sure, you do have Zai and Nisha who can front, but they can't really start a fight. So try to help Boxy out, get a Blink later yourself, as there's a lot of Ancient stacking going on as well for Liquid. Mickey over at mid.
Yeah, showing himself, just securing this illusion rune.
Just look at his posture. Like, I love that. He just puts himself in front of the rune, completely nullifies it, allows Nisha to have it. Gonna finish up his Yules. And yeah, he's just gonna go Blink straight after the Echo. I like it. Speed up the game. Talon are behind. They don't deserve anything.
23 Savage. He's got his Dragon Lance now, so... And he finally has the level 4 in the Conjure image. So his jungling will be catapulted. Oh yeah, he didn't go Midas after all.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of down for him not to go Midas. Just get this HP, make it harder for them to kill you, get this Dragon Lance going up. I mean, 23 Savage, probably one of the best carries with just recovering, getting all the gold on the map to eventually play for a timing. So honestly, with the start he's had, he's doing a good recovery right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We'll see what the next power spike for Liquid is if they want to get very aggressive. Like you said, maybe it is that Blink Dagger onto the Sven. As,
oh, I hear God Strength.
I do too. Ollie in the pit.
Free kill.
Found by Mickey. As Mikoto, through the gate he goes, puts down a remnant.
They're going through the gate too, though.
And Mickey looking for more connections here. Mikoto has plenty of mana to work with, so Mickey will just get some farm out of it in the end.
I would say nowadays, Tier 1 teams care more about holding every single tower that they can. I see this a lot from Liquid, I see it a lot from BBT. Whenever they can hold their safe lane tower, they just force heroes there. People are just getting so good at using the right amount of heroes in the right places, while during all of this, they just freely take the mid tower.
And just like that, it's a 5K lead for Liquid at 14 minutes, effectively. One of the better teams to be able to expand their leads after winning a laning stage. But, I mean, Talon are really good at comebacks. Yeah. I will say that. So this is not like it's unfamiliar territory for them.
Oh, they see Nisha and they have Blink Arena. He is kind of alone.
Shot. Haste is picked up.
Aggressive
but
Yules.
There's the arena into the spear.
Relocate.
Relocate is coming. Big Echo Stomp is there just in time. Nisha getting some help from Mickey. The pump the construct. Mikoto getting super low. He dies first. It's a trade of the mids. And it looks like Ollie will likely be next. Another casual right click is there from Mickey. Jab's trying to save his teammate, gets a spear, but they don't have the damage to take out this big bad Sven unless 23 Savage shows up. But he's going to take some damage from Mickey. Mickey is not scared at all. Impale from the high ground from Boxy. Big finger of death on the 23 Savage, but he's going to live through the day as Mickey's the one that's bursted. And now Boxy and the rest of Liquid on the run. 23 Savage looking for an opening onto Boxy. He'll find it pretty easily. And he shows up and gets catapulted in his net worth now. You can see he is third all of a sudden. So Talon with a great response to this aggression from Liquid on the rune.
Hey, what a nice play there by Talon, as it's not over yet.
Zai is stuck on the cliff though. Has no trees. Okay, Nisha is there. Split Earth connects. And they finally will take down the big bag Terrorblade.
Okay, so they do get 23 at the back of all of it. I would say Talon is still fairly happy with what happened there. Just striking back with all these good plays. And this is what good teams are going to do. Even if they're behind, you cannot be caught slipping.
Wishblade almost online for Mikoto. Mickey about 150 away from Blink.
Level 12 plus Blink. So they're going to be, they have a lot of heroes that can just get in there. You have this Timber with more than 2k HP. Mickey on his next God Strength with this Blink completed too. Ooh, this is a hard train for Talon to answer.
I'm a little surprised to use God Strength there. It means they don't want to be fighting, even though they know the meta is down once the respawn comes from 23 Savage, but very back and forth fight. And at first I thought Talon were going to get away scot-free after they've lost Makoto, but 23 Savage did end up getting chased down, which...
I mean, they did probably overstep a little bit. That's a really nice chakram by Zai. Gets it through him and also beyond. But here, this spear missing, very crucial. Then 23 does just drop. And honestly, some beautiful stomps in this entire engagement from Ollie. Most importantly, on that relocate, as they're baiting Boxy right now.
Yeah, they scanned it out, so they have an idea this is going to happen.
Nice read.
With a big Storm Hammer, but the Earth Splitter into the Mars Arena.
Oh,
Echo Stomp after the fact. They're going to find Makoto, who just gets stuck on the wrong side. So despite the aggression from Talon, Liquid able to defend successfully. It's a 1-for-1 mid for support.
What a nice read by Liquid. Like, they know that Boxy can't play here alone, but you just use this one body to bait, and suddenly becomes another area where you do get a play out of it. Really nice read.
I feel like the Echo Stomp came after all the spells. It was a little awkward.
Yeah, I think the splitter was thrown at the start to follow on the zip, and then the stomp. Maybe he kept it because he knows the reload might be coming. So that's actually some really heads-up play from him.
23 Savage in the meta form. Gonna get some help via Makoto onto Zai, who's basically out of mana, but Mickey on the other side of the tree line gets the Blink Storm Hammer. Do they have... No,
Good
they
spear.
don't have the CC, but yeah, the spear is there. The CC is on the side of Talon instead. So Boxy takes a tumble, and now Mickey all alone. Zai can only look on, but Nisha's on the way. They're going to lose their Sven, though, right off the bat. And Liquid now forced the high tail away. Oh, those Zai!
He got him!
Deletes Makoto. This man has some balls. He dies shortly after, but you got to respect it. 3-for-1 in favor of Talon in the end.
This ward, by the way, in the lane, absolutely illegal. This Talon, they saw everything for this entire fight. Jabs comes in behind, gets on a really clean spear on Boxy, and Liquid just not fully ready. Didn't have to relocate to bring Nisha in there, and 23 Savage, he just is all the way back in the game now. You know, Jabs just comes behind, swings in a nice little spear, and now the fight just keeps going. Like, Insania and Nisha are trying to connect, but this top network Sven doesn't get to do shit in this fight.
Yeah.
But here comes Big Ball Man, he's coming soon. Oh, hold.
Zai.
Hold. Patience. Into... Ka-chow!
Oh! Delicious treat for Makoto.
Honestly, he nearly got 23 Savage as well there. It's like mad off 100 damage. The Jabs, suddenly he's close to a BKB.
Yeah, his farm has definitely been on the up and up. I mean, the one hero from Talon that's been dying in seemingly most of these engagements is Makoto, and you can see that reflected in his net worth. Bottom of the cores at this current point in time. And Nisha, I mean, his farm is also not crazy good. It's okay, but he will be finishing Bloodstone in the near future.
And I mean, TB is a very, very scary hero against Lesh. Probably like worst 3 matchups for Lesh overall. Of course, he has Io and Sven that, you know, they will buff him up a little bit and help. But for Liquid, you're going to have to wait for Mickey's BKB, which he will have somewhat soon. And I think, once again, there's going to be a Roche on the menu that you want to give your team here.
Yeah, it's all about these BKB timings, it seems like, for both sides.
He's not splitting the Echo, though, so honestly, Liquid might have to wait for like 1.5 to 2 minutes here for Mickey to be truly online.
You're right. I would say that's a bit unusual, but maybe he farms so fast that it probably doesn't even matter that much.
Probably spent his gold during the last death, maybe, to then buy the blade. Not lose out on too much gold.
Yeah.
But 23 Savage, Skadi timing TB.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good one. Let him cook.
After that horrific start for him, he has really come back in this game. The fact that he is just behind the Sven, I think Talon are thrilled.
I mean, some of these carry players, they just know exactly how to get back in the game. And I think 23 Savage, Yotoro, Mickey, like whoever you want to mention, even with a bad start, if you give them some space and 1 or 2 good fights, like this guy doesn't care anymore about what happened in the lane. He's top net worth anyway.
Yeah. Zai looking for the plate mail, so we'll be going for the Lotus after disassembling the Arcane Boots.
And the Vanguard, if he actually wishes. Can use the ring for that too. As Liquid 3-man smoke. Gonna just make some space and allow Mickey to continue to farm until this play is over.
The BKB from Jabs. I mean, at this stage for a hero like Mars, what kind of itemization are you going to want to go for? Because we see some players like, you know, Amar from back in the day go for more right-clicky.
Probably.
Do you go for like Refresher?
I think just Refresher, because if you can like use your first arena to bait their BKBs and then towards the BKB times running out, you drop another one. Because all he has to do is allow his TB to hit and his supports to cast spells. So I don't think you need to deal damage. I could be wrong, but that's just my read.
Well, we are 21 minutes in. Nobody has realized that Tormentors are in the game yet.
Yep, they'll coming soon.
We'll get there.
You literally need a team wipe next to the Tormentor like last game.
I feel like these shards really add up. Nisha has that shield rune.
Yeah, I want to see the ET shard where he then just stomps into all of Liquid and dies.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, if they had a more physical damage lineup, like a minus armor thing, that's when that shard actually becomes pretty crazy good. But yeah, this game kind of...
So Talon want to be the ones to force the Roche here. Liquid need to contest this play. I think there's no way you just freely give Dire this Roche. But for now, they're just going to be up. They should sniff it out soon, because there's no one showing on the map from Liquid's perspective here.
Yeah. Well, they get the tier 2, but Roche already at half HP, so likely not going to be contested now.
Interesting.
So Talon doing what they needed from last game, which is get an Aegis on their side.
Okay.
Interesting.
Very nice
they gave
for
it
Talon.
to 23 Savage when there's a storm on your team. That is really interesting.
Oh, so they feel like he could have maybe just get bursted, and so I'm going to play the fight easier as... Well, even though they did take the Roche, they're going to lose map control, since they did have to use meta. So Liquid going to try to make the best out of it. Perhaps 2 tier 2 towers. Of course, they do have Kato, so they're going to lower the cooldown of meta at the end of it all.
Yeah, we'll see how this Aegis choice works out for them, because Terrorblade can be kind of a double-edged sword. If you're using that meta, you die. Like, coming back, it's not going to change anything. Whereas Storm... Well, we've seen it a million times before. I mean, maybe it's the fact that Makoto just is so under farm, but at the same time, the Aegis could provide you the space to get more farm with having that second life at your disposal.
I mean, perhaps they just feel like they need to maybe help 23 stay alive throughout his first meta or something. Not fully sure, but either way, they will be very happy with the Aegis, as we do have a pause, which is about to end. And Jams is queuing up the Deso, so they do have the read that they need more damage. Maybe just through all these heals and the Warcry, just get that Deso in there.
Yeah.
So, honestly, I don't mind it.
Yep, not too bad of a choice. SNY online for 23.
I also like what 23 is queuing up next here. I think in these important games and LAN games especially, you just gotta chat it up. Like, you go for the damage next. You're hitting this 3k HP mark with the SNY. I don't think it's too easy for Liquid to burst you. So at this point, make sure that if they ignore you, they pay the price.
Ooh, and Zai is going for boom boom time. Aghanim Scepter halfway there.
Love to see it. It's a very good boom game. You play against TV. You have Mars who's going to go for some Desolator. So just ramping up all the stacks. He's going to be happy with that.
Now, did he go the talent in preparation for this? He did not. The 15 talent. I feel like, is it not that good? 6 extra?
It's not bad, but honestly, Spell on Timber is broken as Boxy.
Yep,
does get stolen
Savage. Well,
Easy
Boxy
spear.
gets speared and deleted. And Makoto and the rest of Talon.
They also see a DD rune down bottom.
Yeah, they see that DD rune, and they can take most of this tower in the meantime. That's going to be a free tier 2.
A new glyph, so maybe you can force through that. Of course, Coddle TB, you just get so many illusions, your map play is incredible. So he's just whacking away at the tower.
And Liquid are going to have to do something.
That's
First fortification is there. I mean, this is not typically the time that you actually commit to going for these buildings, but 23 Savage is going to get a couple more hits as now his meta running out.
Definitely like this play from Talon, as now you just stick your TB with the Coddle together, keep getting the Chakra, and you're going to be good.
2k lead here for Liquid. We'll see how much more Talon can get out of the map with the Aegis. BKB getting very close for Nisha. And what kind of a timing is that going to be when coupled with Mickey? So he has his harpoon right now. As Arena comes out onto Nisha,
He's
who's
all
alone. Makoto with a very long zip. A little too long, some would say. Zinsania now linking up with Sven, coming back into this fight. Nisha's actually going to live as a result of this, although 23 Savage is continuing to chase. Looks like Ollie's the first to die, Q shortly after, so Liquid somehow able to get back into this fight and get a favorable result. They will lose Lion, but still, that was almost a complete disaster for Liquid, but able to get there very quickly thanks to Insania.
Nisha just very tanky, does get the reload off, but overall, you know, Talon having a 2-for-1 trade, God Strength is used and BKB while your meta is down, so while all of this is going to be done, meta will be back up here for them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
23 Savage, no big surprise, the BKB is going to be next. Trying to get a little bit more value out of this minute left of the Aegis, see if they can get some more buildings. The tier 1 at the very least will go their way.
Nisha did get to dodge the Earth Splitter there with the Yules as well, and just this War Cry on Insania, just allowing him to stay alive too, and here in the back, he just whacks away at these two.
And that was the first finger charge for Boxy.
Not a Kaka Lion.
Yeah, definitely not.
That guy just fingers off CD. This here may have been Boxy's real first or second opportunity to get that.
Looks like Boots of Traveler. What's up next for Nisha? Zai
does have the Axe completed, so it will be flying out to him. If you're Liquid, when this Aegis runs out, I do think if they all in the TB, if they want to, I think he dies.
Oh,
good
nice
BKB.
BKB. Gets the spear off as well. And now the zipping from Makoto is going to force out the BKB of Mickey. Getting slowed to a crawl, but Nisha is here with Insania from the right side. But you see Makoto getting controlled and brought down to start the fight again. Trying to outpace this Aegis as Nisha is just barely going to die the last right click, but the boom time is coming. Thunder for 23 Savage, but the instant hex from Boxy is there. Very nicely done. Buyback now into Insania to try to get back into this fight. It's a long-ass mana drain. It's a 3 for 2 technically. And Q gonna TP out in the Glimmer.
The Aegis just expiring and a clutch hex from Boxy there towards the end of it. Making sure 23 does not get off his Thunder with a nice buyback from Insania, but you see when 23 gets to hit, these people are dying out here, but Mickey and Zai are scaling really well in this game right now. So we see a lot of stuff coming out. This Jams is even bulwarking around to try and help 23.
They've been really on top of Makoto. He has died at the beginning of, it feels like every single fight, so just everything in his game is suffering as a result.
He needs a BKB. Like, there's so much random stuff, whether it's just a Yule into Split Earth or a Hex or something. Look at Boxy here right before the Sunder comes out. Into a 2-man Impale. Beautiful.
I'm not sure if he had time, but correct me if I'm wrong here. With the BKB changes, you can Sunder through BKB. It just won't affect the enemy, right?
Correct.
But there was also a Lotus on top, so I don't know how that, how that would affect it.
And basically nothing happens. That's all right.
Wouldn't you both just stay at the same HP in that case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going for a quick smoke. I mean, God Strength is back up. Of course, you have the cooldown talent and level 20 as well. Warcry, even more armor being pumped out into this team as Jabs.
He's going to be fine.
He's got the Nullifier on Mars. I do like that to just cut through this Warcry armor, but if you're Mickey here, I think a shard for you would be incredibly strong. At least once you do see the Nullifier, because then, of course, it will be undispellable. And I think Nisha needs this to stay alive. You need these couple bonus seconds in the fight.
Impale's going to find Ollie, but he has that haste to get away. And yeah, Zai is looking very scary, I have to say. That Aghanim Scepter, along with the Lotus S and K, making him a very difficult target to go on. And that's the beauty of this build. Super tanky.
Yeah.
You can't ignore him either, though, because
that's
of
the problem,
boom.
Yeah. Like these heroes that you ignore them for like 10-15 minutes, but eventually they just get incredibly strong. He's got the axe completed. When this hero hits 25 as well with the second shotgun, which of course we're still a little bit away from it, but cannot underestimate the scaling. It's Talon. 5-man smoke. Aggressive ward. It is daytime.
Yeah, Makoto with the zip. Nisha still coupled up with Insania. They're going to set this up, but the Split Earth not going to hit this time. Makoto going to have to back away, it seems. So failed smoke from Talon.
Makoto does have the BKB now, so it will help him in the fight, but I think Liquid are going to be so tanky in these fights that they can stand their ground and fight back, and that's not what you want to have happen with this Talon draft.
Now a smoke from Liquid, as we have a Silver Edge onto Mickey. Okay.
Wants to help his initiation. I do like that as Boxy. Just chatting it up for now.
Yeah, I think they're going to spawn him. He gets the initiation
Oh,
on the
great stun.
Failed to follow. ET is dead right off the bat. 23 Savage getting pursued by Mickey, who's still BKB'd, trying to finish off the Terrorblade from afar, but he's going to force out the BKB instead and walk away. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Liquid so far, but the Sunder onto Mickey is enough to take out the Sven. Zai trying to slow him down. The Boom is about to hit 23 Savage, but brings him down to half HP. Meanwhile, Nisha getting controlled. Looks like Q and Makoto are able to get out. Was looking in favor of Liquid, but then Mickey gets sundered and it turns around the fight for Talon.
What a great play from 23 and clutch timing on this BKB flying out. Being able to just BKB, turn your ground and just follow Mickey into the Sunder, Spirit versus Solar Bind, and they just kind of get to turn it around. And luckily for them, you've got the Coddle TB. Lower this meta cooldown right now. Gonna have to keep playing for it. What a beautiful initiation.
A disgusting impale. But the Arena preventing the rest of his team to get close to Mickey to try and finish off 23 Savage.
Mickey probably regretting this chase here. Maybe after 1-2 clicks, you just go back to your team, but 23 just gets his ass in there. Sunder into the turnaround.
Yep, well played from 23 Savage. Could have tilted at the beginning of the game.
But didn't.
But did not. I mean, that's something I think that Boom Boom team can learn from. They definitely have the propensity to tilt off the face of the earth, but they've looked a lot better this tournament.
That's true. Giving them some drive-by while they're not even playing.
I mean, that's what makes them fun to watch, though, to be fair.
That is true.
I really enjoy watching and casting them.
Roche is up, and this has got to be on the mind and all the comms around the game right now for both teams. I would assume that we're close to having meta back up on the menu as well here for 23. So buybacks, vision, smoking up. It's going to be very crucial here about who gets the initiation.
Yeah, Roche is going to be scouted. Nisha, they will need Sven. Mr. Mickey has arrived.
Look at Boxy's positioning. This is dirty. If Talon smoke up, he got himself off a good ward and observer.
Ooh, Nisha's courier killed.
That's a Shiva.
That's the Shivas.
It's a big one.
Okay, never mind. He doesn't have the other component. Mystic
Not a
Staff
Shivas.
Still available.
Stupid casters.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, observers. That's why they're here, to make us look stupid. And we have a Roche off for Roche number 2. And the Daedalus is pretty close for 23 Savage. You can just find a little bit more farm on the outskirts of the map. This could, actually, it is coming, I believe.
I mean, they would love to wait for that.
The recipe.
Yeah, it is coming. I mean, TP is a very good hero at these like kind of AFK standoff moments, right? You still have the illusions. You can push in some waves, get more gold, get towards your next timing, and
it provides you vision for the pit as well.
Yeah.
And it's a minute 30 till nighttime. So Roche will relocate. Let's see how long this Roche off is.
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, ET very good at this as Talon. They're slowly gaining momentum and positioning here on the map, right? Take over the Lotus Pool. Now they force Liquid away as they loot. Like, all 3 waves are pushing in for Talon.
Yeah, but you do have the IO to relocate. So being able to push out these lanes for Liquid will certainly help, as now a smoke comes from Talon. Looks like they want to take a fight.
Boxy making a lot of drawings on the map here. I think he wants his team to come to him so they can smoke up, as now, in order for them to retake the area, they need to smoke themselves. But it looks like Talon are going to have themselves a very good position here.
Yeah, they're actually coming in right behind them, although they turn around and just go into the pit. So they're going to start off Roche. This is Aegis and Cheese, and Liquid very far now. This is a full wraparound, and I think they lose Roche as a result.
It's a nice wrap, but it could be too slow.
Now by the Lotus Pool is Q on the side with the trees. He's going to be the one to pop the smoke as Jack comes with the BKB and the Arena. And it looks like the Aegis will be claimed by Talon and 23 Savage. He pops his BKB a little bit prematurely as Boxy is going to be the first to fall. And
Makoto's out of mana.
With that Bloodstone, Makoto bursted down by Mickey. Does have the buyback. Let's see if the rest of Talon want to fight or disengage. That's going to be the buyback from Makoto, though. Insania, he's going to get dropped, so no IO in this fight with any way to buy back as well. Mickey.
Goes to the stomp.
Right click from afar, Boxy in the trees. Jad is completely surrounded and brought down, but Makoto trying to finish off the Sven. He does so, and Zai looks to be next on the list for Talon. He's going to Timber Chain TP, and no way to cancel it.
Ooh. That's 23 Savage. I don't know how much. Let's have a look at the fight recap. 10k damage from TP here. Not even close. Only 6k. Probably the boom boom and the Warcry just coming in clutch, but Talon get the Roche, kind of win the fight. Of course, they did have to expand 2 buybacks here, but buyback from Q also definitely helping 23 here for some of the next fights. Liquid, they want to fight. They have 2 buybacks available.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no God Strength quite yet, though, as Zai going really deep in. 23 Savage to get the Sunder off, but Boom Boom time is coming for Mr. 23 Savage. Nisha is there with the Bloodstone as Q, and Makoto can only look on. Nice force staff to dodge the Boom Boom, but you can't outrun Zai. That is the Aegis down.
They have a cheese. Maybe they need to pass it over.
And Makoto, he's basically out of mana. He just has to walk back. They're going to get the Glimmer off, but there's the Yules. Q, all they can do is look on again as 23 Savage completely surrounded. No Sunder in sight. He's going to pop his BKB. Try to TP out. Can he do it? No! The physical damage is just enough from the side of Liquid. Makoto able to get out of dodge, and now Q and Ollie on the run. One gets away, and Ollie, nobody's going to go in the pit, surely. He'll be able to get out as well.
As what can Liquid get out of this? They did use 2 buybacks, some very high-tier defense here to also punish 23.
They can get the Tormentor. That's what
that will definitely be #1 on their list, as Zai getting pumped in a lot of XP from these fights. It was just a few minutes ago, he was level 20.
He's huge.
Creep wave is coming.
Still with the God Strength, as it just runs out. There's the fortification from Talon. And we can see that there is no buyback from 23 Savage.
I mean, they've got pretty good deep push if they get close.
If they can somehow kill Makoto again, I mean, that's a dieback, effectively.
It's Nisha.
That's a tower down as Liquid showing no signs of stopping.
That's just a Rax. I mean, Timbersaw hitting for 300 nowadays.
The wave needs to get reconnected, though. Backdoor protection kicks in at the same time as fortification. I think you're right. I think they have to give up the melee.
Looks like it.
Terrorblade up in 10 seconds. Can Liquid get out cleanly, though? Zai, well, that's not clean. He didn't hit a tree on the way out. He's stuck inside this arena. Boom Boom is nullified, though, so not as tanky as he could be. As Insania connects, he has to relocate, still there. Earth Splitter comes out. Insania's going to relocate basically in place. Gets off the link onto Nisha, but he dies.
That's a dieback.
And now Nisha has to get the hell out, and Liquid, in turn, will have to do so as well. Nisha will barely TP out. They didn't have any stuns there, as the Echo Stomp does find Zai. So they get a very valuable kill in this defense, but they do lose that melee Rax.
Damn, very like ping-pong events here. You go bottom, they punish you. You go to the high ground now, but sure, you did get the Rax, but you lose Aiden off of a buyback here on the Insania, and also 80 seconds on the Timber. Talon can definitely strike back on this map control now.
And Liquid taking advantage of the no buybacks, and
as here we see the NA chain.
Yeah.
All the trees have been cut.
If he had hit that. Maybe they still could have caught up, though. Oh, Tormentor being taken out.
That's Mickey. Why buy the shard if you can get it for free?
Oh, yeah.
Well played.
Who has shard right now that he'd be able to get that? Is Talon. Starting to go high ground. They're going to get that fortification out of Liquid. Insania up in 13 seconds. Can Talon get the trade onto this melee Rax?
No meta. At least for 30.
Yeah, they have good clear, though, from the Liquid side. Especially with that shard on the Lion. I believe he had to purchase that, but very good against the Terrorblade illusions. Second fortification comes out. Mickey,
he's looking
on the sideline. They still have the buyback onto the Timber side. There is the Mars Arena. They're actually going to miss the spear, though. And they use the nullifier, but Nisha kind of just shrugs it off, and they're going to be able to maintain this buyback onto Zai, and they actually defend. Harpoon from Mickey. Looks like Talon, it's a full disengage. They don't get what they came for. And biggest thing for Liquid is they're able to maintain the buyback for Zai.
Yeah, Liquid get to hold. Nice defense by them. Just good positioning. Nisha very clutch on the Yules there. Just instantly putting herself up in the air against the spear. Looks like they're getting 2 hexes here. Both Zai and Nisha getting closer to theirs, as Jab's getting closer to his own refresher. So some very big timings coming out in this game.
Is there any... I'm thinking from Zai's perspective, he's going to get nullified every fight. with that reactive armor, but you are getting
You still get all the stacks, which honestly is like the main point in this game. Like
so I was figuring maybe he would go Lincolns or BKB or something like that.
No, like I think I like the more aggressive approach. Like when he uses reactive armor, he basically turns unkillable. So I think don't go any more defensive items. Get this aggressive stuff. As there's a DD on the deck.
Oh boy.
I think both teams see it. Oh, DD's fan bros. It is time to back off for like 30 seconds. Take a breather. Talk about the next
fight.
fight.
Out as well. I think they clipped somebody. And another 2 minutes away from knowing when Roche will spawn. And the third Roche, of course, more important than the second. And the second more important than the first.
And then the fifth.
This is what we're used to. Dire bounty advantage. All is right in the world, apparently.
Of course. As double hex is completed on Liquid.
That's pretty dirty.
Zai with the double chakram. Honestly, if he gets on the backline on a Kato or something, of course he doesn't have a blink, so it's not the easiest, but there's a lot of burst damage. I think even 23, if they find him, there's not that many saves. They can full commit. The damage output on Liquid is really high, but that is a great neutral item for him.
I was talking about the refresher, but sure.
Or the smoke. Refresher is big too.
Yeah,
I mean,
Mars
this
refresher, pretty juicy.
Oh, mid on mid smoke.
Both are going to pop here shortly. There's the zip in, the Mars Arena #1 from Jab. So they're going to try to focus on the other side. As Boxy's really deep. He gets taken out first.
Behind the back.
Yep, that's the double chakra with the boom boom time coming for Ollie. Gets destroyed, but there's a nullifier to take it off shortly after. It's a buyback onto the Elder Titan. They don't have the same for Boxy though, Liquid side. And Nisha, a little bit of a late BKB, getting the splitter off onto Terrorblade, but Nisha gets controlled and brought down. That's a huge kill for Talon. And now Liquid on the run, but they're going to get kept in place thanks to Jabs and company, but Insania able to get able to get Mickey out of dodge. Zai will not be so lucky in all likelihood. Very tanky, but will be taken out in the end. So good fight from Talon.
Nope, and Insania.
They get effectively 4
for
there's no
1.
buybacks for the Liquid side.
Just one quick buyback from Ollie. As look, the initiation from Liquid. I think one blink out from the Mars Arena. The other guy goes in as Zai dealt the most damage in this fight, but once again 23. He just gets to stand his ground. Daedalus, all the chakrams, the 20 illusions in this fight just going to town.
And 23 Savage has a butterfly now. As you can see, actually a courier from Nisha is going to go pick up their gems. So they actually do keep their gems somehow. Talon too busy going for these buildings, of course. Understandably so. This is going to be a set of racks. And I mean, the problem is there's still tier 2s in the top and bottom. So it's either you poke at the tier 4s.
I'm going to go top next.
There is a wave up there.
Oh, Jabs. JK. For some reason, I thought he's on Radiant team and going to kill the wave or something.
Very good.
Yes. As this butterfly, also big timing for 23. Like you get this butterfly like 40 minutes just right before there's any MKBs on Radiant.
They want this Wisdom run 23 Savage.
Ooh, more than half a level.
Not too bad.
Still 20 seconds on Zai here, but looks like they're not sure if they want to commit here, as Roche did just respawn as well.
Yeah, that fight looked really bad for Liquid. It was not close.
Mass TPs, they want this Roche.
And Roche is going to be here for another minute. And this is going to be the Aghanim
Oh, this is a game-winning play for Liquid if they get this.
And it looks like they will. I mean, Talon are not even remotely close. This is the outpost advantage for the Radiant.
Yeah, that's free.
Jabs just who gets the Ags? I actually don't know here. Do you want Superman Ags? Do you want Nisha to have... Is it still Nihilism?
It is still Nihilism.
Okay, he will be claiming it. Let's see what kind of an effect this will have on the game.
I mean, free Ags. I assume we will take that. Increase damage, more slow. Turn yourself.
Is Superman Ags really that bad? I think the big nerf to it was they got rid of the it was like a hit or a 2-hit or something like that. Auto attack. The old one.
When you went in?
Yeah, it would hit like twice instead of once or something like that.
Yes, it's not what it used to be. But 5, like just getting these ages on themselves. I think Talon just, caught slipping a little bit. And you're talking about, okay, next fight, wait for meta, then we go. But Liquid, Mickey in the right place, scouts it out, all TP. Make it look easy. This, ages, gonna allow them very much to fight back here.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, it feels like they were in the driver's seat to some degree, but again, just giving up the road. This is the second game now, not respecting that aspect of the game as much as the side of Liquid, who have been pretty much on top of it this series so far.
25 talent about to come out here from Mr. 23.
Sunder cooldown, I'm sure, yep.
He's got the Demon Zeal as well, which honestly really puts up your damage as well.
Wait, did he buy that? They still haven't taken the Tormentor.
I think he did
I guess so. Well, yeah, he would have to. They're actually just... It's literally worth purchasing a shard over going to kill the cube.
It's time. Don't want to... Oh, Hex.
And the Hex to start things out. Actually, double Hex this time.
Oh, what a storm
another Hex onto the Storm Spear, but there's a Mars Arena onto Zai. He's very tanky indeed. Makoto getting relatively low will zip away. 23 Savage will run away with the BKB, getting up the Sunder onto Zai. There's a second arena from Jabs. It's going to connect mostly onto the IO, but the Sven is taking massive damage. He will drop to the deck 2 minutes without your Sven at all.
Zai as well.
Buybacks coming out from Liquid en masse. Makoto's the only casualty for Talon. He will buy back now as Jabs getting chased into the tree line. Getting forced, but will not survive the onslaught. And Boxy, he's getting controlled. As 23 Savage, he's going to take
Sunder.
a finger of death. The Sunder, the Lotus Orb is going to prevent him from using it. Nicely played from Liquid. They take out the TB.
Oh, they're going for the game-winning play here.
That's a buyback now onto the side of 23 Savage. Double Chakram, no connection on the tree again for Zai. That actually might save the life of Q. Is now Ollie with his BKB trying to run away. Makoto getting a nice stun onto two heroes with the spear to follow, doing massive damage, but their TB is not here yet. They don't have the physical damage.
He was waiting in base for the travels.
Makoto go back in, getting the Chakra on him to get force staffed out of the Chakrams. The Electric Vortex with the Nullifier now onto Nisha, trying to find somebody, gets the Hex again, but Q and company very low, but they'll be able to take out
the spear misses.
The Nisha in the end. Makoto gets the kill. Now that's an instant buyback, and Jabs getting sundered by his teammate will actually save him for the time being, as Zai and company still surrounding him. Jabs gets force staffed out. Nice double spear again. They have so many ways to kite the side of Liquid. Makoto calls him in with barely any mana as the Earth Splitter connects. Nisha is dead, and another arena, the third of this fight, and this is going to be a full team wipe for Talon, and they will win game number 2 because they can just go for throne. No buybacks even remotely close.
Holy, what a fight, actually. Let's keep going back and forth. Everyone's on 10% HP. I love the buybacks from Talon.
Not over yet. There is a buyback now onto the Sven, but he's going to be back in 15 seconds anyway.
Can he 2-1-5 this? With Lion, he's got a buyback even.
Yeah, we'll see. They get the tier 4 towers, and Talon playing very, very passively.
Okay, there's a Hex from Q.
Get the Hex though. Trying to go back in. And Mickey, waiting for that 23 Savage meta, which is now up, and he's hitting that Ancient. Mickey has to do something. There's the Hex initiation from Boxy. Mickey trying to finish somebody off. Makoto able to zip away just out of distance.
Demon Zeal.
Perhaps if you were Superman, you'd be able to catch up to him, but no! They gave the axe to the Lash instead, and they're gonna die outright, so GGs are called, and Talon take game number 2. Means we're going the full distance in this series.
Ooh, Talon just strike back with some... I really liked a lot of their confidence in this game, where they like fight back, you have the buybacks coming out, you go back in the fight, you have like 48 arenas coming out, and their spell usage in these later stages of the team fights really came in clutch for them.
Yeah, Sven loses again. I feel like every time I cast this hero, it loses.
He looked good until like the more mid stages of the game, right? Liquid had a very good position in this game, both ahead in the gold and XP win probability too, but Talon, this team, you just cannot count them out. Their mid-game to late-game team fighting is just disgusting.
Yeah, 23 Savage. One of the rougher starts we've seen in the beginning of stages of this game. 2 early deaths within 8 minutes, but comes back and you can just see his farm just completely 6-slotted. And despite giving up that last Roach, I thought that might have been a turning point for Liquid, but Talon just outplaying them in these fights. And they had the buybacks, and they had ways to get backs in the fight. I mean, Makoto died a lot this game, but it did set up for some epic play. And we can, with that note, we can go to the panel. We can break down game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game 2, a slobber knocker and an incredible game displayed by both Team Liquid and Talon Esports. Despite the very high level of execution all across the board, Talon able to eke this one out. They get to the end of the game. BSJ, Team Liquid make the biggest mistake ever. They let 23 Savage cook.
He did indeed, as you can see it in his name right there. I can talk all I want about the carry-to-carry matchup, Sven versus TB, but at the end of the day, there was so much execution that came into this game for both sides. That one original rotation by 23 that failed bottom kind of looked pretty Papega if you ask me, but then they made up for it with like 3 or 4 really high risk. Like if those moves fail, you are completely out of the game. So props to them for having like some big balls in those.
The biggest balls ever. I think one of the things, Fly, that I loved about how Talon Esports played this game, they played without fear. At any beginning point in time, they played around their timings. They're like, we just got this new item. We know we're strong enough to fight right now. Despite whatever item they have on Team Liquid, however many buybacks they have, however good their positioning is, we are going to always push the envelope when we believe we're strong.
Yeah, they're playing to win, for sure, like you guys said. And you can see it from all the moves they do. They're connecting as 5. 23 Savage is showing up to all these early engagements, living off, you know, like super low HP, getting the Sunder off. It could go terribly wrong and they just auto-lose the game, but that means they're just playing to win by even taking these risky engagements. So props to them. I thought that Liquid had an amazing early game and they could have just ran away with it, but, you know, Talon just came out to play.
And what do you think, Faith Beyond? This is the first loss that Team Liquid have suffered with their vaunted IO Leshrac strategy. This must feel very good to be able to defeat the best strat they have. Now you don't even have to ban IO.
Yeah, it's definitely amazing that because before this game, IO, Leshrac, and Lion both Liquid play them like 100% win rate. I think this game, Talon is too good at teamfight. But also, I think Liquid gave them some chance to win because we can see Sven like going to fight too early. Maybe he can keep farming like until he have BKB and maybe it's a easier fight. But I think for Talon, they also need to watch out the IO draft because this game is they have first pick. So if Liquid have first pick, I think IO is still very powerful.
Yeah, that is something that you mentioned, Fire, that this IO draft does seem a lot stronger on the first pick. And overall, we saw them being able to counter it out. It was either the option of the AA or the Scotty buyer. They opted for the Scotty buyer with good reason, that is 23 Savage. If you're in Liquid's shoes right now, because you were saying that you're thinking along similar lines in terms of the draft, do they still deploy the IO going into Game 3?
So that just depends how they view this game went for them, because it could be that the coach is coming in and like, hey, our strategy was fine, we just, you know, messed up an execution a few times, let's just run it back if they give us the same opportunity. Because just looking at it from the outside, to me it looks like they still should have won, considering what happened the first like 10-15 minutes into the game. It's just that they dropped the ball too many times, and then like Faith was saying, Talon's team fight just kicked in, and the carry matchup, you know, Sven is kind of a sus hero at some point versus Terrorblade, so yeah, that's what I would say if I were Liquid.
Well, Team Talon Esports finding themselves with a W here, so of course they're going to be getting the STC play of this game. So let's take a look at one of the reasons why they were able to come away with the victory. And this fight, you know, fairly early on in the game, given how long it ended up being BSJ. But look at this Observer Ward, and look where Jabs is coming in from the back edge. You would imagine that Team Liquid, they feel very good about their positioning. They're assuming it's a 4v5, but turns out not to be the case at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of awesome late game plays from Talon, but this is the type of play that gets them there, right? This is where the game is starting to get out of hand. They need to make these type of comeback moves, 5-manning so early on into the game, down by a significant chunk. But like you said, the vision, managing to splinter Liquid where Mikke is caught on the side without Lesh being able to pump out the damage in the meantime. Zai goes back in to kill off Makoto, barely gets that kill, but the Sunder free HP regen rune for 23 Savage there. This game, as I'm watching these teams throughout the entire tournament, it feels like no matter what they draft, they're going to play the same type of style. What I mean by that is telling Mikke not to show up to mid-game teamfights is like non-existent. Telling Duraccio not to run mid when he's gaming Gladiators at 6 minutes, that's going to happen every game. Telling Talon you know, don't play for the late game, don't go for these like crazy wombo combo team fights. These teams are just going to do it every single time. So going into game 3, that might be a consideration for Liquid in the draft.
Speaking about things that these teams are comfortable doing, right? We saw that Talon Esports very early on in the year, they were one of the few teams running Elder Titan. When we started this tournament, you kept talking about how good you think this hero is. Seeing it more and more now and seeing how good Talon is with it, should they prioritize getting ET again in game 3?
I think that it depends on what hero they pick on first phase. If they very lack of team fight, they can consider to pick ET. But it also depends on what like enemy pick. Maybe also like Phoenix or Silencer is also like good team fight support.
Okay. One of the things that I think is interesting about this matchup here, Fly, is early on in the tournament, you know, VSJ is mentioning it, Liquid play for tempo, Talon Esports generally play for the later portion of the game. I was actually looking through their average game stats, right? And that held very true for the first 3 days of the groups in particular. But as we've been going into the playoffs, Team Liquid's average game time has been slowly but surely creeping up there. They're third only behind Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. In the meantime, Talon Esports, they've come down into the middle of their pack. They're actually trying to accelerate their pace, sort of changing their identity throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I definitely felt it when I was playing them in the group stage. They played really fast. Mikoto snowballed, he was everywhere. Him and Q especially, I think, have been standout players for Talon. They usually control the game, they have like this insane tempo, and that's how they've been able to close out games really early as well. And I felt it playing against them, and I think when I played Liquid, it was just the night before they turned into this like monster, right? They were like 3 and 5, just like we were, and they woke up and like annihilated everybody. So I didn't get to see the Liquid that we see now, who, as you guys always say, they just get better and better as the tournament progresses.
Well, Team Liquid, of course, have been improving over the course of the tournament, but Talon Esports also showing us that they are a sleeping dragon. And here at this tournament, they are now 1-1 up against Team Liquid, one step closer to attaining top 3 and $1.7 million. Literally $1 million matchup coming up from just a single game. So don't go anywhere. The decider between Talon Esports and Team Liquid coming up after a short break.
The problem with the English language is that there aren't enough words to describe how unfunny and annoying Jenkins is. Pretty funny, but kind of a little offensive.
I think there are better analysts than Effie. Yeah, I agree. I'm a big Cinderin fan personally.
We are so lucky that Face Beyond has such great English, so we can hear the insight of such an incredible player. Well, thank you, but I'm still learning, but thank you.
It's so impressive that Effie can do what she does on panel, while also taking care of her sister Jenkins too. Yeah.
The only redeeming quality about Jenkins is that sometimes he knows when to stop talking when he's on a panel with people smarter than him. Thankfully, that's all the time. Everybody else is this bad? Come on.
The problem with Face Beyond as a talent is that we don't get to see him play. I appreciate it, but I'm enjoying my life right now. Sorry about that.
Remember the time that Jenkins was on a team that performed well? No, me neither. He's always been absolute dog shit. Okay? Okay.
Effie starting as talent has single-handedly saved the Dota scene. My goodness. You're way too nice. Thank you.
There are better players than Face Beyond. He's only won 1 TI. Sorry about that.
My daughter and I started watching Dota together, and you being on the panel helped inspire her to start playing herself. That makes me so happy to read. I wish her the best of luck in her games, and hopefully she'll be 7K or more soon. These aren't really mean at all. Are everyone's these nice?
Every panel that Jenkins appears on makes me sick. Oh, this one actually has a link to a twit longer. The thought of him causes me to literally vomit. I'm on my 5th keyboard this month. I will be suing this man if you can call him that. This has 40 more pages. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this.
Welcome back, one and all, for Game 3 between Team Liquid and Talon Esports, a matchup which guarantees a top 3 placement at the Riyadh Masters and also $1.7 million. Fly, given you've come top 3 at a TI before, right? Talk to me about the stress and emotions about thinking about how much money you could earn from a single game of Dota.
Yeah, if you're thinking about that, that's probably not a good idea in the moment, to be honest. You don't want to think about external things when you're playing. You want to keep your head as much as you can just about the game, what's happening right now, live in the moment. It's definitely easier said than done, for sure. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams because everybody knows, you know, in terms of a prize pool, this is insane, right? And I'm sure in the back of your mind, in your subconscious, it's somewhere there, but you shouldn't bring it into realization. So I hope they're not talking about that. Right, they're just talking about how we're going to win this next game.
Speaking of stress, Faithbeyond, one of the things that Talon find themselves doing is not just playing for their team, they're playing for their entire region. Last year at the Riyadh Masters, when you were in this position, y'all were the only Chinese team left. Do you think it plays into their minds? Are they thinking about the whole region, or should they just focus on the game?
It depends on different player and different team. But anyway, I think no matter what happens for a player, it's always focus on the game is the best situation. Yeah.
Focusing on the game is, of course, what got these teams to the position they're in the first place. Talon Esports representing all of Southeast Asia. Liquid, the lone Western European representative in the upper bracket. But both of these squads playing to massively increase their winnings in 2023 and get themselves one step closer to the all-important trophy here at the Riyadh Masters. The third and deciding game is about to kick off, so let us get into it. Talon Esports, Team Liquid, Game 3. Let's break it down. We are about to get into it. Game 3. This would be hilarious if the draft was already finished, but fortunately, we're just starting things off young and afresh. I do imagine several of those heroes are going to be appearing yet again. Right now, the question is obviously going to be whether or not Talon Esports feel they have to ban out the IO. BSJ, both Faithbeyond and Fly have mentioned that it's much more important to deal with the IO if you have the second pick, right? But if you have first pick, Talon Esports might feel like they actually have the tools to deal with it, given what happened in Game 2.
Yeah, I remember talking to Quinn at the Bali Major about them picking IO Lesh against Liquid on second pick. And it was something where they were considering whether or not it was worth it, right? Because they know that that counter pick coming out on 8 is extremely potent potentially with the Medusa at that time and now this time TV. So it definitely lowers the value of this combo, and Liquid having first pick, I do believe you mentioned earlier, Fly, that this does give them a significant advantage in the draft. And I'd imagine even though you just beat it, I would still like to see Talon ban out the IO.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think they should ban IO. I think last game, or the first game rather, they banned Lycan. And maybe it's because they're picking Silencer, you know, that's like kind of the plan. But I don't see why they need to randomly pick a Silencer, especially when now Storm is banned. So what I would like to see here from Talon is just ban IO, leave Darkseer in the pool, leave Lycan in the pool. Just don't pick something that's going to be terrible against those two heroes.
Yeah, I think also from Liquid, this Storm ban is very smart. I think they shouldn't give Mikoto another Storm game for sure.
Definitely has been doing amazing things. Game 2 not nearly as flawless as Game 1, but still helping this team to win the game. But Talon Esports, massive confidence. They removed the clockwork instead, sticking to the bans that they had in Game 2. They are leaving it up to Liquid right now. So Liquid, do not pick up the eye.
Whoa,
okay.
Spicy.
That's very, yeah, it's very interesting because what does this mean? You know, did Liquid lose confidence in IO? Are they worried about potentially like the Terrorblade coming out in the first 2? Maybe they just said we just need to change it up and do something unexpected.
Yeah, maybe they just think Rubik is a better strategy because you can pick either Monkey King or Darkseer at ace.
It also block picks a lot of the offlaners in general. You're not worried about Enigma as much, Doom, Tidehunter. Pretty much everything that Talon has in their top most picked heroes. So will they still elect to go for their Tiny Enigma combo?
Well, this is still a classic. Q Tiny has been ripping things up for quite a long time. In fact, given the fact that he's been playing Tiny, Rubik, Bat, and Clockwork, it will not surprise you to learn, Fly, that he has the 5th most stun duration on average at the entire tournament.
It's a good stat to have as a pause 4. But yeah, I'm curious if they go Enigma here. That has been their opener, but again, those are 2 heroes that are not that good against Rubik. But okay, they go with the Darks here. A very strong hero right now. It's been doing incredibly well, and they also take it away from Liquid, which, like Faith Beyond was saying, they have picked Rubik into 8-pick Darkseer before.
Surprisingly, it's the first Darkseer that we're going to be whipped out by the CEO. And it's interesting here, Faith Beyond, because every team except Talon basically has been playing this Darkseer in the offlane. But this is going to be their first time utilizing this hero. What do you think they're afraid of on the 8th pick that the Darkseer counters?
Maybe Oracle Enchantress, or just something carry like Faceless Void.
Yeah, I wonder, what do you think, BSJ? Because you're a carry player.
I
you
would
see
take
this
Bloodseeker
Darkseer.
or Void here. I think because you're against Talon, I'd almost prioritize the Void because they like that hero so much themselves. Yeah.
Void, there you go.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think taking this away from 23 Savages has its like double down bonus there. You also have 3 bans in the carry role to protect it. It also matches up very well against Medusa and Terrorblade, 2 of his other most picked heroes. So maybe that was their entire idea coming into this, that maybe they were planning on picking Darkseer on 8. Maybe they had a plan for having Darkseer get picked by Talon, and this being that plan. That's usually about as far as you can plan ahead in the draft, is up until this pick with the bans protecting it.
So Team Liquid will cover things. No Naga Siren. Presumably, we're going to be taking out all the illusion heroes, thinking the same raft of bans that we saw in Game 1. And for Talon, they're trying to protect us Darkseer. They take out the Enchantress. Presumably, the Oracle that Faith Beyond mentioned could also get removed from play.
You might want to take out TA if you're Team Liquid. It's very good against Void in the game.
Yeah, and also Mikoto is an amazing TA player.
Yeah, I think that is a good call. It's just, they will... Basically, Talon now is just going to respond to whatever Liquid's going to show in the second phase, right? Because that's usually on second pick, you're just going to counter pick. We'll see what support Ollie wants to play, because I think that'll just be the normal draft flow that they're going to go for. They're just going to pick Ollie, his support. Maybe it'll be the Elder Titan again, even though they already have double melee. I could see them going back for some comfort like that, because they have been really successful with this hero.
Yep. Even all the way back at the Lima Major, they were the ones, I think the only team at that tournament who would reliably run double melee supports. Back then it was like ET Clock, Tiny Clock, Tiny ET, Tiny Earthshaker, but don't think they'll be changing it up all that much. I do very much like this ban, BSJ. No Visage. I think they identify that the main issue against Team Liquid, prevent them from ending the game much sooner than you're ready to fight.
I think 23 Savage wants Morph on 8. Liquid was the one that pioneered Visage against Morph. So they do ban the TA. I think that's totally worth banning, but I hope for Liquid's sake that Morphling's on their radar. Even though the Ags on him did get nerfed, the attack speed that you take away from agility heroes particularly messes with Void a lot, and once you get the Ags, you also become a better Void when you use the Time Walk Bash. So I would not want to play against 23 Savage Morphling uncountered in lane against Void in one game for $1 million if I was Liquid, but I imagine they have something up their sleeve, maybe like a Lycan as a preemptive dissuasion.
Yeah, so I think they basically had to choose their poison, because they banned 2 carries and then presumably Mikoto's hero. You can only afford so many bans, and obviously 23 Savage has a lot of heroes he's really good at. I'm a little bit surprised about Duza, but maybe that's telling of what Liquid is thinking about picking, right? That is a possibility. But I could definitely see what BSJ is saying, where they can just pick this ET into Morphling. It'll be like kind of a pretty good lane. Okay, there you go.
There you go.
Elder Titan. 4th game for the side of Talon Esports. They are 3-1 with this hero up until this point. And historically, it's just been one of their better heroes overall. And now we also have some ways to annoy the Faceless Void inside of his own chrono, which is always really fun to see.
Yeah, I think they definitely just... I'd be surprised if Liquid strayed away from Lycan here, because all the heroes that are very good against Lycan are generally pretty bad against Void. So even though those heroes, you don't have synergy within the chrono, but you also, you cover each other's bases, basically.
Yeah, this will be the hardest pick. So what do you think, Faith?
It is very hard.
Go Oracle. Okay. I mean, you mentioned this earlier on. You said either Faceless Void or Oracle. They have both of them. So that's definitely going to make life a little bit complicated for the Darkseer. As a Darkseer specialist yourself, is there a way to play into this lane?
Yeah, I think Oracle, it is a counter pick for Darkseer. And it's also like very counter to Elder Titan too.
Yeah, that's also a good point. They can put the Oracle versus ET if they really want it. He has 2 good lanes to go to. Also, they go for the Brood.
They go for the other summons hero.
Okay. The most banned hero in the entire tournament. We're now up to 123 bans on this hero and several picks. Hasn't necessarily been that successful though, BSJ. After all the games that it's been played, hasn't been winning that much, but still, it's Broodmother, it's in the hands of Zai. Normally he's been able to do quite a lot of work with the hero.
Yeah, he's 1-1 on it right now, so it's not like they've been contributing to the losses, but this hero definitely got nerfed. Like, it feels much less potent than it did at the Bali Major, and as long as you're able to protect it with the bans, like the Naga, I think like a lot of people were still picking it early on in the draft and getting lane countered pretty hard. I'm leaning towards Monkey King for a 23 Savage. It's decent against Void because you can build into the Ag Scepter later, so even if you're Chronosphered, you're still hitting the Void when he's Massive Madness, and it's pretty good in lane versus Brood. It synergizes well in the team fight with everything they got going for him. You can still go for the Morphling if you'd like, but it's not as good 1-1 against the Brood.
There's another hero that faces or that 23 Savages played that's decent into the Broodmother Fly. How would you feel about him yanking out the Pudge?
Ooh. Oh, that is the exotic category for me.
I'm gonna start using this.
Yeah, I like the Morphling and the Monkey more. Monkey, if you really want to, push it and you want to try to really win the lane. Morphling, if you just want something stable. And there you go. He goes with the Morphling. No Pudge today, unfortunately. It would have been fun though. Yeah. I'll say that.
Morphling, Waterboy, for all the reasons that BSJ mentioned earlier. What's the lane like, Faith Beyond, for Morphling playing into the Rubik and the Broodmother?
I think because they have ET, so probably a little bit fine, but I think Brood will win this round eventually.
I mean, it looks pretty good for Talon here, from my perspective. I think they got what they wanted. They already have pretty crazy team fight. They have really good scaling. Their laning is okay. Once again, probably laning is slightly worse than Liquid's, but that's been kind of the theme of this series anyways. So they're both sticking to their MOs, what they're good at. So yeah, I like what Talon is doing, what they're cooking.
Yeah, my only concern for Talon would be that they get outpaced because they have the Oracle against the Darkseer lane. Broodmother should theoretically take the bottom tower against Morphling. But right now, I'm not exactly sure, like after the early game, how Liquid progresses. Like how do they go high ground? How do they shut down the map? So I think that falls a lot on what Nisha goes for here. Will they go for the staple Dragonite sort of hero with a point-click stun and tower taking? Will Talon even be concerned about this at all since they have the counter pick? I doubt the Dragonite just because we see the Puck ban. That's a natural counter to the Puck. What are you thinking they might come out here with? Either of you? Faith Beyond, Fly? Because I don't know.
I can think of 2 heroes. I can think of Windranger, and I can think of Pangolier. It's a very good Pango game in general. The defusal timing against Morphling. It's sort of some damage in Chrono, not really a simple combo. But I think Pango will also make the team fighting a lot easier for Liquid. Windranger is a bit of this X-Factor hero, where she might completely take over a game. She might be completely worthless. You don't really know, right?
That would explain the Puck ban, the Pangolier. Same with the Primal Beast. They're almost certainly setting up the Pango because the ulti takes you out of roll, the Primal Beast ulti, so that's a good call, Fly.
Yeah, I also agree about these 2 heroes.
Another hero that he's played at this tournament, which is a lane dominator and also supplies damage into bubble, has been this Queen of Pain. Is there any space for that in this game, Faith Beyond?
I don't think so. It's not look so well to fit their lineup.
It's almost certainly just Pango and Ember, right? Because Makoto Ember is pretty sick. Counters Pango in lane. The only real counter to you is the Oracle. I don't love playing Void and Ember. Very unreliable chrono target.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty logical from both sides. Pango and then, yeah, the response with Ember. But we'll see. Maybe they want to go for the exotic route. Something completely new. Or the X Factor with Wind Ranger. Okay, they go Pango, stable. And here comes the Ember Spirit.
I think they should just snap pick it. There's no way Makoto wants anything else. Like, this is your best of one for almost $1 million. Such a signature hero for him.
It has to be Ember.
Uh-huh.
Can't there be anything else?
I mean, we've had a lot of surprises already in this particular best of 3, so wouldn't put it past him to do something different, but given the stakes of the tournaments, given how much money is coming up, given how much it matters for them to beat Team Liquid, probably does make sense. Just rely on the Makoto Ember. And he generally does seem to play the best when he's either playing TA or a Spirit, so it would make sense. And there it is, Ember Spirit will emerge right now. Going to be his second one in this particular tournament, but we've seen him work miracles and magic before on the Ember. All right, BSJ, I'm going to start with you. Looking at these draws, Talon versus Liquid. $1 million matchup, which team would you rather be backing?
I think it's going to 100% come down to how well the mid lane goes for Nisha. If he manages to snowball the mid game with the defusal timing Fly mentioned, I like Liquid's chances, but I'm honestly leaning towards Talon again.
Faith Beyond, you've been right about Talon Esports in Game 2. Is this inspiring confidence in you when you look at their draft in Game 3?
I think Liquid will win this game because they have a stronger team fight. And I think Tylon, the tiny and Darkseer pick combo is quite weird, I think.
I'd like to change my vote.
Fly, what do you make of this? This is a $1 million matchup right now. Team Liquid?
I think it's pretty close. I think it's probably the closest draft for me in terms of who I go for, and I think I go for Liquid here. I think it does actually what BSJ said is very accurate. If mid lane goes really well for Talon, Talon might just take the game. But if it goes even or just like 45-55, I think that Liquid will win.
I think that Liquid will win. All right, so we have some favorability towards the side of Team Liquid based on my panel's predictions. However, Talon Esports have proven time and time again that they are coming into this particular tournament ready to upset anybody. And as Blitz mentioned, there are no favorites left. Everybody left is the best team in the world in their own opinion, and have certainly shown that in the field of Dota play. So we're excited to witness exactly how Game 3 is going to be panning out between these two squads. Remember the stakes. It's a $1 million matchup. Both teams already having earned $800,000. This win grants you an additional $900. If Team Liquid win, that's going to match what they got at TI last year. If Talon Esports win, that will more than quintuple how many earnings they've gotten in this particular year of Dota 2 action. I really can't wait to get into this one, and I can't wait to see if it's going to be Talon Esports cooking it up with 23 Savage and making Southeast Asia fly, or if it's going to be Team Liquid, the Dark Horses, bringing yet forth another wave of European dominance into 2023. The Riyadh Masters waiting for our first upper bracket finalist. It's kind of interesting that this is how it's going to be panning out, because right now, these two teams looking like some of the best in the world. We're going to find out who is worth $1 million extra, and to find out, we need some $1 million casters, and to that end, I send it over to Sunsfan and Kesu.
I want $1 million.
I want $1 million.
I want the $1 million. I'm not splitting it with Yo.
What? You're not going to be alive by the end
is
of
here
this
with
cast.
me, Suns fan, and we have an epic showdown. Game number 3 between Talon and Liquid. And when it comes down to these, I mean, this isn't an elimination game. This is for lower bracket, I suppose. Whoever loses, so a second life is available. But either way, in matches this important as 23 Savage, he's going to be spotted. Fortune's End is going to hit him. And he has his shift available. Boxy going to try to block. This would be a really big kill for Liquid if they can find him. Very, very tanky target. Great job from Boxy, and the blood grenade is there. First blood for Boxy.
What a dirty boy Boxy is. Getting this type of first blood is not easy. It's Liquid setting themselves up for a good start, and I think panel, they touched on it pretty nicely. This has got to be, I think, Makoto. He has to come in clutch. He's got to be one of the best Embers in the world, alongside Quinn and Nisha, so I think we have to look out for the Makoto show here.
As the Bounty Rune battle begins again, and
3-for-1.
Liquid get 3 again, just like Game 1, but it might cost Insania his life. Gets a nice fortune then on the 3, but dies shortly after. And yeah, that is a pretty important courier kill. That's a blood grenade and a bunch of regen. But looking at these picks, what I was going to say before the first blood interrupted my very intellectual thought.
And important one.
Very good. Just wait for it, because it's very important.
Yeah, I'm
no,
very...
But like, even though this isn't elimination... This isn't... I'm just going to stop talking. No. Even though this is not an elimination game, it feels like it based on the picks, because these are comfort picks through and through. There's nothing crazy. The only one that's like slightly off meta, even though we've seen it a bit, is Insania on the Oracle, but he loves this here. This is like his hero. I mean, like everything is a comfort.
Insania Oracle is just one for the books. This guy's played this like 1,000 times. Both teams just continuing to go with their idea. Talon a little bit slower. Liquid, I would say, a little bit faster. As I mean, if you win this match, you are top 3 already in this tournament. And this is... I mean, if you can choose a couple tournaments to play as well, this is one of them.
This is the one, I think, this year.
Probably.
Very, very high prize pool, of course. But yeah, looking at the picks, like aside from them being comfort, what do you think of like the general matchups? We can talk about the lanes to start, and then we can talk about how it would go later on, theoretically. But in this lane, 23 Savage on the Morphling, a hero that has dropped off a bit compared to before when he was picked literally every single game.
He should have a pretty good lane, I think, against Brood. But the problem is once Brood hits level 6, she kind of slowly kicks you out. But overall, I wouldn't say it's the freest morph game of all, because Pango is annoying, and Void as well. Of course, Void needs a lot of time to be annoying against you with some time dilation and Chronos, but... You know, I think that's why Talon need to have a good early game on Makoto and Jabs here on the Ember and Darkseer.
Yeah. And the eventual, I would assume he goes for the standard Aghanim Scepter, and BSJ talked about how good that is against Void.
Yeah.
I mean, even against Brood, it's not that bad. You get Insatiable Hunger and all the juicy stats to go along with it. Although that was the biggest component that was nerfed, was how many stats you get.
It's probably going to be some Manta Ags. I've also seen some like Manta Skadis, and then they go Aghanims, but I do think the Axe is very good against Void. You get the Time Walks, Time Dilation as well, not something to underestimate against these dire heroes. And just the continuous going in and out is great.
Yeah, Time Dilation turned against them, against Void, Pango, and Oracle specifically. Pretty insane. So mid lane Nisha, Pango, which I believe it was Fly that called that was going to be picked up.
Yeah.
Against Makoto on the Ember Spirit. And it's funny that Liquid kind of changing things up versus what they were doing early in the tournament, which was first 2 picking Nisha's hero. That's because that was Snapfire, which is now permaban, it seems.
I mean, that hero is
rightfully so.
Crazy. Yes, this is just a great Pango game. You have a good lane, you help your team with more team fighting, Diffusal against the Morph, the counter team fight against ET Darkseer, as well as this mid matchup. Also, I think this is one of the most skillful lanes between Ember and Pango. If either of them like play slightly better, we're going to slowly chip out the other one. As Nisha with also a level in the Lucky Shot, combining with the Blight Zone, lots of damage on the Swashbuckle.
And both heroes have their bottles. Let's see if there's any TP rotation to fill up Makoto's, but then again, the 4-minute water runes are not too far away. And in terms of rotation, I mean, Oracle, not the greatest. Rubik, pretty decent though.
Yeah, I would say Rubik's kind of okay. Like the thing, if you're Pango against these supports, I don't think you care too much about them. Usually, you will see Tiny from quite far away, at least in Dane time or until he has Blink. ET as well. There's no way you're ever gonna get stomped. As Mickey taking quite a bit of beating.
Oh!
Combo
I thought he was
wombo.
gonna get the time walk off, but terrific layering of spells there from the side of Talon.
Man, that was actually disgusting. The vacuum with the 3-throw right at the end towards when he wanted to time walk. What a sick kill in this lane.
We're see a slide from Makoto. But Echo Stomp is there from the other side from Ollie as Nisha getting run down. Boxy in the area, but the shield crash. Nisha wants to commit. Plug grenade on top. Makoto gets the slight though to be able to take out his mid lane
matchup. He drops the ward.
And yeah, the ward goes down, giving just enough vision for Boxy.
Oh, run it off, brother.
Bolt kill. Ollie won't even bother chasing. Gets the ward instead.
Oh, free throw.
Hey, Q.
Alley-oop.
He is off to a pretty good start with these tree throws.
Very big though for Talon here in the mid lane, as Makoto now has an XP lead on Nisha. These higher level of Slide of Fist will really start helping a lot as they're going for another play onto Insania. Avalanche.
Avalanche is there as well. Now
they got the vac in one.
Okay, vacuum back. Ion Shell is not going to be there
bash.
because Mickey is getting some nice
throw.
blocks off. Talk to me about Tiny and why this hero hasn't seen much play. Because it...
I think
I'm not going to explain my thoughts because they're not important. So go ahead.
I would say, generally speaking, you just see more of the range 4s right now, right? I think Tiny needs to be slightly more enabled with like all the lanings and also some nerfs that came out to the hero. So with Darkseer, I think this is definitely one of the combos where you can make the hero work. And I mean, they're just showing that right here.
Very early aggression from Talon, off to a 4-2 lead so far as the 6-minute rune is approaching. See if the rotations come in from the respective supports.
I mean, when I think of Q, I think of like Clock, Tiny, Tusk. Like this guy is really good on these melee 4 initiators. He just gets around as he's gating towards the bottom lane right now. So they maybe want to slow down Zai's timing a little more here on the Broodmother, as his level 6 timing is just the most crucial of any of these 3 lanes.
Yeah, Talon grouped up like you said. Instead of going for this 6-minute power rune, Insania is going to grab the invis, so it's effectively a denial from both sides. But can they get something out of this? Indeed
Absolutely.
They will. 3-on-1, not fair for Zai.
Hate when enemies do something that's not fair. That's Zai. That's just a really nice rotation. As you know, Jabs, he's just kind of chilling top shore. In the meantime, Liquid do get to like deny the rune from Mikoto, but he's just having a blast of a game by himself.
Level 6 timing, 5 minutes. I like that stat quite a bit. Nisha, he's not level 6 yet. That's why there's a dash there, if you're wondering.
He is close, so he's gonna pretty much get it off of this wave, but yeah, not the easiest for him to play through the Rolling Thunder, right? Like Ember just slowly chips you out, then he doesn't really eat the ult as, oh, they're setting up a trap for Mr. Boxy.
Yep, he's coming for the old Wisdom Rune. Echo Stomp is there, Q. Well, he's gonna get multiple TPs in help. 3 seconds away from the Wisdom Rune. Who can click faster? Ollie trying to go for it, he will get it. The Rolling Thunder comes out from Nisha, but they will be denied the Wisdom Rune, both of which going the way of Talon. And despite Ollie done, even with this death, I think it's honestly worth it still. Both Wisdom Runes, very juicy.
If you lose one, I feel like it's fine. When you give a double, I think Liquid are probably okay with this.
The Wisdom Runes are more important.
Okay, whatever,
If you get team wiped, it's more important because you can't get the Wisdom Runes back.
I mean, I guess it depends a bit on how much XP they got. I don't know if any of them had killing sprees. Not quite, as Jabs hits level 6 before Mickey, and sure, like this wall isn't gonna kill anyone, but a lot of pressure here
You
onto
get a
Mickey.
nice illusion out of it to help you in your efforts.
Nice, a lot of pressure.
Very pressured by his illusion, as you can see. That is actually quite a bit.
Careful,
damage.
friend.
Double Ion Shell can do that. As Insane is going to be spotted here by Q and Ollie. And, well, he gets the Fate's Edict off. They still have the Avatos. Makoto's going to be able to get Arcane Runes. That's
a big one.
Easy cleanup for Talon as Nisha shows up a bit too late. Didn't have his Rolling Thunder yet either way, though.
I really love these rotations from 23 as well. I think he's one of the best carries at doing this, where he knows exactly his timing of especially the offlaner. Like Zai just hit 6, he's gonna kick you out eventually, so you just go top, you help your offlaner take the tower, and if Jabs ever wants to screw up from this lane, it's just straight up yours.
And the panel talked about how Nisha had to get off to, well, needed to be an even-ish lane. He's down by 400 net worth, and this would be even worse for him. Gets caught out. Avalanche is there, but the Fate's Edict blocking a ton of this damage. A nice job from Insania on his, I mean, I would assume this is his favorite hero. This feels like his go-to in a lot
Yeah, I
of these
think Oracle, Rubik are like his favorite heroes. As right now, like if you're playing Pango, you kind of want to be able to fight back, but with how Talon play right now, this is just what we always see gaming gladiators do. You have this super strong Ember on Mikoto.
Yeah, Nisha's used most of his spells, still has his ult.
Avatos
Can he get
of
it off in
both.
time? Echo Stomp is going to be there as Insania. Looks like he'll get right-click down, but Nisha does get off his ult in time.
Mickey's here.
Showing up for this fight as well. He's going to try to focus on the Tiny instead as the Chrono is placed. A nice swash is there. Q is dead. The Remnant's onto the low ground as Mikoto getting chased by the big bad Brood. Another Remnant out. Fade Bolt connects. The Spiders continuing to chase as Zai
He has another
looking
slide.
to finish it off, but the Flame Guard is there. So some way, somehow, Makoto lives. Even 23 Savage showing up to the party to get some farm.
I mean, Mikoto Ember, baby. This guy is just gonna dodge all your spells. He also did it with an Arcane Rune. Gonna get his bottle refilled.
Yeah, that's true.
And now
it definitely saved his life.
Yeah, 10-minute active rune as well now. So not only that, but he's gonna pick up another one. As here, look at this Avatos 2-man stomp combo as well.
It's delicious.
Beautiful.
Weren't able to take out Nisha, but still good aggression overall from Talon.
Over Laurel. I mean, you forced
we'll be
5.
casting Spirit later.
That's true. I mean, they brought 5 heroes mid plus the Chrono, like, in the meantime. You know, Jabs is just farming bottom while all of this is going on. Back in the main game, gonna be at 10 minutes. Oh, look at this dodge. Into the Remnant. Ooh, this is some sexy gameplay.
1K lead very early on for Talon.
They're smoking on Zai.
Yep, Zai
Not an
on
easy
the
kill.
cliff. He's going to be spotted by the Astral Spirit. Avalanche hits into the Echo Stomp,
Oh,
but
the
they
toss!
actually wake him up a little bit too early. But there's the wall into the Vac, and that should be enough. So Zai punished again.
Really good early moves here from Talon. Like just the way they're going around 23, back up in the top lane. How are the siege creeps looking? We still have a siege in mid, so Mikoto is just the god of this mid lane. I don't really see how Liquid respond to this. So with this Orb of Corrosion and siege creep, I think this mid tower falls, and at the same time you cannot punish 23 Savage up top.
And Nisha still working on his defusal. So basically a full recipe away. He's going to be spotted. Avatos is there. Nisha getting off the Rolling Thunder, but you can see Mikoto focusing on the support, so that means Nisha has no backup. Nice slight, but does not dodge that last proc.
Does get bonked.
Either way, that is a big cooldown on the side of Liquid that's not going to be available.
I must say, that's, like, sure, maybe these supports don't really kill you if you're Pango, but Pango, hold on, Boxy.
Toss back onto the creeps, not to his team. Boxy's going to live. Nisha going with a big shield crash, giving a lot of damage mitigation.
Ooh,
but the
good
vacuum back in. And Boxy.
Oh, 23 Savage here.
But Nisha assassinated from 23 Savage, who shows up out of nowhere. And Talon all over the place right now. Doesn't matter what hero it is. Feels like it's a 5-man wrecking crew roaming all across the map.
And the way they're connecting to each other is really top tier right now. Like 23 Savage comes around with the instant smoke, so they probably want to kick out Mika up, like out of here in the top lane, but I think Mika's going to be able to sniff that out. This is a very usual timing where I think you would want to get out. They did just take your mid-tier 1, but they're coming quick.
Yeah. He uses his time walk. There's the horsey from Q. And Mickey, they are pinging. He's going to get vision at the last moment, though. Another time walk coming back.
Oh, the chain?
Searing chains hits. Time dilation, but there's the avalanche. And they're just going to back away, it seems. There's more rotation coming in. Sane able to dispel the Flame Guard.
And the Shield Rune, I think, that was there. So thank God that's out of the game. Zai going for BKB.
Oh, first main item. Interesting.
I'm still not super sold on the right-click Brood. I do think it's generally what you want to do, but in some games I still feel like the Auras is good. But it's going to work on that. But Talon off to a really, really good start.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, this is a little different than the lineup we were casting the other day, but Brood just being like another right clicker, it feels like it's more of the same in terms of their lineups, but they do have a Pango that can kind of give some of that utility aspect. But I agree, the Brood has felt a bit underwhelming. That's probably because of the nerfs, but it's not like the win-loss is horrible by any stretch.
Still a great hero. Morph just it's hard for you to man up against Morph later, and Darkseer, Auras, and so on makes it hard too, as Talon are kind of around here, but so are Liquid.
Spiders going down quickly to this Ion Shell from Jabs. Gonna get rooted up. Nisha there with his newly picked up defusal, but the chain's gonna stop his ult in his track as Mickey gets off the Chronosphere. They're able to delete the Darkseer.
Good save.
False Promise saving Nisha for the time being. Is he taking too much damage? There's a big swash onto the Morphling, but they do find Nisha in the end through the False Promise and all that juiciness. Mickey just barely getting out with that time walk. Gets a respectable amount of HP on top, but he's going to get dropped either way because the rest of Talon were waiting for him. And now Zai in a sticky situation, trying to get one kill on the way out, but he's not going to find it. So double kill for 23 Savage. They only lose their Darkseer, and they get all the cores on Liquid. The supports are the only ones to survive.
Honestly, it's the Mikoto Ember right now. 2 times he chains Nisha right before the roll comes out. That would have changed the entire fight. The defusal timing from Nisha being able to get off all his spells, but even with a good save, it's just not good enough. Like, Jabs is so tanky in this game right now, and they just go for an instant smoke again.
Yeah, they are. They're not stopping, are they?
Like, even
great
here,
False Promise, but it's just too much damage in the end.
Like people are dropping low, and he wants to use his ult again, but nope, another chains, and they just keep the fight going because Liquid, they need both the Chrono and the roll to come out to really push them forward.
Yeah. And smoke from Talon. on the live screen. Going for the kill.
We've seen this
onto
before.
the Brood again. And Zai, man, oh man, struggling early on here. That is his 4th death. I was going to say 3, but it's +1 even.
Yeah.
I mean, his farm is still better than Mickey, though. Mickey is the one struggling even more at this rate.
Yeah,
but then again, he has no way to really farm effectively until he gets the Maelstrom.
Yeah, he's been in quite a lot of fights to like help his team out, but 23 Savage, top of the network board. And they're getting some really big items. It's 23, just gonna gate away from Mika's face here.
Easy.
Didn't quite get off the bash, but Blink on your Tiny, Maelstrom on your Ember. And there's soon to be a pipe as well on Jabs, and when that comes out, I don't really know how you fight. And when you play against a Morphling who can just push forward as Chains into the splitter.
Yeah, Boxy will get hit, but should be able to get out. Although Makoto.
That's a DD Ember, my bros.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage. He's going to TP away his Jabs, like you said, getting a redonkulous amount of farm here. Has the Vanguard pipe soon enough. Actually,
there it is.
Disassemble, he does have it. I mean, is this a game you want Crimson?
You can think about it later. I would say his next item could be Crimson, could be Greaves. He could also look at a Blink even. Like, he's got a lot of options with how good their game is going, right? Like, you could Blink Vacuum into a Stomp, into an Avalanche. I mean, right now, the map play for Liquid is not easy. I think you might be looking at this Nisha Blink to try and fight back later. Like, the BKB plus Blink timing here for Liquid is very crucial for them.
Well, speaking of Blink, I don't know if you mentioned the fact that Q has one.
I did.
You did. I was definitely listening, just
Yes.
testing to make sure you were listening to yourself when you said that seemingly many minutes ago.
Like 2 minutes, 1.5.
See,
That's okay,
15, it's 1.5, all right?
Yeah.
Good.
Or maybe you just have short-term memory loss.
There's goldfish genes inside me somewhere.
He is playing Broodmother on Zai here.
True. That is definitely true. I think I realized that 17 minutes and 15 seconds ago.
You forgot.
But, I mean, either way, the position for Tiny getting a Blink this fast is insanely good for Talon. And the fact that they're so aggressive means that, and they're getting a lot out of this aggression, means they can continue to be aggressive.
I mean, Talon have done a great job at setting up 23 Savage and shutting down Zai. He would have wished for a way different game so far. 4K gold lead, taking over the enemy triangle for now. You can just see how aggressive they are.
And Boxy forced to hide in the trees. Astral Spirit could theoretically scout him out.
I mean, Liquid are okay with this because Mika, he's just getting to push in the whole top lane, and he's very happy about some space. As Talon, do you want to commit here? Looks like they're going to mass TP up top to try and look for Mika's Void here.
And Mickey was caught out once before. Dodges the Avalanche, but Q, continuing on with that surge, has the toss at his disposal, but it's a vertical toss. Not too effective in this scenario.
Honestly, this is big space for Liquid. You force all these TPs top. Yeah, they're probably going to go Roche here, but this is a very tailored play. So if you're Liquid, you know that this is coming. You need to push out all the other waves and, yeah, try to sneak in some levels in gold here and prepare for one of the next fights. As we did stomp some spiders.
It was just a 4K lead. Let's see, by the time they take this Roche, how much Liquid have been able to take.
Probably closer to like 2K. As I mean, Talon are using 5 heroes, so they will bleed a little bit in the gold and experience. But of course, in return, we'll be getting this Aegis on 23 Savage.
Yeah, he is super farmed as well. Top net worth in the game. It's never a good sign. You're against that Morphling. So he has his Manta, Falcon Blade, and is going for the Ag's next, so opting second item. As the tier 1 tower will be taken out by Nisha, who is also going for an Aghanim Scepter. So this is going to be a pretty early one. In fact, this is going to be early enough that he actually will not be 15 for quite a while, and that's when the Ags actually becomes crazy good.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep looking at getting more experience, but I think Liquid are, honestly, Liquid won big time out of the last 2 minutes. Even if they do lose this tier 2 tower, they're going to keep waiting for some more item timings. Nisha will be online with Axe, Blink, plus level 15. I think this BKB, the timings on the Pango, that's when they'll look to fight. Until then, they're very happy if they just get to dodge Talon on a map like this.
And despite this big kill lead, gold lead not so much in favor of Talon, but they will get the tier 2 and thus outpost control. At the same time, you can see Zai pressuring the tier 2 in the bot lane. Will force a TP out. So much damage done. Jab's pretty good person to
this is
kill
where
these spiders.
Liquid could look to punish, right? You know your Darkseid TP bottom.
Yeah, Mickey,
Q.
he finds Q. Q's going to get the toss-up. Swash not going to hit, but you have to think they'll be able to eventually get
That's
this.
a big kill.
Yeah, it does expend the Rolling Thunder, though. Doesn't look like they'll find anything on top of that.
Ooh, Talon getting a little bit outplayed on the map. I think you only want your Ember to kind of deal with this bottom lane so he can always come back. But I think his TP was maybe on cooldown. There's also a way where you just let 23 Savage hit the tower. You know Liquid are not going to defend. You can smoke up already and try to punish them. But honestly, Liquid doing a very good job at bouncing back in this game right now.
21-minute Wisdom Rune spawning soon. I was wondering if they're going to try to have Nisha go take that to be able to get closer to that 15.
Well, if either team get both Bounty Runes, both Wisdom Runes, I guess the game's just over.
That's true. That's the important factor, of course.
Team wipe.
Tormentor will be ignored for the next 10 minutes at minimum.
As there is a Blink is completed on Jabs if he wants to buy it. Looks like they're going to 3-man smoke and go back up top. As Talon don't really have any good vision here aggressively up top.
This scan does come out, so they have an idea. And Mr. Mickey is in the area. They're going to see that that camp is dead, so only one other place you could be other than the base itself.
Oh, this is going to be...
And he's spotted out by the Astral Spirit.
Oh.
They have the connection with the Searing Chains, but
Stomp.
the Chronosphere comes out. The Stomp shortly after, though. Can he get out Mickey with the Time Walk into the base? And just like that, big waste of time for Talon. And a big spell on cooldown.
They need Tiny in these moves if they want to make that play. I mean, either way, they do force Mickey away and the Chrono, so it's not like it's a big loss for them, but Liquid still, you know, just getting closer to making this game even, or actually being close to getting a net worth lead in this game.
It was a 4K lead when they were going for Roche.
It's under 1K
and
now.
Now it's essentially even.
81% for Radiant. I do think Talon in a very good spot, but I don't know if I would give them 80. Maybe like 65. Oh, good. Counter Avalanche.
Yeah, stolen by Boxy. There's the Rolling Thunder from Nisha.
Still level 14.
Pipe applied to Q right now, so a lot of his damage is completely mitigated, but they'll eventually find the Tiny.
That's a good time dilation there as well.
Shield Rune on Nisha as well. Not sure if Talon want to continue this. I mean, there is a minute and a half left on the Aegis as they try to burst down through the Shield Rune.
Well, if you're Talon, you still have 1 minute on the Aegis. Aghanims is now completed, but I mean, if you're a Liquid fan, you gotta feel good for them, and I think they should be feeling good too. Mickey got from Maelstrom to BKB without any real pressure.
Well, the Avalanche.
Just
again,
poking.
Catching Makoto, it's at half HP.
The Swashbuckle Axe Shield Crash with the Diffusal Blade, very annoying here.
Echo Stomp does find Nisha, but...
Nice job by Insania, wakes him up with the damage.
Comes out. Nisha trying to force some things out.
Back.
Nice Swashbuckle with a big vacuum coming in, but not a lot of follow-up from the side of Talon.
Oh, Zai in the back, what?
Zai popping his BKB. Vacuum was stolen. We'll see if Liquid are able to use that effectively.
What an illegal kill. I don't even know what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know if Makoto knows what happened either.
That's his... Oh, I thought that was his first death. That's death number 2, it seems.
Very big for them, as right now it's Talon are just running into trouble where they're not using Q aggressively in the plays that they're going for. They're missing this tiny Avatos. I mean, I guess Boxy is making it very annoying as well, right? With the counterplays. Earlier he had Avalanche, you have Lift. Now he has a stolen Vacuum as well. No joke against, you know, some Pangolier or get them into the Chrono.
Just like that, Aegis consumed. Expired. Something.
Consumed.
23 Savage. Working on a Scotty now. As Zai, I mean, that kill did help him quite a bit. He was struggling a lot. Has the Echo Saber BKB and going for a Butterfly.
He's gonna scale well. I wasn't sure early on about, you know, his potential, you know, how he would scale in this game, but it's definitely showing that he can scale real damn well. You know, with the BKB first, it just allows him to play the map, be aggressive, not really die, as I think Talon have slightly been losing control of this game.
More than that, it's 3K lead for Liquid.
Yeah.
Ever since Roche
No, I
went to
wonder,
7K net worth swing.
They definitely need to look to invest and get Q into the game right now. Because with how the map has been looking over, ever since they started going for Roche, or where they all mass TP top and Mickey got out, they've been losing the map control and the net worth lead ever since.
Got that tier 2 bot as well. Zai is a hero you always have to worry about pushing in these lanes. Not like the old days, of course, because he's actually more of a right clicker instead of the complete rat that he used to be.
Nice Liquid. Mika should be feeling pretty good, getting closer to a Mjolnir. Only level 16 for now, but I guess it is only 25 minutes in the game.
I mean, I think this is a game where both sides just feel very comfortable going late as well.
I guess so, but honestly, I think Liquid's late game is very strong. I really like Void's chances in the late game against Morphling, especially when he's paired up with a Pangolier. I mean, I'm not even going to touch on Zai, who's top net worth, but I think the Pango Void are going to have the most impact here.
It feels like a lot of the weight.
Oh, they're looking.
Onto 23 Savage's shoulders here. This lead has slipped away from Talon, and a minute from knowing when Roche will spawn. And Makoto kind of has run out of steam a bit, because he was the one kind of dictating the pace for Talon in the early stages, as he's going to get an Arcane Rune now.
That's
and
certainly
opting for the Aghanim Scepter next.
Yep, certainly going to help. I think with the Axe later, when Makoto does get there, he can always look to be in this backline, get on this Boxy Rubik, on the Insania Oracle, which are just supports that they hate having people on top of them. Zai getting closer to this butterfly completion here. Does have it.
I will say, I haven't seen the Brood be this farmed all that often. So we'll see how much of an impact he's actually going to have, because we talked about how it's felt a bit underwhelming in some of these games we've cast.
He is eventually going to be able to stick on top of heroes. Like, maybe not the Morphling, but if there's like some, you go, what, this Butterfly into a potential Nullifier, you stick on like this Darkseer or an ET in the backline, I think Zai is going to be really annoying.
He already is.
It's very true. He's just owning the map continuously, right? These spiders are always down bottom, and Makoto, he's just glued into these goddamn bottom lane. As Roshan, very quick respawn. It's actually instantly up.
Okay, and it's going to get spotted by the side of Talon, who... I mean, the last Roche didn't work out too well for them, despite it being uncontested.
Let's see how Liquid go about this, because Zai is already pressuring bottom. I wonder if they maybe want to smoke with the rest.
Well, they have to do something about this. And it's got to be more than just the fortification, because Zai is just sticking around knowing that Roche could potentially be up.
Makoto has no TP, and he should be the one doing this.
This is okay, they're just going to give it up completely. And now your Rax is exposed, and the Roshan is very slow. Are they actually going to give up the Rax?
Liquid are still coming, by the way.
Second fortification is there, and Zai's like, I guess I'm just going to stay. The Aegis is claimed by the side of Talon. TP's coming in the form of 23 Savage, turns into the Broodmother's Ollie, getting off his ult, but Zai BKB, he just gets the melee Rax. Even if he dies, well worth it. He's attempting to TP out.
No way, no way, no way!
He's out! Oh my god, he gets away with everything. Liquid giving up Roche a second time, and again, Talon gets punished.
Holy shit, what an illegal play for him to get out. So he pops his ult, he pops his Q again, and his BKB, dodges the Earth Splitter, because obviously he can't TP out there. He just moves around the trees. I don't know whether misses and they toss up the morph. Oh,
yeah,
this
the butterfly,
is illegal.
The butterfly definitely helping out here. He was certainly...
No, he's not hitting him. And then he gets tossed.
Oh, he tossed. I didn't even catch that. Oh my goodness.
Illegal.
Oh no.
Zai should be in jail right now. But he got away. They didn't catch him. Holy Pasado.
Well, for Talon's sake, I hope that they can get something out of this Aegis and Cheese, because last time, not so much.
I'm sure they can. They need to be able to get out the waves, right? You have Darkseer Ember. Let them deal with the waves and then go together with a smoke and like punch back. Because even though not that much has gone well for you in like the last, I don't know, like 5 to 10 minutes, Talon are still incredibly strong.
Oh, they just pinged out the Tormentor. They realized 9 minutes after the spawn.
Reign of Destiny.
They're taking it. Will it be Reign? It is Reign of Destiny. Good call.
Yep.
The heals online for Liquid.
I'm just an Oracle. There's a 23 Savage to let him cook. About to have the Skadi coming out. He fell a little bit behind in levels. Maybe not too much. It's about to have the level 3 ult, but you know his counterpart in Brood, Faceless Void, they're all a little bit higher.
Yeah. Well, Liquid somehow in the driver's seat, despite giving up both Roshans. I feel like this is a very unique game. I don't remember the last time I've seen a team get both Roches and kind of lose each time they get it. And
Liquid
it wasn't even fights at the Roche Pit at all.
They're just playing the map very well, and I think maybe Talon are a little tense in terms of their movement. Like, there's a lot of 5-manning going on. I think they would rather be playing in groups, but now they do have the Aegis. They did get the lane pushed in, so they want to try to strike back here, but Liquid, they're setting up for a big defense. Mass TPs into 5-man smoke.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of smokes. There's a tier 2 tower getting pounded on Makoto. His smoke gets popped. Searing Chains now. Gonna spot the likes of Mickey and Nisha as the fortification does come out. Interesting. Why would they use the fortification there? They're not going to have it for the tier 3. Because they lost the top tier 2 already. So
maybe they were hoping to like bait him to keep him on the spot there a bit longer or something. Not quite sure. As Anisha does have Blink.
Yeah.
Good bash.
Off a nice bash and lucky shot by the Manta into the completed tower. Astral Spirit's going to scout out Nisha. As Talon, I'm sure, are trying to equalize this lane. I mean, they have the Aegis cheese advantage.
I mean, Zai is he just going to go mid and do the same thing as before? Like, Talon are going to have to be careful about this.
He's going to show his spiders for the time being, but they don't have full vision here. And you can see that Talon is completely grouped up in this bot lane. And Liquid, 2 members, is kind of spread out. But we're going to see some TPs out now from Talon to... it looks like they've learned their lesson. But again, begs the question, will they get anything out of this Aegis? Because so far, it's 1 tier 2.
They're looking on Jabs in the top lane for now. They're eyeing him. There's a Chrono, the Defiant Shell.
Okay. You don't see that every day. Q comes in, trying to save his team, but the BKB from Zai will save him as Mickey, by using that Chrono, will try to time walk away. 23 Savage.
He can try to bash him.
Yep, the bash does connect through the BKB of Mickey, but he time walks away again, but that's a counter time walk from 23 Savage into the waveform, and they finally get a punish onto the side of Liquid. Lucky time lock from 23 Savage. But
big
Zai
play for them.
again doing Zai things.
Just a Defiant Shell, stunning Mickey there during his Chrono as he just gets punched back.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I didn't even know he had the Aghanim Scepter yet on Darkseer, but yeah, that is a very cool interaction.
There's many things you apparently don't realize.
Thank you.
I mean, Aegis 15 seconds. Their deep push is still very annoying, but maybe Talon can strike hard here, because Zai, he ain't coming back.
That's true. He's continuing to pound on.
Look at his damage. He hits for nearly 600
Backdoor
with the
protection
shard.
is there. Echo Stomp was successful in connecting, and Liquid. Now that the Aegis gone on 23 Savage, they still have the buyback onto the Void, and again, Zai getting away with so much damage on this tier 3, and Jabs is going to show up, gets the vacuum into the punch.
But he's alone.
And Zai, I think he just walks away, just casually. So, Talon not really able to get much.
They need to address this Brood. Like, I don't know. Zai's Brood has been, for me, I've known his Brood since like TI5. Like some Team Secret Zai Brood coming out against VP. And he's just putting on an insane performance here in this game.
I mean, at this rate, you might as well butt Deso if they're going to let you hit buildings this much.
Oh, we're going to see... Oh, no, it already happened. Unlucky. But we will see the bash.
Yes, we will.
As 23 transforms into Mickey and bashes him on the second spot. Bam.
Easy. And another one, of course, for good measure.
Yeah. And then when he time walks on him, gets the Ags effect and bashes him again. But didn't even lose the racks. Because Liquid were once again holding nicely just with Zai's map play.
Yeah, Zai, certainly the MVP of this game so far for Liquid. Going for the nullifier that you suggested earlier. That's the one
They're
time
looking
I
for
was
something.
listening during this
Mass
cast.
TPs.
Yeah, they're going to get the punch off with the vacuum wall. Zai popping the BKB, trying to get some health back thanks to the insatiable hunger, going towards the south of the map now.
He cannot live.
But eventually I would think he gets brought down, and indeed the bug, well, it's not a bug. I was going to say bug has been squashed. It is an arachnid. The arachnid will be exterminated.
Very important play here for Talon to eventually catch Zai. I mean, it was about damn time. He got away with this for like 15 minutes in the game.
Yeah, he got his money's worth.
Yeah. So they do have a gem now to try and hold up the map. I mean, Makoto also cannot forget this Ember. Does have the Aghanim Scepter now, queuing up either a BKB or Shard, but Mickey hitting a very crucial timing here with his own level 20 talent on the Chronosphere attack speed.
Only has a level 1 time dilation. Is that a normal thing that you just go stats instead, or is it because you're playing against the Morphling?
I think both. Like, it's kind of normal. You don't want to get bursted by some Ava toss into Earth Splitter and like some punch. So I think you make yourself more tanky, and you just make it worse for Morph, exactly like you said, when he turns into you.
Talon just feeling like they're on the defensive, despite being the ones that were aggressing early on in this game.
They're still, they've got some good tools now. Like, I think with some of these items that came out, the Blink Axe on Jabs, you're gonna have another person that can catch in your team. The Aghanims on Makoto as well, so
yeah.
Sure, maybe your mid game wasn't super crisp, but they're starting to stack up into this late game.
Satanic from 23 Savage. Is Satanic's dispellable, right, with Nullifier, or not?
I think no more.
No? It doesn't say anything, does it? Doesn't actually say anything on the tooltip.
I'm just too stupid.
Okay, good. Well, maybe we'll find out. Very powerful item.
It's still good enough for him to like dispel everything that's around, some lucky shot, time dilation, Silken Bola as well.
Yeah.
I think like all this mischance is just super annoying for you to play into.
And Zai just about enough gold to finish this Nullifier for himself. As his spiders going to town on the range racks that will not regen at all.
Unhealable damage.
Yep, it looks like it will eventually go down. Not the biggest of losses, especially considering that it does not affect catapults, which is weird.
Liquid are coming. I think they're in time for this Roche this time around.
Yeah. Third Roche attempt now from Talon. This time Liquid in the general area. Boxy getting some. Oh, Echo Stomp.
They need jabs in this fight. He's going to have to travel up here.
I have Echo Stomp for this. Is Mickey glimmer back out. They get vision of the amount of HP that Roche has. And again, Talent, it's not like they're
look at Liquid. They're being so annoying. Zai is pushing mid, and they're just playing the time.
They actually popped the fortification. They use the normal punch as well. The BKB from Zai. Will he focus on the hero or the racks is the question. Back to the racks it goes.
Mickey.
Meanwhile, the other side of the map, Mickey gets a Chronosphere onto 2, while 23 Savage is trying to focus on the supports, but Nisha gets off his ultimate. Doing a lot of control here, but the racks are going to go down as Zai getting basically the second set. Meanwhile, this fight continues. Nisha getting permastun after permastun onto 23 Savage. Finally, the waveform away. Makoto getting swashbuckled. The Searing Chains is there onto him. Great steal from the Rubik.
I mean, who
Just
cares
like
about
that,
any
that's
of this?
3 dead, and Zai completes the 2 sets of racks.
Zai killed the racks and jabs.
Yeah, he is owning.
Dude, this
absolute ownage from Zai.
This guy's playing some custom game, and he's beating it on easy mode.
And now finally Liquid will be the ones to get the Aegis Cheese and Refresher. They tip their hats to Talon saying, thank you for taking Roche twice. Now we get 3 items. And it's, I mean, Refresher Shard on this team is insane as well. For the likes of either the Pango or the Void.
Probably the Void. Wow. The Liquid are just outplaying Talon on this map. I think they don't have the right read or the right answer to Zai's Brood right now. They just play the time. He goes mid, he pressures, and jabs. He just feels helpless.
Tier 1 tower down. And only so many buildings left for Talon. One of which, of course, is the Tormentor. Still up and running. As we're going to see a replay, which this was on the mini screen before, but it's a little sped up, it looks like.
I like that.
Yeah, he gets the racks, and I mean, how does he get the kill?
No, he just waits for his new shard and then like his next Insatiable Hunger plus the Nullifier, I think, and he just mans up.
Yeah, Jabs just runs out of steam here. Man.
There it is.
Insane. That is...
disgusting. Say it. It's disgusting.
It's illegal.
That too. It's both.
It's filthy. Well, just like that, Liquid in firm control of this game. And of course, this is the upper bracket, so loser will go to the lowers with an extra life. And the Tormentor will be Liquid, so Q gets... Or sorry, wait, what?
Yeah, Q got it.
Okay.
He gets the infinite tree grab, which is of course very strong.
Terrible, just terrible.
He would rather have 300 gold. Like 200 gold.
I think so.
Okay, Butterfly is coming out, 423. But it's like Talon they're not even getting to take real team fights. What they need to set up first is the map and like try and get this pesky Zai Brood out of their own area so that you can take the 5-on-5-5 you want. I think Liquid, they're just kind of jerking them around the map.
And now even a Blink Dagger onto Zai.
No one but this Morph is safe from Zai's Brood. Blink, Nullifier, he sticks on top of you. He's also gonna get this 25 talent on Brood with the BAT is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, he's already the strongest right clicker of this game. It's gonna get like twice as bad.
Only 40 minutes in, and it feels like it's mega late game with the amount of farm that he has on that Brood. As Mickey has the Scotty, going to be finishing the Satanic here. And it looks like Butterfly will be next on the list, if he even gets to that point. He's the one with the Refresher Shard in his backpack right now.
Talon need to come up clutch in this game. Like, this is the time of the game where you're going to have to pull out some confident stuff and risk it. Like, they need some vacuum into Avalanche Earth Splitter stuff. Because 23 Savage, I don't think he has it in himself to kill all these heroes. There's Butterflies, Time Walk, Stuns, Chronos. He needs help.
Oh, he gets the bash off. He is Void right now, but Boxy, A-okay. Looks like they want to defend this tier 2 tower. They don't want Liquid to be in the base. There's the Avalanche toss.
Vacuum
the
punch.
Disruption is Jabs trying to control Mickey, but Time Walks most of the damage out. Meanwhile, Nisha getting off his ult.
Mikoto, ping pong.
Trying to find Makoto, but he cannot. So many remnants away as Insania is the target. He's going to have the false promise himself as 23 Savage stuck, missed a lot of members
Aegis.
of Liquid. Aegis down. Nisha inside his roll-up right now. He's getting a lot of damage taken by this Brood.
He missed the Chrono!
Savage destroys Insania. Mickey completely whiffs on the Chronosphere.
He has a Refresher Shard.
Fire onto 23 Savage, the Time Walk away. And Nisha ends up dropping, so it's a 2 for nothing. Talon successfully defending. Can they get more out of this?
Finally, Talon strike back. They have it in themselves with all their spells and timings and being able to initiate their SI.
Yep, shot.
Okay, easy 3-shot.
All right, that's a thing.
Blinks out, Trickster Cloak. This guy is playing disgusting. Someone check him out. There's some cheating going on.
He's got some quick fingers, that's for sure.
Good start to the fight here, though. They get the Aegis, kite it out properly. 23 Savage just gets in the backline here, turning into Void. You just have Time Walk, all the waveforms. And I mean, Loda would be proud of this one. That's just a little swing and a miss.
Mickey really tried to save Insania. Otherwise, he would have just
I mean, if this Chrono hits, 23 is dead. Because there's another Chrono coming if they need it. Mickey is still holding on to this Refresher Shard, if I'm not mistaken. And I am not.
I mean, in terms of net worth, it's only a 9K lead for Liquid. Nothing crazy.
Nope, we're going back the other direction, brothers. Buckle up.
Everybody that has the Aegis loses the next fight. That's what we've learned from this game.
Therefore,
so
you just don't take Roche.
Zai is running out of space. I assume a Swift Blink will be in the near future.
Yeah, Swift Blink, and honestly, you don't really mind dropping your boots on Brood in the late game. I think, especially with Swift Blink, you have the movement speed from the webs as well. So he's got like 2 more items in him. I would say Mickey's next biggest item timing in this game is this completed MKB. Like, you need it against this Butterfly.
Meanwhile, for 23 Savage, he's also running out of room. MKB coming up relatively shortly. He could get rid of his boots or consume the Ags.
I mean, it's just win condition items are coming out. You need to be able to deal with the enemy win cons yourself. So 23 Savage gonna get himself an MKB, try to get in there, kill Zai. And Mickey getting his own MKB against his 23 Morphling. Ooh, 5-man smoke coming out. Ooh. No, this is disgusting.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Radiant see it though. They might blink in and try to steal it.
Zai. They're just going to give it up. That's not what they wanted. He was trying to be greedy. Now it's a Morphling with the DD. Now on the cliff. Not going to be so useful up there.
You better dodge this one if you're Liquid. I feel like if a Fire broke out here, we've just had TI-10 Team Spirit Yatoro flashbacks.
Yeah.
Let's get a DD one fight and you just rip the game open.
At the very least, from Liquid's side, it was not like it was bottled. So
yeah,
it's already running out here for 23 Savage.
I mean, this is a very tense game. Whoever gets off a good initiation, honestly, they might just take the entire fight.
Tier 2 tower taking out, smokes on both sides. Very tense moment as Liquid, one set of racks away from getting mega creeps, but Talon definitely showing some fight in them.
I mean, Talon have a very nice position on the map right now here, holding the enemy triangle with 2 high ground wards as well. So if you're Liquid, you can't really go contest here, but you know, they know better than that. They can just push mid, push top. Zai will walk off the pressure.
A lot of buybacks on the side of Talon. Liquid, not so much.
Yeah, so. Liquid have 2, about to get the 3rd and 4th with Insania and Boxy squeezing it in.
I think if Talon knew this,
Talon
they would
already
take
with
the
this
fight
ward
immediately. Rapier's next on less apparent. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Zai pops the BKB, getting up the fire onto jabs. Nice swashbuckle from Nisha. Gets off his ult as well, but the Chronosphere's there on his teammate. Do they have the damage to actually kill anybody inside? Q's going to be fighting against Force Staff to the low ground. Meanwhile, there's another fight over here. Is Makoto getting super low. They kill Zai, the monster of this game. It's a 1-for-1, but it's only a support down for Talon. Buybacks for both heroes that are dead right now. 23 Savage getting the bash. Thank you.
He refreshes Chrono.
Yep, this is going to be an instant sheep though. As 23 Savage gets off the Manta, and Nisha in that roll-up ends up stunning 23 Savage as a result. Now 23 trying to get something more out of it. Here comes Makoto with a huge slight into Searing Chains. Boxy gets False Promise. Likely will die shortly after as the Eon Disc procs on Insania. Big vacuum comes out. Second Chrono of the fight. Mickey finds the Elder Titan. And we can see that Morphling getting pretty damn low on HP, but now the attribute shift comes into play. Many buybacks to come as well. Reign of Destiny onto Mickey, will not take any damage as a result. Also has his 25 talent, the Fate's Edict still applied, but that will be the end of the reign of 23 Savage. Does have buyback, we'll see if he expends it, but Makoto, he ends up going down. Triple kill for Mickey, 3 dead for Talon at the current point in time. Somehow Nisha survives throughout all this. I have no idea how.
I mean, Nisha with some fancy footwork in that fight. As Zai also bought back in this fight. What a sick vacuum. I don't know if they got the punch out there. Doesn't quite look like it. As over the... Look at Nisha. He just walks it off. He's just mana burning everyone in this goddamn fight. As 23... He even went godlike in this fight. And eventually he runs out of mana as he's got the Rapier queued up on this morph.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. You got to come in big and clutch in order to win this game.
I mean, it is a pretty good hero to have it on, considering how tanky he is inherently. But still a risk nonetheless. But in a game like this, can't blame him as the buildings, you can see Liquid trying to force some buybacks in. We can see that Talon has all the buybacks available for these heroes that are dead. They expend 1. Makoto trying to be a little bit greedy to see if he can be enough to defend. There's the toss back into the buyback, but Zai gets off his BKB. It's all the buybacks coming out from Talon now. As the BKB picked up by the Morphling. 23 Savage not
on Zai, no BKB
here. Focusing on Zai. Can he get out? He's gonna get False Promise, but this is so much physical damage to withstand. And Zai might be blowing up, but gets the Insatiable Hunger off. Will that be enough? No. Dead for 2 full minutes.
They're going for more. They're going for
now
more.
On the run. Mickey gets off his BKB, but he's completely out of mana. Gets bashed up by the 23 Savage Void Spirit. Oh, onto the high ground they go. Nisha and Mickey. Mickey's gonna get Avalanche. The Fate's Edict doing a little bit for him, but he eventually will drop. So a nice defense from Talon. And see if they can force a buyback onto the side of Liquid. But of course, Zai is without
back
one.
Punch.
Nisha.
Steal the rune.
Normal punch. We'll take the shield rune. Avalanche.
Double avalanche.
Double avalanche. Beautifully done. Swashbuckle onto the high ground.
Nice lift
there, but nice lift defensively used. As Nisha with the roll up, getting the shield crash. Gets off the swashbuckle onto the low ground as well. They have so much chase on the side of Talon. You are not getting away from him this time. As 90 seconds of no Nisha as well. Talon, can they go for the win? Can they force the buyback out of Mickey?
Okay, those are some really big buybacks from them. The biggest kill they got, the Zai Brood with a dieback. As 23 Savage gets himself 9 mangoes to just fill up his mana with his clarity. I think it's time for them to try and either go mid or take Roche here. Like when you buyback like this, you gotta come in big. So Roche can kind of try to nullify that for you. As it looks like they don't want to run down a lane. The lanes are just not good enough for them. So Roshan it will be.
Well, is fourth Roche also cursed?
I think every Roche is cursed. I mean, yeah, this chase that you touch, you do not run away from Talon. That's an Ember Axe, a morph that is always a void. So there's like 18 jumps around with a surge.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, funny thing is, Liquid have pretty decent mobility on their side. It's just not nearly enough.
Well, the thing is, though,
is on his way.
Oh, he's coming bottom.
Little awkward here for Talon. Roche, he's gonna. I think he keeps the refresher shard. This is an old bug.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps them or hurts them, but no Aghanim Scepter, it seems.
I mean, Liquid still have a huge advantage when it comes to the buybacks. I think both Nisha and Mickey, they should be holding them. Because no one on Talon has buybacks. Like, even with this Aegis, sure, they have 6 lives, but Liquid, if they want to, they can take a fight with at least 9 lives. As Zai the only one without a buyback. And Boxy cosplaying a ward here. Just hanging out.
Wait, what are you saying? They only have 2 buybacks in the game right now.
Who, Liquid?
No, the entire game.
Liquid can't have 4 buybacks, right? They just didn't have money on 2 of them.
I'm saying, okay, there's 3 buybacks now.
And if I think Nisha, instead of spending more money, you should also hold buyback.
Yeah, there's a lot of timer-related ones.
Because like there's 3 minutes down on anyone on Talon, so any kill you get is absolutely devastating. Because you know they cannot come back, and having this knowledge that there is no potential buyback is huge. Sai going for a refresher. Really like this last item choice from him as well. Double blink, double nullifier, most importantly the double BKB.
Oh, I've been waiting for this one. He queued this up a while ago. The Wind Waker save for the Chrono. Of course, there is nullifier. Do they have nullifier on their side? Yeah, Brood.
Brood does have one.
Let's see if that comes into play. But being able to use it on a teammate, pretty damn powerful.
Zai is just so annoying. Someone's got to go back.
Yep. Forces 2 back. These spiders just never end. And we're at the 52-minute mark. I'm not going to curse it by saying what I want to say, but you know what I'm trying to say, which probably curses it in the end. We'll find out. Don't curse it. What are you doing?
I mean, as if that does anything.
A refresher orb on the side of Zai now.
You think they're going to kill Tormentors?
Wait, how many shards we got left in this game? Let's see.
Well, they could pick up some gold. Oh, Jams doesn't have the shard. Ollie doesn't have the shard.
Yeah, because they've been ignoring their Tormentor for so much. That thing cries.
Liquid literally have all 5.
It might not look like it has feelings because it's a cube.
Jams, you're queuing it up when you can just kill the Tormentor. Let's go, bruh.
Yeah, it's time.
It is time. As Ollie close to his Aghanim Scepter. Honestly, that's no joke either. Like, if he can get the... Like, let's say you get the shard, you get some quick hex on someone, you just get on top of the Void, or Pangu even, they lose all their armor. They will die within 1 second. Who's gonna get it?
It's gonna go to Jabs. This one is super annoying to play against. We talked about the chase potential from Talon. This will slow them even more.
The Surge Trail, very annoying, as Makoto getting towards those 25 plus Shivas. 2 very big timings as well for this hero. And the Refresher Shard on it. He's basically skipping an item timing. It's like he has a Refresher completed, and Ember at this stage of the game, very annoying.
As Ollie, 100 away from Aghanim Scepter.
I'm glad you're listening to me very much in this cast.
Very exciting. Never heard that one before.
When I said it, he was 200 away.
Well, if you've listened to me and Cinder, this is very common. Especially when you get into late game situations. I just tune you out completely.
Oh, a refresher on Brood. Do you see that before?
Basically 2 solo casts here.
Yeah, that's very good.
But
bottom lane is pushing. My friendos.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Makoto's gonna deal with that and also get his levels up, which is very important. He definitely has a remnant somewhere around, so he can come back.
Yeah, are there any other big power spikes with 25 talents other than him that are close by?
So Jabs just got his. Of course, Zai's already got his completed. I mean, Nisha is still so disgustingly annoying, right? He's got even less cooldown on the Swashbuckle. On top of the Octarine, like all this mana, like look at 23 Savage's mana. When this hero runs out of mana, he's not as scary anymore. They're not getting much with this Aegis, but they will get their buybacks again.
Well, they didn't all die with it, so this is the first time that
it's
Roche
a winning
has not
Aegis.
hurt. Yeah.
Which means we're also getting to the 60-minute items.
That's true. Well, there is a minute away from... There's still time.
No. I refuse.
To use this Aegis.
Oh, vacuum.
Very powerful.
I like the charged up glove though. When Darkseer surges and he gets like the power up anime 1 punch. That's great.
I like how he has that neutral in his backpack still.
So he's just ready.
Ready for the chrono.
Don't hit yourself.
This is all about buyback situation now. So, like you said, the Aegis is effectively used here to just buy some time for Talon to get the buybacks back. Buybacks back, yeah.
Buybacks back. Right. I mean, Liquid still
like from Liquid. They time the Aegis, and they're ready to find somebody.
Uh-oh.
It might be Q.
On the Watcher. I mean, Mika's timings are still very disgusting as well. Everyone's just queuing up a Refresher at this point. I think Mika would love to have both Refresher Gold and buyback. I think he's a little bit short from that, even with selling the treads. As
they're in the base.
Boxy.
Technically, Boxy. Not going to get caught.
What a dirty
for
boy.
once, Talon could not catch up. They're going to get the D ward, though. No crazy shenanigans here.
Did try to get in a sneaky ward as Rubik. Of course, you have more cast.
That really took a long time for him to get that 100 gold for the Aghanim Scepter, but he does find it in the end. So he'll have effectively BKB once the Astral Spirit comes back to him.
There's going to be some crazy fights coming out. We've got nearly all 10 buybacks available in the game. And everyone literally has like nearly their dream like inventory as well.
Yeah. All right, do you want to talk about it or not?
What?
Is it time?
The tier 5 items, they're coming, bro.
I actually think it is coming because Roche is not going to be up. It's going to be close enough to Roche. Okay, I'm just going to say this now.
Say it now.
Even though they never go for it because Mirror Image or Mirror Shield is so good. I want to see Meteor, the Fallen Sky.
Yes.
For
We're going to call it Medium Sky.
For Pango. Well, it feels like a medium sky ever since they nerfed it way back.
Fallen Sky is definitely very good. I'm still waiting for the Arcanus armor as jabs.
Yeah, Lincoln just popped, and Liquid not able to find the jump.
This Wind Waker could come in clutch. You did mention there is only one nullifier on Liquid. As Mikoto does pick up a gem. Daedalus on 23 Savage.
How does he keep getting... How does he have room? All right, he ate his Ags. Was going for MKB, changed his mind for the Daedalus, which means no Rapier.
No Rapier indeed. That Daedalus is still pretty damn good as we have a lot of TP.
Oh, Nisha. He's going to get spotted.
Nisha.
He's going to get spotted here as Mickey jumps in, getting the bash off with the Chronosphere onto the Morphling. Makoto onto the backline. He goes as Nisha's working pretty low, but he gets off his Rolling Thunder. 23 Savage getting controlled. I think that was the Wind Waker used on him. As Boxy now attempting to run away, but they lost Makoto. Does have tons of remnants back, like you said, his Nullifier applied to 23 Savage. There he goes, Makoto, he instantly gets hexed into the Swashbuckle. Nisha trying to get some damage applied to him, and finally BKB comes out as the Void looks to be dead. So many remnants to work with for Makoto.
Zai?
Buybacks galore for Liquid. Zai takes a tumble, has the buyback still intact. This is all about trading buybacks. And that's a scary thing when you're going against an Ember, especially with this shard. You have so many remnants to work with.
They only used one buyback. That was a 1-for-2 trade, and Zai is still dead. Okay.
I wonder if they can force this buyback somehow.
Mika does buy out the Refresher, but they're not even close to killing 23 in a Chrono, because with the shard, he can just morph up. He has 658 armor on this Morphling.
Yeah, but Nisha can swashbuckle every 3 seconds, it feels like. Yep. Continuing to get bashes every time. Gaben is smiling upon him right now. Range Rax is dead. Of course, just losing one Rax is not that big of a deal. His initiation from Q is completely stopping his track. Mickey jumping in as well. The Chronosphere onto 3. They're going to be able to kill the Tiny, but the Eon this procs onto Darkseer. Jabs. Trying to get some health from 23 Savage. Finally turns into the Void. Trying to take out Insanity, but another
Holy shit, 23?
taking so much damage. The false promise is right there, right outside the panel. He should be able to live as a result. And 23 Savage, Nisha getting his second ult off, it looks like. Swashbuckling on the other side of the wall as he's pursued and he's blocked in now by 23 Savage. A huge slide and Nisha dead for 2 full minutes. But into the fountain, 23 Savage goes. He's controlled for the time being, but he uses the time out again. A lot of damage back as Boxy still gonna live some way, somehow. And 23 Savage time walks back to the tier 3. A nice toss back. Zai being brought back into the fray as Makoto pops his BKB.
23 Savage, he doesn't care.
You can see their base is actually dying on the other side as well, but it's just to creep. Most of the focus here from the side of Talon on these buildings. And you can see
Zai's
the damage being
pushing.
applied on the other side. How close is he? If the Ancient is fully exposed, can they outpush the Brood?
The TP!
Brood only has an half HP. The cancels of the TPs. Can they kill the Ancient?
God!
No way!
Hello?
Talon You better be careful because Zai's coming for your bait.
What?
And he's gonna win game 4.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Are you serious?
He has 0 reaction. He is completely dead inside. He just won Liquid game number 3, and they stay in the upper bracket. Holy shit. Oh my God.
This guy is disgusting. What the hell, dude? He legit just pulled his entire team on his backpack. In this entire... What?
How do you win that game? Unbelievable.
Holy
Everybody's
shit.
super excited, except for Zai and Talon, obviously. That was absolutely heartbreaking. But of course, I mean, they're going to the lower bracket, so it's not over for them. But man, what a crazy-ass series.
What a sick game from both teams. This is a tough loss for Talon, but they should still be happy with how they played. Damn. They're looking good as Zai. This guy's illegal as... Oh, my man.
Yeah, it's, again, not elimination.
Holy damn.
But
My
needing some
heart
moral
rate.
support. That is the craziest game of the Riyadh Masters for sure. As you can see, the handshake coming out. Both teams respecting each other very much. And Liquid, they're going to continue on the upper bracket as both these teams deserve to win that game, I feel like. My goodness.
Well,
what a series this was.
If you're Talon, you must hate Zai right now, because this guy, he was the absolute bane of this entire game. On an absolute monster. What a performance.
As he's going to be the one apparently to get interviewed. I was wondering who they were going to pick. And yeah, Talon just thinking what they could have done. Like one small change in the game and they win, right? Like there's just so many small things that happen throughout the course of a game.
They cancel all the TPs while he travels there and he just gets to hit it from full to 0.
Yeah.
What a monster game.
Yes, it looks like we are ready for this interview as Tsunami, I believe, will be talking to the
illegal man,
MVP of the game, Zai.
All right, first things first. Can we get some noise in the audience right now for that game of Dota? What a performance, what a series, Zai. I'll try to piece it together, but boy, was that something to witness. Let's start with game number 3. You guys kind of lost control of early game, mid game. Seems that the decision early on was, Broodmother, go be annoying. Go split push constantly. How did you start factoring that into the gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got smashed in lanes. Like, it did not go according to plan. And they were kind of controlling the tempo of the game. And it seemed like, you know, the only way out is to try to pressure silence and be annoying and force them to move around and stuff. So, yeah.
زي معنا من تيم ليكويد كان يتكلم عن وش صار في الجيم الثالث. اول شيء لازم نساله اياه كيف قدروا انهم يطلعون من السيتويشن اللي كانوا فيه، لانه الايرلي جيم والميد جيم لهم كان جدا سيء. فوش كان الحل الوحيد؟ انه لازم تخلي برود مدر تروح تسوي سبيريت بوش وبيزعج كل اللي موجودين قد ما يقدر. فهذا هو السؤال. لكن تكلمنا عن انه كيف قدرت انكم تستنتجون الشيء هذا. قال صراحه احنا شفنا انه كل اللينز خسروا ولا احد منهم يقدر يسوي شيء، فقلنا ما في الا الحل الوحيد انه نخلي برود مدر تسوي شغلها.
All right. Second question. Could you hold your hand out for me? Keep it. Are you kidding me right now? How?
It's been like 2 minutes, so.
Oh, 2 minutes, yeah. Bro, I was only watching it and my heart is racing still. Decision, 2 heroes dead without buyback. Is the team like Zai go throne?
I mean, I think to be honest, at multiple points in this game, I felt like my teammates were a bit lost, and like I kind of just tried to instill the attitude in myself that like they're all muted, you know, and I'm just trying to win the game, and that's kind of even the last fight, it's like I don't know, just for the moment, seemed like a good idea, worked out.
السؤال الثاني اللي سألناه زاي كنا نتكلم عن كيف قرر هو انه يقدر يروح يسوي باك دور زي ما سوى زي كذا، خصوصا انه يعني 2 منهم ما كان عندهم باي باك، عرفوا انهم خسرانين الجيم، خلاص انتهى الوضع، فقال انه صراحه انا ما قلت انه ما اقدر اني اتعامل مع الموضوع لان كل اللي معي في التيم كانوا ضايعين مره، فانا حاليا قاعد افكر انه كان اللي معي كلهم ميوتد وانا رحت على طول قدرت اني اسوي الباك دور، عارف ان الهيروز كلهم ما عندهم باي باك، عارف انه ما يقدرون يسوون شيء، فقلت خلني احاول اخلص الجيم وفعلا قدر يسويها.
I asked you this last time you were on stage, and I'm wondering if the answer has changed. Zai, are you satisfied yet now that you've secured top 3?
No, of course not. But I also feel just like the way this game ended, I feel pretty bad for Talon because I mean, we were beat, to be honest. And like winning this game is like, you know, obviously we get top 3, but it's like it's not a satisfying win that way. I think we were pretty outmatched. So we have to kind of improve for next series and get our heads together and just play better. But of course, happy with top 3. Yeah.
And I know that Southeast Asian late game is famous, so is that something that you were trying to avoid consistently? Like you said, this game was kind of lost. It was late game.
No, I mean the game plan was also like we don't want to go late against these guys, and we got smashed so hard in lanes that we kind of were forced to. But it wasn't part of the plan because their late game is monstrous. Yeah.
سألنا زاي إذا هو كان راضي عن الفوز هذا بعد ما احنا شفناه يوم هزموا جيمنج جلاديترز. سألناه نفس السؤال، هل أنتم راضيين عن الفوز هذا؟ قال صراحة لا، احنا إلى الآن ما احنا راضيين، خصوصا إنه أنا أحس بشعور سيء جدا تجاه فريق تالون، لأنه المفروض إنهم فازوا الجيم هذا، احنا عارفين إن كنا خسرانين ومفروض إنه ما فزناه، لكن قدرنا أننا نسويها، فالشيء هذا كان زي الويك اب كول للفريق، إنه يقدرون الآن إنهم يرجعون يحاولون إنهم يستوعبون ايش اللي ممكن يسوونه في الأيام الجاية، خصوصا إنهم الآن ضمنوا التوب 3.
Zai, I'll let you go back, celebrate, collect your thoughts, but for one last time, could we get some noise for that amazing game of Dota between Talon and Liquid? Congratulations on the top 3 results, Zai. Can't wait to see how you do on the last day.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين، جاء الوقت اللي نرجع فيه للاستديو ونتكلم أكثر عن الجيم اللي ما حد كان يتوقع نهايته أبداً. أنا ضيعت صوتي حتى تسونامي بعد، فخلونا على طول نروح للاستديو.
That's it for us. Back to the studio.
What a game of Dota 2. Absolutely the game of the tournament so far. Every single person in the arena is sweating, and it's not because of the temperature in Riyadh, it's because of what Team Liquid presented to us in Game 3. Faith Beyond as an off-lane player. Just how? How was this even possible?
I don't know. Zai the best player, best off-laner. That's all.
Just done, best off-laner. This was, as I mentioned it, Flyer, genuinely impossible game. We're all watching in the back room. We're getting up, ready to come to the panel, convinced that Talon had done it. Cores are dead without buyback. Nobody has any way back into the game. The Ancient is busy falling. But throughout this game, Zai, just Zai J, what are you supposed to do against this?
I think it's very commendable, and it reminds me a lot of Liquid at this past TI, where they had Matu, and it always felt like somebody was rallying the team, even when everybody else was lost. They still had that little, glimmer of hope. And for this game, he was the glimmer of hope. And I was very impressed that, he recognized it when we just saw his interview. He was saying like we had no business winning this game. We were outmatched. But he was that glimmer of hope, and that's what makes champions. So I'm incredibly impressed by Zai.
Not only BSJ did he find himself making the game-winning play, but throughout the game, there were several moments where he's the only reason they stayed in this game at all. Yeah. He takes the mid racks, he takes the bottom racks. He's just, every time he's just around, not even close to his team, it felt like the game is easier for them somehow.
Yeah, I think over the years as Dota's developed, it's become much more, like even more of a team game. I don't think I've seen this heavy of a solo carry performance in the last few years. This for me, I don't want to take any credit away from anyone else on Liquid, but I am certain, I know these guys well enough that after this game, they are all just, thank you, Zai. And that's the end of that series.
Thank you, Zai. He casually gets himself a top 10 timing on the butterfly, casually able to take a mid lane of racks, a bottom lane of racks, ends the game with a base race, something we don't see all that often in the modern game of Dota 2. As BSJ has said, it's mostly a team game, and the coordination from Talon, it was good enough, and Faith Beyond, I feel really bad for Talon Esports. They did everything right. You can't ask them to do anything more than in that game. This must be a soul-crushing loss for them at this point.
I think they can think in a good way, like if Liquid did better in second game, they could 0-2 loss. So they could just focus on improve themselves, and they still have chance. And so just be strong.
Be strong, right now they have a casual $800,000 still, no matter what, and they are still in the Riyadh Masters, not eliminated just yet, but they do drop down to the lower bracket. Of course, that does mean we have to witness yet again some of the greatness that came not from Team Liquid. Let's be honest, the SDC play just goes purely to Zai. So let's take a quick look at how this man was able to secure Game 3 and ensure Liquid get top 3 at the tournament and $1.7 million. Fly, walk me through this. These high pressure situations, he's the only one that can actually do anything. His cores are dead. If he doesn't make this one particular play, the game is 100% over. Walk me through what he's probably thinking at this moment in time.
I mean, he probably sees his 2 cores are dead, and from their perspective, from Nisha's perspective, he's like, okay, this game is probably lost right now. So he looks at the enemy base, he sees that the creeps are in, there's no backdoor protection. He does the only possible thing he can do to even have a chance in this game. And I don't know if Talon realized, or when they realized it was happening, it was probably too late. Maybe they didn't have TPs. It's utter chaos and emotion at that point, because Talon probably thought they won. and there's so many emotions going in. They're probably yelling. It's possible somebody's like, yeah, you know, we won, and then suddenly like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, PSG, you mentioned it, right? There's a hard carry performance. The only reason there are creeps in that base is because he's the one that took the racks in the prior moments throughout that game. If he plays 2% worse, they lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even just that part with the
he thought he won.
Oh my
Oh my god!
Oh my
no! He's actually seeing it now in full. Oh my god! This is
Oh my god!
Oh.
And he TP and he got cancelled. Oh my god.
I will say props to the supports on Liquid for canceling those TPs, but I cannot believe that must be the most emotion shifting roller coaster in a matter of seconds that I have ever witnessed.
I mean, I think maybe this is another like Zai strong, like he just sit there.
Yeah.
Even after winning, he just sit there.
I mean,
he's exhausted.
People, right?
I'm sure like everyone else is literally like, you know, they're at the top of the mountain. They're like, oh, it's so beautiful up here. And Zai's like,
no, no. I mean, like maybe just don't happy too early. Like,
I think he just managed to keep his composure this whole game. That's what it looks like to me. Like, yeah, that's just generally how he is as a person.
Yeah.
And then you can see throughout the whole game, he's just doing what he needs to do to win the game.
He thinks he's just objectively making the next best play, right?
Yeah,
exactly. That was a little heart-wrenching to watch those reactions.
I mean, there's not 10 people in the lobby, right? 9 of them are either in adulation, thinking they won the game, then immediate despair. 4 players on Liquid are all popping off Masai. Just another day at the office, man. Just doing me, doing what I came to do, winning games and carrying on the Broodmother. Of course, that's going to grant him MVP for this particular game. The Kadia MVP certainly goes to Zai. At this point, I'm thinking he might even be tournament MVP overall. There's no way for this to improve. And Faith Beyond, the thing I loved about what he did in this game, very early on, he recognized that he has to itemize as the real carry in this game. He's not going to be going for auras, buying the items to be able to do stuff like this.
Yeah, he's definitely so smart in this game. Like, just rush in Saber, Echo Saber, and Butterfly, and just play as solo to kill the building. So smart.
So smart. I hope there's a lot of Zai Js being spammed out in the chat right now because you need to give this man his regard. While this play is happening, his team is losing a fight by the Roshan pit. Look where Zai, look at the minimap PSG. Look what Zai is busy doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be honest with you. I'm watching all of this stuff happen, and I wish I could just turn my empathy off for 23 Savage after I'm still affected by that. I don't know, man. I feel like that's just like the most despair feeling I could ever imagine a Dota game creating for you. And all I think about when I'm watching this is like everything that culminated into that moment. I'm like laughing to cope, I think. It's still crazy performance by Zai for the 100th time.
Incredible guy. This itemization from him, the refresher. He even sells the BKB that he had at some point Fly. He recognizes the game state. He's like, if I have this BKB in the inventory, it's not going to win me the game. Like, not this reminds me of. This sort of reminds me of that TI8 Arno play with the PL. Recognizing mid-fight, I need to sell these items to secure myself a buyback. If you replay this exact situation 100 times, this is the only time this result happens.
Yeah, it's one of those very insane games that almost never happen. Like I said, I cite the last TI where they played Thunder Awaken, and something similar sort of happened. These moments are you know, what can define a team as well. And Zai really like cements himself as one of the greatest of all time. He already has, and this is just another indicator that, you know, he's still it.
I don't even know what to say anymore. What a game, what a performance. Team Liquid, very, very, very much deserving their place in the upper bracket grand final slot. They'll be trying to make their way into the proper grand finals as the first semi-final boss of the Riyadh Masters. Of course, while we're still cooling down the temperature here in the studio, Jenkins, let us know how the crowd is feeling. What's their mood like in the arena right now?